Welcome everybody back to the CBLOL English. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by RMC and we're on for the first 3 games of the final day of regular season here in CBLOL 2024 Split 2. And we are not locked yet, RMC. We've not solved it. We don't have the answers yet. We need to wait for those answers here today.
And Trajan, it's not just the last day of CBLOL regular season 2024 Split 2. It's the last day of CBLOL regular season ever. And Trajan, it feels only fitting that we're still looking down the barrel of tiebreakers, of unlocked playoff spots. 4 teams still vying for 2 spots right now. And if you take a quick look at the standings, we've got K-Stars, Pain, Loud, and Red locking their spots yesterday. Loud getting locked by Red, by the way. Loud lost yesterday.
Yeah. Loud were not able, I think, to decisively lock themselves yesterday, to be honest. Loud haven't really been able to do much for themselves over the last few days of regular season play. It's been pretty tough for them, but as you say, Furia, Kaboom, INTZ, and Fluxo are 4 teams in flux, as it were, down there. Liberty and Loss hanging out at 2 and 15 at the bottom. We'll see who manages to get 8th or 9th and 10th later today. But for now, it's really all about that mid-pack, and that's what these first 3 games are going to decide for us.
Yeah, with the first 3 games, our games today, of course, we're going to be starting with Loud versus Fluxo, followed by Pain versus Furia, then INTC versus K-Stars and Trajan. There is a world in which the playoff spots get locked by game 3, because the critical teams right now are Fluxo and INTZ. They are tied at 7th, 8, and 9. You saw in the standings. They are fighting for their lives, Trajan. And right now, yesterday, Hawk called the plays trepidatious, and I agree with him. The teams look hesitant. They look scared. There's no space and time for that anymore, Trajan. There's no space for trepidation, for hesitation. You have one last shot left. And generally, for some of these teams, it is going to be their last shot. We shrink from 10 teams to 6 teams plus a guest team and an LLA team next split.
Yeah.
Some of the teams aren't going to make that 6-team cut.
Yep, they're going to have to try and make the most of this final day as it could be. But our first game of the day features Loud. Probably a team we're going to continue to see after the end of the CBLOL as we know it. But is it still a team that we will see ending the CBLOL era as the champions? 4-time back-to-back champs right now. They're currently in 3rd. They have Fluxo across them currently in 8th, but they're not that far away in the standings in terms of wins. And in terms of skill and play level, I don't think we're sitting that far apart between these 2 teams either right now.
No, I agree, and this is a winnable game for Fluxo Trading. That's why it's so important for them. Fluxo starting the season 6-0, and to find themselves now tied 7th, just at the custration. Even if Fluxo wins here, that still does not guarantee them a playoff spot. They need Furia and Kaboom to lose their games. And Furia on a bit of a streak right now, winning against Loud yesterday. I believe they currently sat at 3 straight wins, looking to extend that today. We are into draft. Loud is going to be on the blue side, and they secure themselves that rising star of Israel.
Yeah, absolutely. The answer quickly being the Corki in the mid lane and the Vi for Shinny. We don't see as much Vi now, especially with the AD mids normally giving rise to the AP junglers. And we don't have a Brand ban, we don't have a Zyra ban, we don't have a Lilia ban. All of those AP options are available. It's just not what Fluxo wants to go for here, and it's not really what Shinny has been going for. He's still been going the engagers, for the bruisers, for those spearhead junglers, not really going into the carry AP style. So he is sticking what he believes works for him. As Loud with the answer, likely to take Redbird's Leona once again. So for Fluxo RMC, how are we going to build around this mid jungle if we're not going to have the AP AD style that works so well?
I'm kind of hoping for an AP top laner. When the chips are down, Trajan, it feels like both these teams have reverted to what worked for them. We've seen Loud just go back to straight skilling team fighting. Ignore the laning phase, we'll do something at 15-20 minutes. And for Fluxo, I say that, but insta-lock onto LeBlanc. That is not a team fighting champion for Tinones. Okay, that is a I don't trust my team pick from Tinones in a way. That's a I'm going to do my own damn thing. Like, everything else be damned. I will carry this game if I have to. For Fluxo, okay, we're seeing an Akali hover. That's interesting because it could go mid. You could flex the Corki bot. I was actually thinking Gwen for Kiari.
Yeah, I was thinking Kennen or Gwen for him, potentially. Something that you can blind. The Rumble is a good blind up there for sure, and we know that Kiari's been very good on the APs. I think Fu potentially just harkening back to that first Akali game that we saw from him when he got the... Was it a pentakill or a quadra-kill? Something crazy that he locked up in that first game, and that really made us, prick our ears up, and he has had a very solid season, but it is the Rumble. So now Robo is going to get the choice of matchup. There is another round of bans, though, first to see if they can thin that pool out.
Yeah, and in the past we saw a lot of Twisted Fate. I actually don't know why it's fallen so far out of favor Trajan. It's such a strong pick in the top lane still. It's a great counter. Kennen could potentially come through as well. I know it doesn't seem to synergize incredibly well with, say, a LeBlanc and an Ezreal necessarily, but it's still a really strong AoE pick that can win out against the Rumble lane.
And they've already banned away the Renekton and Jax in the first rotation from Fluxu, so they're taken away the Robo just baseline of picks up there, and we'll need to see if they want to focus him again. The Lee Sin, in fact, was removed before, taking away that kind of extra powerful volatile pick away from Croc. The Ziggs denied by Loud to try and fix that bot lane. Trigo has been playing a lot of different champions, but laning has never been his specialty, and that has kind of continued through here as the Olaf finally rounds it out. So Robo not going to have any of his standard lane smashy bruisers. We're going to have to see something out of him, something potentially a little new, a little different out of him.
Yeah, and we talked about how Tinones has been struggling a little bit with AD picks in the mid lane, things like the Tristana, for example, the Lucian we've seen, Tut's even pulling out a Jhin. But Robo on the top side has been struggling on non-bruisers as well. But his Twisted Fate wasn't particularly inspiring. So if we're looking for carries in the top lane for more damage, they've done a lot to remove the damage starts. I feel like if we're looking at bruisers, there's still maybe about Camille, maybe. He's played some Gragas, but his AP Gragas hasn't been that inspiring either.
I think it might be Gragas, honestly. I think it might just be a tanky Gragas for him. I think that, like, it's a neutralizing pick, as you've said, like, and it was solid. Like, for him, he's had at least one good tank Gragas game this season. As the Rel was locked in for bot lane for Scamber here, so not opting for the Braum, not opting for anything quite as safe. The Ashe was already banned away, of course, so there's still room for a hyper carry for Trigo, though as we say, it's not necessarily his usual bread and butter. We'll see what he opts for here. And Croc might be going back to old reliable here, the Nocturne that we don't see very often. We saw a little bit of Nocturne Orianna early on in this split, but Croc, I mostly remember his Nocturne from one of the most recent Pain Grand Finals. I think it was the one before last, where he triple MVP'd that. Just played Nocturne every game.
Yeah, and he does it even without the Orianna. I kind of like it with the LeBlanc as well. Just being able to cut the vision makes the LeBlanc that much scarier, and you're never quite sure when Croc's going to pull the trigger.
Yeah,
they needed damage too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it works out, and that allows Robo to go for a non-carry, right? By having that damage come from the jungle roll.
Yeah, this
I like
is like when I first started at the CBLOL English, one of the first notes I got on Robo from you guys about to clue me in was, this is one of the only guys who's willing to play tanks in this region right now, and historically. And the Scion was a big part of that. Now, of course, we have a whole host of more, tank-adjacent players up there, but still the bruises have been prevalent. He's going in the Scion. It's not going to be in the mid lane like Greflar, but it rounds out this kind of not super hard scaling comp for Loud, but there's a lot of dive there, and then Fluxu opts for the Misfortune as the last pick into all these Loud champions. That doesn't seem very fun for Trigo in the team fights, I'll be honest.
No, and it feels like we're picking Misfortune. We're trusting Lady Luck down there right now with this pick. You're praying that Loud can't find an engage, and you look at that. Leona, a counter to Misfortune. Her Solar Flare is range. She can easily just drop it past your front line. Exactly. It doesn't matter who you have in front of you. You can't stop that from coming through. Sure, you can body block a Scion, but can you stop the decimating smash? And LeBlanc and Nocturne, both champions who can just dive right past your front line, find flank angles. Trigo is going balls to the wall on this one. I don't know if they're going to be safe, though.
Yeah, I don't know why this was the choice, I'll be honest. I think this seems like it's in lane, it's going to be fine in the 2v2, like Misfortune's a very strong laner, and Ezreal is as well, but, Misfortune can hide behind the waves and doesn't suffer the way Ezreal does. Leona's probably going to end up roaming towards mid lane, potentially playing through Tinones more. However, as soon as we get to level 6, as soon as we get to the second, third dragon fight, I fear for Trigo's life very, very powerfully, and I don't really know who's stopping him. Scamber's going to have his work cut out to be a true support here in this game, I feel.
And if Scamber is peeling back to protect Trigo, then who's going in, Trajan? Who's setting up for the Rumble, for the Misfortune ultimate? That's a Vi on Shitty. That's not something like a Sejuani and a Mumu
that you can get, right?
Yeah.
One guy.
Single target lockdown. Not AoE CC whatsoever. So, Fluxu, it feels like their composition has some internal issues among themselves. Now, what I will say for it is it's simple and easy to execute. And for Fluxu, I think that's the way they need to go right now. I think back to their game yesterday, they found all these small advantages in lane, kind of really setting up things. But Trajan, they could not pull the trigger to save their life. And the one time they did was pointed their head at the Baron. And they 50-50 lost it and just lost the entire game as a result. So they have ease of execution, simplicity on their side. I hope that's going to be enough for them. Loud, on the other hand, this is a different look from what we've seen be their most successful style, which is just team fighting. This requires a bit more execution. And for Loud right now, I feel like this comp isn't just about this game, Trajan. It's about setting up for playoffs, saying that, hey, we need to make sure we can diversify and play other styles. We cannot pigeonhole ourselves in a style that we're not sure is going to work against the likes of Pain, K-Stars. It certainly didn't work against Furia yesterday.
Absolutely. They have really been suffering. The old loud adage of just wait to 25 minutes, team fight and win has been, even that's been failing them as of the last few weeks. But Fluxu showed us their own moment of cracking under pressure yesterday in that critical fight 40 minutes in. So neither of these teams looking hot. Fluxu has to win here to secure a chance at playoffs, and Loud, we really just want to see something out of them. They need to get in gear fast because the top half of this region just keeps getting stronger.
And we said this before, but it bears repeating. Loud, this is the weakest we've seen them at the end of a season. Ever since they've started their winning ways, Trajan. This is the worst we've seen Loud, in fact, actually, as a whole. We've never seen them look this lost towards the end of a season where the meta doesn't seem to suit them. They can't quite figure out their drafts and they can't quite figure out their win cons within the game as well and how to navigate these team fights and set up properly for objectives. And because of that, this match, if anything, just feels more desperate. Right? When both teams are still looking for an answer, neither of them look particularly put together.
Yeah, not pretty hot for them right now. So if we're looking at these early lanes, we see Redbird and Root trying to take up an aggressive position. I expect to see a fair amount of scrapping between these two sides in those early levels. Both the engaged supports want to get that advantage. Mid lane, I guess we'll see what Tinners can do right here, because the LeBlanc has been a massive pick for him in the past. We're back to AP LeBlanc right now. Still very comfortable for him, and then can potentially look to bully the Corki, even though the damage Fu has, as you can see, is pretty respectable himself if he just gets that full Gatling off.
Yeah, and with the LeBlanc, of course, your burst damage is going to keep increasing. Fu's health is not going to increase, so it will get scarier and scarier for this Corki as we go on. Sustained damage is good, but the keyword there is sustain. And you need time to actually get that out as compared to assassins like LeBlanc. Tino's already right from the get-go trying to get advantage. At level 3, once he gets the chains, there's kill threat.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this top lane matchup goes as well, because Robo has not been as hot right now. He's had some, like, decent, he's had the Renekton 1v2 every now and again just to keep us, reminding us who he is. But ultimately, I think a lot more of the success from Robo has been on the poppies of this world, the Utilitas kind of tank champions that Sion absolutely is. He's not expected to have a lot of fun versus Chiari in this lane, but I want to see if we can see more from Robo later out of this lane, and if Chiari as well can actually get a lead and then convert it into something more later, whereas in that game yesterday, he was strong on the Rumble, he had damage to offer, but ultimately he wasn't able to turn the tide in that critical moment.
Mid lane, level 3 with Bytonons. You're seeing the kill threat we're talking about, even without the Ignite. Fu likely just going to have to go back, base, heal up, and then TP back into lane. But topside, Trishan, as you're talking about, I want to talk about the pressure on Chiari, because he has to win this lane against the Sion. Sion will eventually outscale and just become an absolute menace for the Rumble. So you talk about how yesterday, Chiari, he won the lane, but he didn't have that much pressure in the team fights. He cannot afford to do that this game. Fluxu as a whole cannot afford to do that. Their only great skilling is the Corki, and that's just not enough when you've got so many divers on the other side.
Yeah, we saw Croc being very bold, standing in the face of Fluxu there as the vision is traded around this bot side river. Croc, Minimun, picking up that crab. Clearly, Fluxu feel that Loud has the stronger setup right there. I imagine they probably would expect to be stronger in mid lane. Fu's already had to TP back, and Robo is on the wrong side of town right here, and the flash is traded. Shinny can catch him. No shot. Robo gets out of this one. Lovely start for Fluxu. We'll see who gets the kill. It's going to be given over to Shinny's Vi.
Okay, that's really interesting, actually, that we give it to the Vi instead. We're trying to accelerate Shinny, get him to that early level 6, and get some ganks rolling. I don't hate that. And I think Chiari's dominant enough already in the 1v1 Robo, though. As Sion, we joke about inting Sion, it's a viable strategy.
Redbird dives in, and Scamper, in fact, takes a massive burst. That's a flash away as the Ignite ticks down. Root looking for more skill shots. Trigo eats a couple of them, but fires back with some of his own. It's fairly even on the bottom side, but you can see already at level 3 that Leona is just so much tankier on the front line.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't expect bot lane to be that close.
Well, they caught Trigo, got the cleanse out of him this time, and Scamper without that much help to block with. Now, this is Loud taking control. It was even before, but they've managed to get it over the line with that second catch.
And massive props to Redbird. We talked about how strong Ezreal can be if he can land all his skill shots, but that's not what's getting them the advantage. It's Redbird finding these engages.
Oh, goes in for the kill under the tower and gets both. Redbird gives his life, but Loud execute the dive straight 2v2.
Rock now roaming upwards, looking to try and find Chiari. Remember, no flashes for these top laners.
He's going to get the fear off. Robo's going to be able to stack up that devastating smash. Gets that combo as well. And the Rumble clapped back on. Does have the TP. Will still be up in the lane. But ultimately, it's both the junglers benefiting up there.
And it feels like for a lot of these orgs, Trajan, there is a flow back and forth, and right now it is not in Fluxu's favor. Those ganks, those kills that came through from Loud were critical. The gank top side, that's fine, but the bot lane, the fact that Root and Ritbert find the 2v2 kills just like that, that's a little bit worrying. Misfortune is a laning dominant champion. Ezreal scales better, and if Trigo and Scamber can't get control of their lanes early, I'm sorry to say, it doesn't get better. It's going to get harder and harder to get control at level 6. That's the other big last spike, I feel like. If Trigo and Scamber can't fix their lane at 6, they're not going to fix that lane at all.
Absolutely, and Root got away with that whole kerfuffle with both summoners intact as well. Didn't use anything to pull off that dive, as now both the bot lane is from Fluxy rotate up. They're in vision though, Trigo. Just a hair's breadth too far forward, my friend. Tinons knows what's going on here. No risk at him. And Ezreal and Leona pushing up that bot lane while they have a free lane to do so. So small lead for Loud, basically just the value of the first blood, keeping them on top of this one. Loud's bot lane ahead, the rest of the map marginally in favor of Fluxu, as the ults are going to start coming online right now. The solo laners have them, the bot laners too, as well as Scamber has to crash down away. He's almost half the HP on his own side of the map.
And if I'm Trigo, I'm scared right now. They just zoned out my support. I am solo under a turret against a Leona Ezreal who keeps landing his skill shots. They can absolutely look to dive if they get any sort of poke down. Shinny, knowing that I'm too far from my bot lane, I'm just going to try and find what I can on the other side. But Croc sneaking in doesn't get the steal on the last word grub.
Shinny easily vault breaking over the wall. We have the rotation from Redbert. Tinons as well dive in with the distortion for that damage. Redbert zoning away Fu. Scamber a little late on the tempo here, but it's going to wind up in the mid lane too. This Fu staying confident, is slightly up in the CS as well, is doing decently well with this Corki despite the pressure from Tinnos. As Croc now maybe caught slipping in the river. In comes Robo, gets the knocker, but Shinny's got the ult to follow it up, and Croc will fall to Fu. The equalizer barely catches the back of Robo. They're going to get a little bit of damage, but in comes Tinnos with the firing back, and now it's Kiari on the front line getting melted. And Loud comes away, makes it the 2v2 across the extension, I think. Maybe just the 1v2 actually.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Really, just only one member, Croc from Loud, dropping in that fight, and Loud just finding these advantages when they shouldn't. Root.
Ooh, I love that from Triga, recognizing the arcane shift was down and go, you don't have anything left, dude. I've still got my R. You can go nowhere here.
Good patience from Root, though. Doesn't blow the flash, only the barrier. And Croc, unfortunately, in this case, kind of getting punished for his greed a little bit. He wanted that scuttle. His team was not in position. And honestly, I thought it should go worse. You see the amount of damage coming through, but the red carpet critically does not land from Kiari. It just sees Robo out on the other end. And now they all grouped up. Tinon's able to get the distort damage onto multiple members at the same time. And combine that with the Sunlight passive of Leona, it's a surprising amount of burst early. People aren't as tanky as they think they are. You don't have the items yet. You don't have the resistances.
So Loud staying ahead on that play, maintaining basically the same marginal gold lead. Fluxu did walk away with the grubs at least. Bit of extra tower damage for them there. The dragon has gone largely unnoticed so far in the first 8 minutes. Of course, with the mid lane being mostly Tinonge pressurizing, the bot lane honestly has been generally in Loud's favor as well in terms of who's pushed up when. I'm surprised Croc has not tended towards it. He's got the level 7 now as well with the Paranoia on deck, so potentially we could be looking for an ult play. Maybe this LeBlanc and Nocturne linking up for something.
Well, to be fair, Croc hasn't needed to go into that bot lane. Root and Redbird have just been dominating that.
Yeah.
Exactly, right from the get-go. That's why you see the gold lead favors Loud in that lane, whereas everywhere else, Fluxu is still just barely able to edge out the smallest of leads in the top, mid, and jungle roles. And as much as right now, okay, Fluxu seems to have some control over the top side, I feel like I still need to see Fluxu really take control of the game. They are making moves right now, it just isn't working. Loud has been able to answer, and it feels like now Croc is starting to feel confident enough, now that he's level 6, level 7. He's going to start pressuring you, and he's going to start making moves. And if you couldn't win when you were the one pulling the trigger, maybe Fluxu can play on the defensive a little bit better? I don't know.
We're about to get one of the first major execution tests for Fluxu here, where we need to see them navigate this Nocturne, LeBlanc, Leona, Scion potentially as well, dive combination. We see how Trigo manages that one. He's got his summoners to deal with it, Scamber as well. They have some mitigation to get in front of him, but I need to see what they can do without that. You know, if you're able to actually not instantly die, you've still got to get a good channel off. You've got to fire damage back. You need to make it worth it. And that's what we need to see in the next few minutes, because the Dragons start going to becoming relevant, and Loud, I feel, are going to be pushing to pull that trigger to get those ults off if they want to keep this dive comp rolling forward.
For now, I'm actually surprised Loud don't go for the Dragon, despite the pressure Root and Redbird are putting down, despite the fact they've got Trigo pinned under a turret. I don't know if they're looking for more and maybe Loud want an actual team fight, but they peel off completely, and now they're going towards this top side instead, where they have found success in ganks, in skirmishes so far. Problem is, Fluxu don't have to engage them. Fluxu don't need to focus. There's no objective here to be looking at. Well, it's spawning in 10 seconds, but right now, it's not really the issue.
Yeah, Trigo and Root still just hanging out in that bot side. Root going to pick up that first plate on the bot lane tower. Trigo, a lot of skill shots right here, not having a lot of fun. Next to this Ezreal, who just cannot miss right here. That dive is becoming a potential option as well. If Croc wants to head his way down, he's currently in the mid lane, trying to get mid prior here. You can see Redbird has been posted up here for a lot of time, and all of those blue wards, Loud, are locking down this top river.
Can you imagine, Jason? Ezreal diving solo under a turret?
Oh, dear. I mean, it's not even far off. Like, you get one WQ and just throw an ult at the right place. Like, you don't even need to dive necessarily. You just kind of pick them apart Caitlyn style as the grubs have been started up by Croc. Robo is there as well. Fluxu just don't have the same position. Root is in base right now, can offer an ult if needed. But they'd love to get at least 4 as a flash in from Redbird actually to start this one off. In comes the dive, but a flash away from Shinny splits this fight up. Kiari with a lovely equalizer to slow down that backline as Shinny clipped by the Root ultimate. Redbird on the other side is going to get burned down by Kiari. Fu trying to do his best, gets onto Croc. Robo with the knockup, has to get the flash out of it. Now Trigo's rotating over. Fluxu getting the better of this right now. Tinones, Root, and Robo can still play this. The carries of Loud can still step up. Kiari now on the front line, doesn't love this damage. The chain pops and takes him down. Scamber looks for an engage, can't find it. Fu and Trigo, they've got to go the long way. Another flash burnt by Fluxu, and it's 2 for 2 at the end.
Yeah, these teams are going hard at it in Trajan. We're saying Fluxu needs to be able to defend. They need to start showing us that they can execute, and they showed it in that fight. A little bit messy, a little bit sloppy, and neither team quite able to bring their strongest strengths to bear. Root was coming out from base, and he's the one who's got all the damage right now. Tinones is very much cooldown gated, and Trigo arrives a little bit faster, but no bullet time to be able to combo through with that equalizer. Means the AoE, the team fighting strength of Fluxu, completely not shown.
At the end of it all, Croc's still going to head back and pick up those other 2 grubs. They'll go 3 apiece. Shinny instead opting for the Ocean Drake. Unlikely to be contested with all the Loud members hanging out on this top side. Robo, in fact, swapped down into bot lane as well. Kiari, I think, is about to realize he's up against LeBlanc, potentially Leona, and get the hell out of there.
Yeah, with no equalizer, can't clear the wave either. It's just so dangerous for him to step up right now. And because Shinny made the call to go for a very late Dragon, by the way, 13 minutes before it finally went down, it feels like a lane swap situation where you just have to step out. Robo, I'm actually curious if he's tanky enough to survive a 3-man dive himself.
Well, he's going to have to. Let's see if he can. He's going to get knocked up, and it's not going to get a good bullet time. Trigo with the off angle. 4 versus 1. Here comes the second round of it. The Root ult sails by, but Trigo will still get it. Definitely could have got that one done quicker, I think, but they will get it over the line, and all this while, Tino's just working on that top lane.
Yeah, I'm going to see if he's able to take first brick. I mean, if Fluxu wants to stay around with a couple more people and not just Fu or Trigo trying to push that, they might be able to get first brick. If not, this should belong to Tinones.
Yeah, he's getting all the way through the plates right now. They're about to fall off in 10 seconds as well. A couple more Loud members still posted up in topside. You can see, again, this very thick, deep line of vision from Loud, making sure they know exactly what rotations are coming their way. Tinones now maybe going to head down to this Herald. They might look for that fight, might go for the tower. Fluxu need to decide whether they want to allocate the defensive resources here.
Fluxu actually able to get up there while Robo defends in the bot side, but Tinones, can he stick around? 2 more autos, 1 more auto?
He's got it. There it is, Shinny trying to get in range. Isn't there? Scamber around the corner, though. There's Croc waiting in the wings. If it gets hairy, Tinones is burning. Redbird on the front line. They're just going to give him up, I think. The paranoia drops, in fact. Redbird is going to go down, but Tinones put himself back in Vi range. A bit of a misstep. 2 kills for Fluxu already as the TPs have come in. Trigo around the corner. Fluxu need to just survive until they can get that damage down. Croc finds Trigo's 1, but will be traded. They'll get it for 2 as well. Now only the 3 for, the 3 for 2, the 2 for 2, 3 for 3. I forgot Fu wasn't even there.
Sure, yeah, 2 for 2. I think at the end of the day, Fu's just chipping away at the bot side turret. It does not get first brick. for Fluxu, but at least they get a turret. They will continue to get the push. Now, Loud is still trying to get control over this Herald. Robo able to tank up for days right now.
This is bold by Shinny. Root not quite close enough to follow up with it, but I think that could have gone pretty badly for him. Has to pull the recall. And Root's going to recall on Vision as well. Fu back in base having got that bot tower. So we have some big items coming through now for both sides. They're all 1 item deep, approaching 2 items for some of their more fed members. And Loud are going to start hitting that critical point where the burst starts one-shotting with Tinones, with Croc, where they're actually able to isolate Fu and Trigo. When you can't just dive in and have to work on them, you will simply dive in and kill them. And that's when Fluxu is going to have to show us what answer they have for that.
And already, we're seeing that Fluxu is struggling to dive. Trigo specifically can't really get a good position to bullet time in a lot of these fights, and that's not getting easier with the items you're talking about coming through. The dives are getting better for Loud as well, and if anything, for Fluxu, I'm now looking at Kiari, at Shinny. That duo of Kiari and Shinny, who carried them in the beginning of the season, they were their best performers. They were winning them games. Now, their burst and their catch needs to find leads for Fluxu in these team fights.
Trigo loses the cleanse, gets away from Redbird critically, still chained up though. Root has to get out of that ultimate in response. Tinone's caught in the fight by Shinny again. Distorts the safety. Levi thinking about more. But they'll simply break apart. Ultimately, both sides coming close to losing a player.
Unfortunately, cease and desist now just coming off cooldown in about 5 seconds here for Shinny. If that was up, Tinones probably would have gone down. And that's a reminder to Loud as well that, hey, yes, we've got a lot of threats, but we need to pick our targets correctly. And if we can't kill Trigo on these dives, we might find ourselves up a creek a little bit with no paddle.
Robo dropped the ultimate up there. Flash away from Kiari. The paranoia is there too. I think the Rumble's not going to make it out alive. Croc picks up the kill, but Fu and Shinny round the corner. Who are they going to go for? Croc, surely an easier target. Gets the Vial to remove it with a spell shield. Stops the knockup. Now Trigo and Scamber are coming through again. Root on the rotation. Redbird looks like the sacrificial lamb left alone on the front line. And the extended 1-for-1 it becomes again. This is so often the way, right? They're crashing into each other. And someone gets left behind on either side to just be sacrificed to call the fight off.
Robo, ballsy play, able to recall in that bush in the face of Fluxu, and Fluxu did not think to check. But this is the state of the game right now, Trish. There's a lot of macro, and we've seen this from Fluxu yesterday, finding small leads. Loud is able to answer, though, and they're matching macro play for macro play. Teamfight happens up top. Well, we saw Fu push down bot the last time. This time, teamfight happens up top. Tinones split pushing down bot, able to find kind of that answer back and forth between these two teams. Oh, Root is just bodying Trigo in the 1v1, though.
But it's notable that the gold lead, which was approaching kind of 500 to 1,000 for Loud kind of 7-8 minutes ago, has gradually been whittled down over the course of these even plays. And they're exactly even on towers, on grubs, on kills. Fluxu has stabilized this game and avoided getting snowballed on. Plus, they managed to get that first rake, so there's less chance of an early Loud soul, especially given how late we even added dragons to this game as a factor.
Yeah, I mean, that's why. We're at 18 minutes, and second Drake is only now a consideration. First one went down at 13 minutes, pardon me. Fluxu, though, completely letting the ball slip on this one. They did catch up on the gold, but it kind of came at the cost of their tempo and their timing. They were playing too Loud's fiddle, and that's why Loud gets the Dragon that quickly. Dragon melts pretty quickly, so getting there first is a huge advantage for teams.
Rigo and Scamber rotated into the mid lane. We do have decent spread of gold across both sides. The carries that need money have been funneled to this point. We're hitting those 2-item spikes now. And RMC, if we're just stabilizing this game from Fluxu, kind of what they were doing yesterday versus...
Red.
Red? It was Red, wasn't it? Jeez, Louise.
Yes.
Against Red. You know, if this comes down to another 40-minute Baron fight, I'll call it. I'll not use the T word. Is any side, is Fluxu innately kind of favored in that scenario? Do they have a scaling advantage, or is just the simplicity and the synergy of Loud's comp and able to keep them relevant late in the game?
I almost feel like it's not about the skilling for these two teams specifically, because for Fluxu, what we have to remember against Red was they were actually in the driver's seat for most of that game. Yeah. They built up small advantages the entire time. And where they lost was kind of decision-making. And that's my concern for Fluxus as the game goes on. How long before they make a mistake in decision-making? Whereas we take a look at Loud, and Loud's issue this split has not been decision-making. It's been laning. It's been early game. It's trying to figure out what it is we want to kind of do in the early game. But their mid to late has always been solid. And if they get to that point, they just wait for other teams to make mistakes. And So equalizing and balancing out the game, stalling it out for Fluxu does not feel beneficial to me, regardless of composition. And to go to your question about composition, I already kind of talked about it. It's easy to execute for Fluxu, but they do have issues as the game goes on. It's not easy for Trigo to get that ultimate, and Chiari's damage is going to fall off against the likes of Robo, against the likes of Redbird, and even Croc to a lesser extent.
Yeah, it's not going to be necessarily just about looking at the champions up against each other. It has to be a nameplates on decision in terms of what these teams are good at, what these teams have shown that they're skilled at, the mistakes that they can and will make. As Loud looking to try and find an advantage here in this game. As we say, they've been on tempo right now. Fluxu making a little expedition into the bot side, trying to get some deep vision of their own, getting a push down there. They still have this mid turret to eliminate. It's not close to happening, and the Baron is now live.
Goodness.
Loud over to that pit like a shot to get control of the vision.
I thought for a second Loud were actually going to blitz it at 20. That would be an insanely dangerous play, but at the same time, the vision control that Loud have right now might make them think about it. I think they knew Chiari was bot side. I think they spotted Shinny in rotation when he cut through mid. And with the vision setup they've got to try and catch approaching Fluxu members, yeah, you can bait Fluxu towards you. You can always turn and burn, find 1 or 2 kills, and use Baron as bait for efficient attempts.
Fu spotting Redbird skulking around his topside jungle right there. It doesn't walk into a potential trap, but again, both these teams just putting these deep jungle visions in here. Fluxu wants to know where Croc is looking to come through, and especially Shinny as well, with a strong rotation over a walk into the Vial, very strong gank, and pick potential on both sides. But Fluxu, they're the ones that really need this game to go well. Loud, they're 10 and 7, they're locked in, they're not making top 2 either way. Doesn't really matter for them, to be honest. This is a championship defending team. I don't think they're really that fussed about 3rd, 4th, 5th seeding. But Fluxu are fighting for a chance to even be considered among that top 6.
And that's why, once again, it feels like it's everything's on Fluxu. The composition, the way the teams work, the standings, the stakes. Fluxu needs to pull the trigger, and they're starting with Shelly charging into the mid lane. Keep in mind, by the way, this entire time, Robo was split pushing on that bot side and getting, frankly, more damage than Shelly is on these turrets.
Yeah, we've just kind of done half the HP on mid lane, nothing else, and we've lost an inner for that. So not ideal from Fluxu, but like we're just maybe just scrambling for ideas, you know, don't really know what to do with themselves at this point. A Scabbard is going to get caught up by the empowered chain, but a buffered W keeps him safe. As Robo finds that tower, going to pull a safe recall as well. And, you know, who are we engaging on from Fluxu, right? We're going to engage on LeBlanc. That's a fool's errand. Root kind of as well. Just E over the wall if he buffers it right. You go into Croc, he's got a spell shield. Robo's got a billion HP. And Redbird has a W that makes him unkillable. Like, who are we supposed to be catching from Fluxu right now for Shinny?
It has to be Tino and Zarut. Because, yes, they've got a lot of ways to get away. But Vi just chases you anyway. Cease and desist is unstoppable. The big question for me is whether Shinny has enough to actually kill them solo. Because, as you mentioned, that mobility, Shinny can chase. But the rest of Fluxu can't. And then you're at that point relying on that sort of Chiari Shinny combo we were talking about. CC into a long range equalizer, because that has disgusting range as well. But so far, when was the last time we saw that Trajan? I feel like all the fights that came through, it's not the Chiari Shinny combo that's naturally finding things. It's kind of more like Loud is opting to actually stay in team fight when they weren't ready for it at that period.
And Fluxu's jungle mid currently sitting in that top side. Robo pulling the trigger, gets a flash out of Trigo, but in comes the second follow-up, waiting for the fear into the cleanse. There it is. Trigo potentially can get away here.
Survives,
and now Croc suffering. That's a better equalizer to keep Nocturne trapped in the Raptor pit. Flashes over goes Chiari to get that opening kill. Fu and Shinny trying to pincer in on Loud. Chiari's caught up. Out goes Root over the wall. Robo now on the front line, getting burnt through by Fluxu. They're going to find one, surely, if they can get this over, but Root's pretty low. Back in trades with the AD carries and Fu now. Just looking for someone to shoot, looking for someone to do some DPS on. That's the flash over the wall to even get a chance to finish off Robo. And Fluxu, finally, off the Loud-initiated play, come away the clear winners here.
The pressure was on Fluxu, but it was Loud who pulled the trigger. And again, their comp is not a great team fighting comp, Trajan. It's more of a pick composition. They thought they found the pick on Trigo, but he burned so much time. And this time, Loud put themselves in a bad position. The bullet time coming across from Trigo actually hurt. Root had to burn Flash to get out. He didn't have it. When he needed it, when he went in on Trigo, answers back, and the big hero is Fu at the end of it. We get to see the engage. This was literally Robo just going in. And with this sort of initiation, it's not really a pick. Croc then decides to force the issue. And I respect that. I think, hey, it's not a bad idea, but look at how far Tinones and Root is. With all the mobility they have, Loud still can't catch up to Croc. These junglers just have so much distance they can cover that nobody else in their team can follow.
And Root, you can see there, trying to navigate, trying to get in range to do that damage, and thinks he has it over the wall, but that MF fireback is just so strong, right? It's got so much good burst on that first target hit, and I just like Fu just strolling around the back end of this fight, just trying to get in range as it shifts and flows away from him at every turn, but does manage to get in there. And yeah, it's just a bit of an overreach from Loud right there. Not quite in the best position. And Trigo is barely able to escape that first initiation. Fluxu have turned this into a dragon. But there's another fight from Robo. They're onto Kiari. They've got the stun up from Redbird. Now Loud's in position to follow up this damage a little quicker. Scamber on the re-engage. Shinny holding the front line. Tino's on the flank. They've actually burned through the front line. Again, Loud just didn't have the damage to make this one stick. Fluxu, now with no one to stop them, charging back into the face of Loud. Getting more roots over the wall will pick off Trigo. That's a big boon for Loud. That might make a potential Baron way harder.
And again, Trajan, it's Loud pulling the trigger, starting the action off, and huge props to Kiara. We were talking about laying out the red carpet combined with Shinny. That's not a red carpet. That's a no-go zone. The floor is literal lava for Loud, and it's struggling. They are struggling to try and play around that now. Tinones knows they're on Baron. Tinones and Root, a lot of mobility, a lot of damage, not a lot of health.
5k there. Root's going to get some poke down. Fu trying to keep him out with the big ones. Ease in does Root, but he's getting so much DPS off. They'll lose the Baron, but Tinos gets in and gets one. Root now, if he can stay alive, the TPs are there. Loud could maybe look to clean up some of these buffs. Shinny over the wall, barely scrapes his way out as Tinones falls desperately, looking to strip away more buffs. And Loud not quite where they needed to be in time. Fluxu,
Scamber, can he do it?
They'll lose one, but they'll walk away with 4 members wearing purple.
Worth it. And you take into consideration the fight that led into this Trajan, and Fluxu might have lost one on the back end, but 100% it's worth. And is this what they need? Yesterday, Fluxu, they found small leads, but they threw at the big game-breaking Baron. This game, Fluxu didn't get the small leads in the early lane. They went even, but Loud kind of handed them the mid-game on a silver platter. And for Fluxu, you take it, you run with it. The big struggle they've had so far this game is actually pushing out. They've struggled to take the outer turrets. They've not even really been able to chip away too much at the inner turrets. With the Baron, that solves all their problems. But we know how Loud operates, and Loud's not going to make it easy for them. They might not want to fight them anymore, but Loud can always try and pressure elsewhere on the map like Robo has been doing all game long, like Tinones has historically been known to do.
Yeah, 100%. This is such a strong position now for Fluxu to try and push forward without as much of the threat of the Scion, of the Nocturne coming in. Robo back to split pushing, and Fluxu you can still see really struggling to make a solid inroad. I think banking on this Kiari wave that he's building up in bot side, but no one's going to be there to help him, and you know, that tower doesn't really need Baron to take it down, if I'm honest. One stray auto will take it, as Robo has already secured one in topside.
I think Baus made the sort of crit AD Scion build popular, inting Scion, where you just kind of run up and take turrets as fast as you can. But even full health Scion with Demolish takes turrets incredibly quickly while still being a great tank. Croc finds the isolated Trigo.
Waited for all the recalls to come through. Fluxu didn't do their homework in that bot side brush.
That was excellent. With the ward in there, just timing it to be able to pick off the last person to recall. We've kind of talked about this before. I can't remember which game it was yesterday, where a bot lane baited a gank by kind of not recalling properly, but baiting a recall. Kind of the opposite thing here. When you're recalling as a team, you do need to sync it up and make sure that, hey, the last person who goes is somebody who can kind of survive or has a ton of mobility. It should never be your immobile AD carry being left behind.
No, that's not what you want to see. And this Baron now ticking away. 30 seconds left on it. Basically gold neutral. And remember that you get like 1,500 gold just for getting the damn thing. So this has not been solid for Fluxu. They've not managed to get a push going. The one tower they found was basically dead already and was traded by Robo before they even had it. So even the Baron buff wasn't enough to get Fluxu some actual purchase on Loud side of the map.
And this is the scary part about Loud. Give them more time, Trajan, and they start to come online. We said it before. Their problem this split has not been the mid to late game. The longer it goes, the better the decision making is for Loud. They've been here so many times. They know almost instinctively right now how to pressure you and how to play around teams with Baron against teams that are above them, who have gold leads, who are pushing into them. And that's what we're seeing, that cross-map pressure, the constant pushing, and the less turrets Fluxu have standing. They've only got one inner He's standing in the mid lane right now. The less you have, the more pressurizing it is when Robo is chipping away at those turrets.
And it brings to mind Fluxu's game yesterday versus Red, where the pressure really got to them. It took them 40 minutes to crack, but crack they did. We're at 30 minutes now, and again, they are marginally as in control of the game in terms of gold, in terms of objectives. They got the dragon lead, they've got the gold lead, but they don't seem able to control the pace against Loud. They can't create plays very easily. Potentially, they are taking the Loud position and waiting for Loud to try and force something with a comp that really does want to force plays and is strong at forcing plays, but it's not been their strength. Shinny flashes onto Tinones, but they can't get the stun. Shinny now locked up, burned through, neutralized by the LeBlanc. Robo's pretty low though. Chiari splits the pack with an equalizer. Again, Robo's not enough to kill him. He flashes to safety. Tinones poking away on the side, but loses the passive for the benefit. And 1-0 in that fight. Fluxu couldn't get anything left. They lost their jungler. Are they still bold enough to go for the Drake?
Yeah, they have the health bar advantages, and more importantly, Loud is simply not in position. Croc himself is really, really low and doesn't have the paranoia or flash. So Fluxu make the right call. They get themselves so point. Root and Ripper have to be careful on this push up. If any CC lands, if Scamber can find one of them, they're dead.
They'll manage to get away, crashing that wave in. Croc stealing away that red buff. Fluxu now at Infernal Soul Point. Now that's something that could really swing the tides right here. A little bit more oomph behind Fu, behind Trigo's Q's come out. The Chiari equalizer as well, with a lot more punch behind it, and stops that drop off a little bit as he's now going for a little invade play into Croc. Drops the equalizer on him. This could be devastating for Loud. They've lost the jungler. Chiari with a lovely little secret agent play. Robo's on the outside, but not going to stop him escaping.
Wait, I think Root actually sniped that. Does he have red buff? He has red buff. Okay, wow. Root salvaged the situation. It's still not great. You're still down your jungler as Baron is spawning. Croc, he's got paranoia, I guess.
Fluxu about to be down their jungler, to be honest.
Turn around.
Comes in, back onto Tino, sacrificing his life in the camera. Gets lost in top lane, but that's enough for Trigo to finally get a bullet time off.
And these are proactive plays by Fluxu Trades, and it's not just Loud throwing with bad engages. It's Fluxu finally turning it on. This is what we wanted to see from Shinny. This is what we needed to see from this veteran jungler who's making his way back into the league. And Trazen, there's a chance for Fluxu. I don't want to get too excited, but it's happening.
And you're absolutely right about the Vi into LeBlanc thing. Vi will follow you. It doesn't matter how tricky you are, how many W's and teleports you use. That ult is sticking to your back, and it's enough to keep Tinones in line for Trigo to lay down the damage, and they'll get another Baron, a much cleaner one. And this should be hopefully something for Fluxu that can get them into that Loud side of the map. They're 5,000 gold ahead right now, RMC, and it has barely felt like they're even in the lead until now.
100%. And for Fluxu, remember the last time they got Baron, Loud ended up actually completely neutralizing it. We're seeing Loud with the setup. They knew they lost the Baron. Instantly, they started shoving the lanes. Bot side all the way into the turret. Mid lane just bounced off that inner turret as well. Top is the only one pushing in favor of Fluxu. But Fluxu this time, they're setting up a bit better for this Baron. They've got the pushes going in their favor. The big question for me is how they want to approach this. They don't have a good 4-1 composition. Nobody on the team is great at split pushing or is terribly safe. So if you have to 5-man with a Baron, the wave clear becomes the important thing. Loud doesn't have the best of it, but I think they'll be able to hold at the inhibitor turrets at least.
As the waves start to trickle in towards the Loud base, Fluxu stepping into the bot side jungle, tiptoeing into every brush, expecting landmines beneath their feet, trying to get those visions cleared out, and they are slowly pushing back the Loud line. Chiari, again, back to shepherding in this bot side, and the rest of Fluxu will retreat for now. Croc is all the way on top side, getting a bit more farm, trying to lock down what looks like a death stance, I think, is an inventory. I'm not entirely sure what that little red thing does, to be honest. It's not been in the game for super long. I don't know if it's a Guardian Angel, but he's working on something there.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see how or what Croc ends up actually building this. I think a GA would be great for him. Considering how the Nocturne has to play this game and the amount of damage that can actually come out and punish. Now, Trajan, the push is coming through. It is sort of a bit of a 4-1 with Fu split pushing as the one. I am not sold. That's the best idea, and I am just scared of Robo forcing the engage to come through.
Yeah, I think it is the Guardian Angel with the Steel Sigil and BF Sword. I've checked it very quickly.
It is.
And there it is.
Perfect timing.
So Croc is going to be able to have that kamikaze style Croc move into the backside to try and trade himself with an important carry. Worth it at this point in the game, I'm sure. as now we come down to the last 45 seconds of Baron. Fluxu still ahead by the amount of gold that you get when you get Baron, but they need to try and crack something here, and they can use this map position to hopefully peel back for an Infernal Soul, but all of Loud are stacked up, waiting to pounce, and they're going onto Trigo, onto this front line. How's he going to manage it? Doesn't get feared, gets away, holds both his summoners, that's critical. Now Robo's on the front line, trying to ult to safety, in fact, and Loud get absolutely zilch off that play.
Okay, I like how they engaged, though. They didn't use Robo to do it, so Robo does get out. The problem at this stage of the game is Trigo is not the one you're worried about. Look at how much more damage Fu can do to you. Heck, Chiari's probably matching it. Yeah, Trigo's just there for the bullet time. He's kind of bait. If you burn everything on Trigo, even if you kill Trigo, if you lose Croc in the process, and I mean lose Croc even through the GA, it's just not worth it for Loud.
Yeah, Fu has actually just had a very chill game right here. He's never really felt like he's in danger at any point from anybody. You know, he's just kind of running around. He's 5-1-8. He's Chovying in the mid lane. He's got 110 more CS than Tinones does.
Wow.
And he's absolutely moisturized, you know, surviving in his lane. So there's no problems for Fu right now. If they manage to get him down, that's a big loss. But Loud starting on this front line, and Shinny can't even barely get the knock up off Tinones. That's the exact way from that equalizer. Robo burning on the front as well. Croc 2, Trigo stunned out of the bullet time, but Chiari chasing for more. Now Fu's diving in, and suddenly the Loud's battle line collapses, and Fluxu TPs into the base. RMC, have they done it?
I think they have. Death timers are too long. Robo and Croc don't have any damage to actually secure kills without Paranoia. Who are you going to go on? And most importantly, both Fu and Trigo are alive. They've got damage out the wazoo, not just to take turrets, but to kill the tanks.
Tank who Robo with buckets of HP still melts all the same beneath the double Fluxu AD carries, and this time on this day, the last day of the CBLOL split, Fluxu does not crack under the pressure, and they will look forward to still fighting for playoffs.
Never say die, Jaden. This is why we love this region so much. In the tie-break situations, when you have to clutch out, Fluxu are just barely able to pull it. No, Scratch barely able. They did it confidently. Trajan, It wasn't even close. Like, Loud just could not find the engages they needed to save their lives. And Fluxu, they're scraping into not the playoffs, but into tie-break situations. Because as we said, Fluxu and INTC, their fates are out of their own hands right now.
Yeah, I'm sure Kaboom is looking at this one going, man, I wish we'd just won yesterday. I wish we'd just drafted a real comp and won, because now Fluxu, against the 4-time back-to-back currently defending champions, pulled out a strong win and kept that question very much open going into the second half of today. And it was, I think, for me, an attempt by Loud to step into something more active, more proactive as a comp. And whenever they tried to pick a fight, they just lost almost every time that they actually tried to pick a fight after the 15-minute mark. That Robo engaged down the mid lane didn't work. The plays at the Dragon in front of that didn't work. They had a comp that was designed to do one thing, and whenever they did it, it didn't work.
Yeah, and I don't even really blame Robo or Croc for how that game ended up going. The engages were just that. They were engages. The rest of the team needs to be able to follow up. If anything, it just felt that, unfortunately, Root wasn't far ahead enough, considering how dominant he was in lane. Tinones just simply wasn't a threat. I'm actually really curious to see what the damage numbers are at the end of it, because it felt like, to the eye test, that Tinones wasn't able to do anything.
Yeah, didn't actually get the burst off, you know, and Shinny was focusing him really hard with the Vial. Almost every time in those fights, it's going on Shinny. He has to distort out to safety, and as you said, it's a cooldowns game with LeBlanc. You've used your buttons, you've got to wait 5-10 seconds to come back. Fight's already done now. Robo's dead on the front line. Croc can't do anymore. And it just did not work out. So Fluxu standing strong in front of Loud. They did not crack under the pressure, and now they are looking a lot more confident. And Loud, I guess we're going to have to wait for playoffs to see playoffs Loud, because we have not seen hide nor hair of it so far.
No, but Trajan, we might get to see Loud, depending on how things go, because here's the thing. Today, there were 32 potential possible scenarios. And there were only 2 scenarios in which we don't get a single tiebreaker coming through. And Trajan, that means game 1, 2, 3, and 5. We needed very specific outcomes. Already on game 1, Loud versus Fluxu, the only way we don't get a tiebreak was if Loud won.
Yeah.
And Loud didn't win, so we are guaranteed tiebreaks.
We absolutely are. So, You'll have to look forward to that at the end of the day. For now, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back with game number 2, which is another of these very important teams chasing playoff spots. Pain versus Furia. We'll be back with that in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, for game number 2 here at the CBLOL English on our last day of regular season play. We now have Pain versus Furia. Pain locked up nice and cozy in top 2 position. 1 game behind BKS. In theory, we could still push for a potential tiebreaker here, but you know, they're both top 2, and I don't think Viva Cade's going to lose to ITZ. So, but this is a game that I think is winnable for Furia, because Pain, a little bit of the shine has come off them as of the past few weeks. They were looking like far and away the best team in the league in around that middle step of this season, but now we're seeing some cracks appear, I think it's fair to say.
And I'm choosing Trajan to believe that Pain is just experimenting and trying to figure out,
Yeah.
alternative strategies like Loud did. But that does mean, as you said, they could lose regular season games. I'm going to be honest, top two. First seed gets sort of side selection in the bracket in terms of like which side of the bracket they want to play on. I don't think it's that important. Red, Kaboom, Furia, Loud, these teams are looking all pretty comparable and pretty good as well. So for Pain, I'm not sold that they care that much about the standings. I think they care more about the playoffs moving forward. But on the other hand, Trajan, Furia care a lot. And this game has much more immediate effects for Furia, where Fluxu was playing for a chance to tie-break into playoffs. If Furia win this game, they lock playoffs. No question. There might still be tiebreakers within the playoff bracket for Furia, but they would secure themselves that playoff spot.
Yep, all inside that fence of the 6th top place playoffs teams. So for Pain, actually, we'll cover Pain off first. Okay. I think that they've been limit testing, I believe, is a narrative that you've decided. So for your own sanity is what you've settled on as your reason for this. Is that Pain's been limit testing? Tell us a bit about how they've been limit testing and whether you think they've actually gained anything from this.
So if you tuned in yesterday to the Pain games, you'll see that the Pain fans actually brought to the stadium signs saying like, "Hey, do not pick these champions." Things like Gnar, things like Yone, things like
the
Silver.
Gnar one is crazy, bro. Because Wiser Gnar used to be like so godlike. It used to be so sick on the Gnar. That used to be like the Robo Renekton level of blind pick, and now it's just forgot how to play it. It's crazy.
Well, welcome to 2024. Karioka used to be known for Lee Sin and Xin Zhao. We don't want to see that anymore.
I want to see the Zyra, baby. Yeah.
The Zyra would be nice. Yeah, and yesterday we saw Pain kind of experiment a little bit with the Bard in the support role, and Dinkedo playing a little bit with the Lucian. Not something he's played it before, but not something he's been playing too much of recently. So they were still playing around, or not playing around, but trying things out. On the other hand, though, I think for Furia, because they're not messing around, we saw a pretty clean game from them yesterday against Loud as well, who we just saw. And Loud aren't slouches. Yes, they did just lose to Fluxu as well, but you could see how much pressure they're putting down, how close they're able to do. And Furia dominated them 24-11. And everybody on Furia just absolutely popped off and stepped up yesterday. So even if Pain bring a good, solid game, even if they're not experimenting with draft, I'm actually very curious to see how Furia perform against them, because Furia at their peak looks S tier sometimes.
Yeah, at their peak, when they have a small lead out of lane and a comp that outranges you, it just seems unplayable. It just seems like no one can contest them here. And when so many of our strong teams, I think, are playing off very strong laning ability, teams like Red, even VKS is doing a bit of that now. Loud not so much anymore, because that used to be something they could do, but not as of late. And Pain kind of with the Titan Curry lane, and Dinkedo's Corki and things like this. So Furia look like they're more than able to contest any team in the league in terms of just straight up 1v1 matchupping and laning, and even like Wiz on the early jungling. Once they get a lead, they can be very, very decisive with it. We saw them take apart Loud. They didn't smash Loud out the gate, but they had a wee lead, and they managed to navigate that mid-game and not give Loud a chance to break back into it, which is kind of a key metric of any team being actually good in this region, is can you win a game versus Loud off a lead, or will you throw the lead when it comes to 25 minutes? So they're giving us everything we need to believe in this team, and I've been on this train for a long time, and I'm glad that I'm still on it, because it seems to have come back and settled into this very good spot at playoffs point. How this Pain game goes, I think, is going to be very important, though, because we were talking before we went live, the last time they played, the scoreline in kills was 4-17 in Pain's favor. Doesn't look great, but the first 20 minutes of that game was a very close run affair.
Yeah, and I think that's the interesting thing, because Trinity, you talk about the fact that right now Fury is able to kind of go toe-to-toe, 1v1, 2v2 against pretty much any team in the league. But that wasn't really the case the last time these two teams met up. Like, yeah, they kept it kind of close, but it was still Pain accruing small leads across the board in pretty much every single matchup. And for Fury, up to, I'd say this is the last 2 weeks, it's always been a question of, can they match hands? If they can match hands, that's fine. They'll just have a swimming mid-game and they'll be able to close out perfectly. Against Pain this time, with the hands that they have, I think that's what makes this so volatile for me. That's what makes this an interesting match for me to watch, and not just for standings implications. Just the head-to-head today. This and or Red Kaboom are probably like my must-watches, just to see how teams stack up against each other, and for future playoff implications in terms of their matchups there in the best of fives.
Yeah, 100%. I personally am very interested to see the bot lane matchup because I am very happy with what Tuts has been doing. He's settled into a very consistent top level. ZZK has now gotten back to where he was before, which is a strong laner, strong team fighter. Sometimes there's a misstep here or two. He's not perfect by any means, but let's be honest, who is in this region? But he's very, very respectable up there. A little more volatile than Tuts, but still very high performing. Wiz is a very respectable, solid jungler with carry potential on the right pick. But the bot lane has been steadily growing. They started good, and they are becoming great very quickly. Jojo is doing such a good job at enabling IU to really become the IU that we were all sold on, a year and a half ago.
Yeah, and I feel like for IU, when you give him mechanical champions, that's when you really start to sweat. Yeah. I mean, we saw him on Ash yesterday, the opposite of mechanical, and he was just doing such a fantastic job with Jojo on the Braum. But when he's on things like the Ezreal, like the Zeri especially, or even like things like the Kai'Sa, where he can just go in and kind of kite around everybody, that's when he looks absolutely stunning. And then you contrast that to Titan, of course, the OG at this point, the longest serving AD carry player in CBLOL currently. He's an incredibly mechanical player, and I look at his champ pool too. His most played this split has been Xayah. And I feel like this might be one of those games where Titan might want to consider picking up that Xayah into IU, a player who likes to play aggressive, even on the Ezreal, even on the Zeri. He dashes forward about as often as he does dashing backwards.
Yeah, because this has, at least to the middle of this split, the Pain bot lane, for me, was far and away the best. Titan and Curry were smashing lanes, they were smashing team fights, and they're still very much able to do that. But again, it's just tipped over a little bit from peak. We're not quite where we were before. And some other bot lanes like IU and Jojo and kind of Bronze and Frosty, they're really still peaking. They're still hitting those higher highs every time. So that Pain bot lane is no longer a guaranteed winner in these games as it used to be. And then we have to look to Weiser, which seems to be quite pick dependent right now, how he does in these games. And then Dinkato, which also somewhat pick dependent. Really just please give him a ranged character. Okay, can we just settle on that? Can we give him something with a ranged auto attack? That's fine. Kind of happy with that. And then Karaoke, I think for me, is someone who has maintained that very high level. It's just that the meta has slightly shifted away. We've tamped down Brandon Zyra a couple of times now, and there's just not as much abuse that you can wreak on the game with picks like that.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday too, Pain Gaming, they had the Zyra ban against him. Brand was available. Karaoke went back to his bread and butter Maokai, a champion that last split was almost perfect ban against him because he had an incredibly high win rate, I think 100% in the regular season. He was just absolutely disgusting on it. And so for Karaoke, even with the meta kind of shifting away from the AP junglers that he pioneered here within the CBLOL, which he brought in from other regions, perhaps watching LPL or whatever, he still has the sort of utility picks to fall back to. Sejuani is still a thing in the meta currently as well. And you've only got 3 bans in the first round. If you want to ban the AP junglers, fine. That leaves utility. If you ban the utility, he goes back in AP. Karaoke's shampoo is no longer an issue, at least this split.
Yeah, it's more than wide enough than it needs to be, and I just hope that we still see him flex that pool depth and not just go back to Lee Sin and even necessarily just always playing Maokai necessarily, right? I want to keep seeing that depth in Karaoke because it gives this Pain team the depth that they need, and it's a time in the game when you don't need 2 tanks in every game, so let him play what is best to match up there and what he can try and defeat the enemy jungler at. Because as we've said, Wiz can also dominate a game on the right picks, but as a whole, on average, has not quite been as impactful, has not quite been as good. Furia, especially earlier on, they were suffering a little bit more. He is getting better and better with the team, and these are both junglers that can have their day, and Wiz is someone we remember from being excellent back in the day on Kaboom. So, you've got to be able to control him, basically. You can't just let him get a free Nidalee and just steamroll the game with it.
And that's, I think, one of the other focuses for me to look at is this jungle matchup as a whole, right? The fact that we talk about Karaoke not having necessarily champ pool issues, but he's still got a very clearly defined champ pool. Whereas you take a look at Wiz, and he's playing outside the meta. Sure, Nidalee's an AP jungler, but she doesn't fit the same role as the Zyras, as the Brands, as the Karthus, who are all great at team fighting, great at scaling. Yeah. Nidalee's kind of the polar opposite. She's great at taking down a single target. She's great at the early game. Her scaling and her team fighting, very much not so. And then he plays things like Viego, like the Lee Sin he just pulled out yesterday. Wiz is a different breed. It feels like Wiz is what Croc was meant to be right now. Like Wiz is almost like the final form. And the early game from Wiz is what's generating, I think, a lot of the push for Furia. And in the mid game as well, his shot calls, his moving around, his objective control is absolutely massive for this Furia roster. So for Pain, while you can ignore your own jam pool for your jungle pool and let Karyoka do whatever he wants, you've got to pay a lot of attention more to, I think, Wiz's jam pool and trying to control how Furia want to play, because he too can play the standard stuff. It's just that he's got other options, so you kind of want to pigeonhole him towards a certain style that you think your team can handle.
Yeah, I think that on the subject of pigeonholing and I guess trying to counter what you expect out of the enemy team, we have learned to fear Dinkado's Corki in the same way the entire region has, right? He's been an excellent, excellent Corki player. One of the best. Tinones and he, to be honest, have been crushing on it. However, someone that was one of the first to really start to bring in this Corki counters was Tuts, with the Jace, most notably. The Lucians, the Jaces, even the Ezreal mids, where we're just like, okay, we can let you have this one now. We'll ban the Tristana maybe, but that even with the changes, we'll maybe just let this one slide. Give him the Corki, and we will bring the answer to shut it out of the game and have a stronger mid game. And Tuts was someone who has demonstrated he is willing and able to do that. So I want to see how Tuts approaches this mid lane matchup with Dinkado. If it's just going to be let Dinkado pick whatever and let Tuts pick the answer, or if they are going to try and thin out Dinkado's options, maybe get Tuts a power pick and just kind of, I guess, dare Dinkado to do the same to find a counter. Whereas that's not been as successful of a strategy for him. I think Dinkado has been best on the very strong meta picks. You just slam them down, let him go to work, and let him do damage.
I'm still waiting for a Draven mid from Tuts. Tuts was like, hey, I like AD carries in the mid lane. He whipped out the Jhin.
We've seen
Draven's a thing.
It's been done. It's been officially done in pro play now. So now everyone's allowed to do it. You know, we saw the Jhin mid step into... Who was it playing Jhin mid? Was it...
It was Tuts.
The LCS play it? Oh, yeah, but who, did like, the LCS play it again now? Or the LEC? One of these two, I think, pulled out a Jhin mid.
Let me desperately look this up.
But yeah, it was like, because Tuts was doing it. Tuts has been doing it, you know, for a long time. He's had it for a couple of games. He was doing it very early on, but it's spreading. That we're just taking the Jhin and flexing it, for better or worse, as we are into the draft. And Karaoke, the focus of Furia, is the one getting pigeonholed right now. The Zyra and the Maokai both removed. The mid lane taken away by Pain as well, along with a blindable Renekton and a standard Ashe. Everyone else was as impressed with that Ashe game as I believe we were.
Okay, Bran and Sedge are both available for Karaoke if he wants, and I would not be surprised if we see early jungle picks coming through because of the way it's getting pinched. Even Furia will probably be wanting to pick it a bit early. Trajan, I will update you as well. Hansama has played it. FBI has played it in the LCS. The LPL has been playing some of these sort of Jins. Oh wait, sorry, that's bot lane. Never mind, I'm an idiot.
That's where we.
It was Insanity. It's always Insanity. Actually, if it's LCS,
yeah, that's what it was. I knew it was the LCS branding. I saw it. Yeah, he pulled it out, and I was like, oh yeah, fascinating. We've already been there, bro. Been there for weeks. Catch up, LCS. Okay. So Pain going for the top lane lock instead. Wiser on the Rumble. Okay. Love this for him. The Wiser Rumble is feared far and wide, and with good reason. The answer for Furia, we'll see what that's going to be. ZZK. I hope we don't see ZZK just take a Cassante and sat the lane on tanks. He's way better on the carries, always has been, and I believe there's an angle. They'll find something for him as the Ezreal is locked in. Now, Ayu and Tuts, I think, would both be perfectly happy on this. I don't think we've seen Tuts do the Ezreal mid so far, but if he's gone to Jhin, I imagine he was probably practicing Ezreal before that. And Wiz actually takes the Lee Sin away.
Yeah, and we were talking about the Lee Sin just yesterday as well. He's had such great impact on it. It's not just about the early ganks, although he does that incredibly well. It's about the objective control he's been able to get as well. And I'm liking these early Furia picks, right? We talked about Ayu. Give him something mechanical. Give him something with that ability, but Pain is answering blow for blow. It's kind of the polar opposite. Rumble and Sejuani aren't known for being particularly mechanical intensive, but they're great team fighters. And that is the Pain identity. These are picks, as you said. Wiser's Rumble feared far and wide. Karaoke Sejuani is one of his OG. By the way, I think this might be his first Sejuani this split or even this year.
He has been playing a lot of different stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he's only done it once or twice. This is actually his first Sedge. This is his first Sedge in Split 2.
Wow, that's actually mind-boggling.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it's going to lock that one in, and Dinkado has thrown down the blind Corki gauntlet. This is more or less what I expected. Now, Tuts, what are we going to do with this? Are we going to offer a contest, or are we going to offer a easy kind of passive farming match? There's plenty of options to go with. You can see the LeBlanc that Tinones tried last time didn't end up really sticking the landing in the later stages of the game, but was pressuring early on.
Yeah, we saw the Zed hover as well. It didn't get locked in, but I actually like Zed on this patch. I think he's playable and can be pretty good.
I think, right?
Yeah, especially into these AD mid laners who don't necessarily have the CC to lock you down or to be able to survive it. They go for the LeBlanc for now, though, which makes sense. You've got the Lee Sin in the jungle, so if you wanted an AP jungler, you go this Zed. If you got an AD jungler, you go LeBlanc for the better magic spread.
I think that said 5 picks, 0 wins on that LeBlanc stat when it locked in. I think this pick is 0-5 in this split, which is kind of bonkers. I know it's not very played, but like, really? 0-5? That's crazy. LeBlanc Lee Sin needs to make a dent in Dinkato in this lane, right? You cannot pick these two junglers and let a Corki scale up evenly with you, let the Corki get 100 CS ahead of you like Fu was last game. We need to see some action in this mid lane from Furia, I fear, and the Ezreal as well. There's just no scaling here. There's no scaling on the Furia side. This is a early and mid-game team. We need to see either some sort of bruiser, like a Jax or a Camille maybe in the top side for Zizi to bounce it out, or they need to get stuck in the first 5-10 minutes.
Well, I mean, they do still have the Ezreal for late scaling right now, but I agree. I think Corki is scarier between both of these champions. So we'll kind of see what they go. Bot lanes, well, pardon me, support and top for Furia still needing to be picked right now. And if we're talking about scaling, that can be carries for ZZK. And for Pain, we're just looking for a straight up bot lane pick right now. And Titan and Curry happen. It feels like experimenting a little bit. That is not a carry.
Come on, man. This is what I specifically requested this not to happen, Furia. As there were 4 support bans. The quad support ban in that second round, really trying to thin that pool out. So Jojo is not going to have any of the priority engagers here. All 4 of them have been removed, and this has been Jojo's best role here. And you pick him, pick an Ezreal for Jojo. For IU, you roam away with Jojo and engager. Classic strategy here, but they're just not really going to have a good option for that, or at least not a priority option. Maybe the Alistar is the only thing left.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for engage, that's going to be the thing. But I'm going to be honest, the Alistar into the Bard is going to feel kind of bad. We literally saw that yesterday. Pain ran this Jhin Bard bot lane into INTZ, which was Zeri Alistar. And sure, Zeri and Ezreal aren't the same champion, but they function very, very similarly. So if you want to pick the Alistar, Pain is happy for you to do that. Right? They saw the bans come through, right? And they were like, okay, well, whichever you pick, we're fine with running the Bard into it.
Yeah, Pain I think Pain are coming away with this draft very comfortable, but Jojo not going to walk into the trap. Has the specialty pick, has the Blitzcrank, and this is a kind of champion that can just completely change the course of a game. It does one thing, and it does it really, really well, and that maybe is going to put some threat onto Pain, who do have good scaling, who have good, like, peeling defensive positioning with the Corki, with the Jhin, big front line potentially with a Sejuani and a Bardot to save them. I think it's hard to crack Pain, but you've just got to throw that Blitzcrank hook right into the middle of it, pull out the thing you need, and you don't have to engage with all of the things that they've set up over there.
Yeah, now, with the Blitzcrank, though, in lane, it's going to be absolutely epic, right? The fact that Jhin is not the most mobile AD carry. Sure, he gets Swifty boots, gives him a bit more movement speed. Still hookable. Same thing with the Bard as well. It likes to roam around a lot, but if you land a hook, they're just absolutely going to get melted. They're so incredibly squishy. The team fighting, though, Traden, gets complicated. Because, as you mentioned, there's a nice big tanky front line with that Sejuani. If you hook a Sejuani, that's a free engage for Pain Gaming. The other issue, though, is with the Bard ultimate, with the Tempered Fate, whoever you hook can potentially still get built out. A Tempered Fate coming through would save them, and more importantly, allow Pain to set up for that massive team fight of their own. So, for Jojo, and for Fury as a whole, I need to see them winning out in the early game and crushing the lanes. LeBlanc Lee Sin is one of the OG kill lane combos in the mid lane. Anything with a Blitzcrank looks nice on the bot side. So Furia have to set up on the bot side. We'll ignore the Cassante because I never wanted to see it happen here into the Rumble. And even worse, he gave it to CZK, who's a carry player. So forget the top side, but Furia have a great bot side laning they can play.
Yeah, it feels like Furia are going to have to get some very, very good things happening. And if you just run this simulation a load of times, I don't feel like this comes out on top for Furia. But we know they are very strong in the laning phase. They've got LeBlanc, Lee Sin in mid-jungle, very able to flex that. We saw the Cassante, we saw in FNB's hands the Cassante at least go even with the Rumble. Even though they have no control over the lane, they can still get even CS and they can still be relevant later. It's not the end of the world. It just means that ZZK is going to have no pressure out of that top lane from that top side we're expecting. And then bot lane, just who knows, man. Ezreal should be fine, IU should be fine, and it's really what Jojo chooses to do. Is he going to catch the Bard? Is he going to just sit mid and have a 3-man focus onto the mid lane? Either, I think, is fine, and let's see what Furia can do. A win here secures them into playoffs for Pain. They can still contest first, but they're still already locked up nice and tight in that top 2, and they are stepping confidently into the Furia jungle to start us off.
And this is so weird. Normally you see a Blitzcrank and the Blitzcrank team invades. How often do we see a team invade into the Blitzcrank? It's effective though. Like Jojo was not prepared, the team wasn't there.
Imagine just the flash hook into like Corki right at the back there. You know, just like you lose the flash for Jojo just to get it.
He's thinking about it.
So sick. They might still go for it right here. I think they might search for a little angle. The chain's already down for Tuts though. He's got no other buttons to press. LeBlanc at level 1 really isn't that exciting. Jojo looking for a straggler to potentially pick off. Only finds Karaoke there, but it's level 1. Decent damage. ZZK on the front line. Wiz is in deep and now has to try and get out of there. Pain with the HP lead. A flash in from Curry. Gets the Bard stun as Tuts has to flash away, but Kato comes after him with the autos, and it's disaster for Furia. They pushed their luck. They tried to sneak one in, and they lost the first blood for it.
Jojo, stone cold killer as well, didn't actually flash. So flashes traded between multiple people. At the end of the day, if not for the fact that Tuts goes down, this is actually beneficial for Furia. They burnt 3 flashes plus a heal on the other side. Yeah. Now the big question is whether you can capitalize on that, because now Titan and Curry are technically vulnerable and they didn't get the kills. The experience they get from that early kill is not that significant in the grand scheme of things. So Ayu and Jojo, if they can punish that, if Wiz goes for an early gank, they can find a kill down there, that first blood would have been worth it for Furia.
Yeah, and if we're still just going to send 3 people into mid lane to dump on Dinkato, the fact you got first blood, it won't matter too much in the grand scheme of things. He didn't get to go and buy. He's not going to have an extra strong level 1 to push Tuts around with. If they're going to put pressure onto him, the fact that he has gold now shouldn't necessarily be too big of an issue. But again, you just can't let him get away with it. You can't let Dinkato sit and scale on this champ.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? We gave him extra gold. He is going to be able to snowball that much harder. He will be able to hit his power spikes. And we just saw last game with Fu. What happens when a Corki gets rolling? It can literally warp the game. We've seen so many times with Tinones as well. Yeah. And so for Furia, you know, I think this part, that first blood, is more a mental thing for them than anything else. Can we bounce back properly? Can we properly account for the variables this will add in terms of power spiking and sort of the timing of trying to do some of these objectives?
Yeah. Some vision down onto Wiz clearing that Raptor camp, so they will know where this Lee Sin is working right now. Wiser would love to get this top lane crashed in. Karaoke's around there to make sure he's safe doing so as well, as we start to see the Rumble take control of this matchup as expected. Now, Corki's got the back off, got that early tier into Longsword, so not a huge amount of extra damage on deck here, but can spam those abilities, and we'll start that scaling off right. As bot lane, you can see Jojo currently just getting kind of shoved around by the Barjin. We know the Barjin is a very strong trading duo, big burst potential on it, good range as well. And if you can't hit a Blitzcrank hook, well, that's not really going to have much of an impact.
And of course, being an enchanter, the amount of range poke that you have as the Bard is utterly obnoxious. And for Jojo, if you can't land the hook, then you're just going to be eating free poke. You have no way of answering back on that range. He's waiting, he's looking, but really well played from Korean Titan. They seem very comfortable and aware of this matchup, so they're not actually getting themselves in positions where they might get hooked in their turn, just one-shotted.
Tuts working on those trades, burning through the potions of Dinkato. Karaoke in the area, but spotted by the ward as Wiz heads out onto the bot side. The flash still down for Curry, along with the heal. Down in mid and jungle as well for Pain, as Wiz is going to walk into this river on vision, but Jojo rotating up. Has to be careful, though. Karaoke gets himself that bot lane scuttle, dives over the wall with no risk.
That was clean. Now, topside, this is really interesting.
Not the best trade, my guy. The overheat falls off, and ZZK is going to have to walk away. No TP as well. He's going to lose a fat chunk of gold for this if he doesn't get to stay around.
Yeah, and Wiser didn't actually drop a ward. Like, he's been pushing up this entire time, kind of bullying ZZK. And Wiz was on that top side. I actually expect to see a gank from Wiz come through and or a ward to drop, but it didn't happen. We're getting a picture of Shinny, it looks like, and the rest of the Fluxu team kind of watching this. They're probably cheering for Pain right now, which is funny because Shinny's generally a Pain hater.
Flash in from Jojo, but a Bard portal gets Titan out of there. The flash for flash traded. Not bad for Furia. Karaoke waiting to see around if he's needed. As Furia trying to get this wave pushing in, but Titan now stepping back in aggressively. Gets a big fourth shot down onto Lee Sin as Tuts still trading aggressively onto Dinkato. Tries to get away from the Gatling gun. And the clone takes a little bit of that extra stick for him. So far, Pain still maintaining a small lead. The advantage mainly growing in top and mid lane from those extra kills and the Rumble matchup. But now Titan is, as you say, vulnerable before. Curry's flash about to come up, but the Jin's now gone for a few minutes.
heal being up for Curry is going to be nice. That is still a bit of a safety button should the worst occur. So I think Titan Curry will be okay between the barrier heal and portals. Not having flash from Titan isn't immediately a death sentence. Now, I did want to quickly talk about the standings as well. The fact that, hey, for Fluxu, they are now kind of cheering for Pain to be able to win this, to try and put themselves in a better tiebreak situation, which said that Furia, if they win, they lock themselves. If they lose here, then they'll become part of that tiebreak situation that Fluxu has created for themselves. And Fluxu just wants to introduce as much volatility, as much chaos as possible to increase their odds.
Karaoke starting on the grubs on top side, using that top prio. Jojo threatening onto Titan, but can't find the angle. Titan with the Swifties already done. Commonly built on Jhin, but especially valuable with the Blitzcrank bearing down on you in the lane. Wiz starting up that dragon is on vision, but will likely be able to take it uncontested as a simple top for bot objective trade is called. Pain now approaching their level 6s. Sejuani about to hit that one down. Titan and Curry with good CC, they can offer the Tempered Fate and the ult, give them safety from range. Inferior getting extra burst on the table for LeBlanc for Lee Sin with those more abilities they can lay down the damage with.
Oh, a glance.
Glance gets that barrier straight out of the gate from Titan, not even playing around with it. Drops down to only half HP. Stinkado now again trading into Tuts. Both these lanes are really getting scrappy. They've got some items, they've got some damage to play with. They want to throw it. Wiz round the corner. Tuts maybe trying to bait him in, leaving enough range for the Lee Sin to jump through on a W if possible. Trying to maybe get Dinkado to come in aggressively for the kill here.
I don't know if they can kill Dinkado, but they want to at least burn the flash out of him. Unfortunately for Wiz so far, just not able to find any action. He's been looking. He went down to the bot side. He's now hovering mid. But if he can't find the kills, this Lee Sin pick really does feel bad. You still have utility later on with the Dragon's Rage. It doesn't feel like you have the damage.
Karaoke with the gank and Titan stunning up Jojo, who's only levels 5. He's got nothing to offer. Jojo losing track of the jungler for just a second, puts himself in harm's way.
And it's really rough into Bard. That's one of the annoying things that Bard can do. He roams really, really well, and then sometimes when he comes back, he brings a buddy with him. And for Furia, unfortunately for the Blitzcrank, you have no escape spells, right? Jojo doesn't have flash up and available. Hex flash is great for going in, not so great for going out. It's going to be hard to punish Ayu, though, and I think that's a critical one. Jojo can die, and that's okay. It's not ideal, especially giving it to Titan, but it's really about the Ezreal and the scaling and the sort of item power spikes that you're playing around, because he is that sole scaling point for Furia's roster.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, that's for sure. As Karaoke going to keep working on those bot side buffs. Wiz back to farming as well. Has dropped a little behind Karaoke, trying to make these plays. As he said, not able to find anything just yet. So we're approaching the 10-minute mark. The Lee Sin and the LeBlanc still killless. Dinkado still happily farming away with a small lead. Jojo now arriving to try and tip the scales. Is he going to find it? W from Dinkado gets him away. Still holds the flash. And this Corki, uncrackable thus far.
Literally not even close. I actually loved Dinkado's positioning as well. So he basically just made it such that he could Valkyrie away directly from Jojo. So the missile travel time means that unless you're basically halfway there to the Corki, there's just no shot the rocket grab is going to hit in time for the Valkyrie to get Dinkado to safety. Tuts just eating a ton of damage. That's the trade I feel like we keep coming back and seeing. Tuts gets the combo off, and Dinkado just sits there and just pumps the damage out anyways.
Yeah, he's got that extra null magic mantle just to start it off, so he's not getting fully chunked by the sword shoes, and that long trade with the Gatling gun, even as they try to shift some power back over to the Q for Corki since the changes, is still devastating if you get that long channel.
And the Phosphorus Bomb isn't hard to land either, because you know exactly, the distort is linear. You can see her coming, so you just drop it where she's going to be. And that first blood, I guess it's making all the difference. The null magic mantles make these trades Corki favorite. If not, it would actually still be even at this point, and it gets better for LeBlanc normally, but right now, the extra pressure that Corki's getting, well, that gets you prio, that gets you extra trip damage, gets you so much more time.
Wiz, maybe with an angle onto Wise, but Karaoke is there to block. Flash in instead, but the Q is blocked.
That's
and
huge.
ZZK, without any HP to play with, Wiz getting dropped lower and lower, caught in the counter by Pain. Furia scrabbling to get something going, just handing over gold to Pain Gaming.
And Pain right now is just playing so defensively. Like, they're not being particularly crazy with the moves. We've seen one gang come through from Karaoke with Kuri's portal into the bot lane, but besides that, it's just been Pain reading what Furia want to do and just always kind of winning out a little bit in terms of, hey, Karaoke will be there anytime Wiz wants to gank. Dinkado just burn time in that mid lane, never risk dying, and Weiser just keep punishing this Cassante counter pick. And if you can't hear the air quotes in my voice, let me assure you, there's our huge air quotes about this Cassante pick right now.
Tuts can't quite get the chains. Dinkato is managing these trades perfectly, man. The LeBlanc into Corki is not looking so hot, I'll be honest. Curry drops the Bard ultimate. A simple E away from IU will suffice. I don't know what you're throwing emotes up for, Jojo. You've already died in this game. Your team's not got a single kill, and you're almost 3k down at 11 minutes.
Bro, that's the only thing he can throw right now. Those hooks aren't landing.
The only thing I can press is this button. No one can stop me from pressing this button. There's no way for me to lose.
And I love watching this gank. It was so incredibly clean. Weiser just baiting out, trying to create space for Karaoke. And they get the Dragon's Rage to actually disengage Weiser, which is huge. And as you said, the body block on the Q, if you can't chain that as a Lee Sin, like that's one of the most basic combos. And it's so rare to be able to interrupt it, but Pain somehow did just that. And Wiz right now must be so frustrated as a Lee Sin. 11 and a half, almost 12 minutes in, and almost zero impact in the game.
You can see the entire map in the favor of Pain. At least 250, 300 gold in their side. Across every board. And Furia, as they will scale towards their mid game, as the Azure will get that first item done, LeBlanc get that first item done. They'll have a bit more damage to throw into these plays, and with objectives coming onto the map, they'll maybe find a way to fight for them, as they've got one dragon done already, but they need to find a reason, some excuse to get scrappy with Pain, who are just not giving them the choice right now. Dragon now being started. Fury, you've got your jungler in the area. Is this enough to spur some sort of action?
Yeah, because the Fury composition's skirmishing is good, but their team fighting is actually questionable. If anything, Pain's team fighting might or should be stronger as the game goes on. So this second Drake we're contesting over, if it comes to a 4v4, I actually don't know if Furia really want to be scrapping over this. Oh, Curry showed.
Jojo trying to get away from Pain, or clearing out a myriad of pink wards in that river. Scuttle secured by Furia, and Wiz has a small flank angle, a chance to get into the pit over the wall here as Pain has started up the objective. That's on one side, coalescing back with the team, and a TP in from Weiser. They're making sure this one works out.
Yeah, GZK doesn't have his TP, so the call is made from Fury. Abandon ship. We are not confident in a 4v4. We are hell not going to win a 4v5 right now. GZK, without the TP, I'll just stay top. I'll just keep pushing. Should be able to get at least one plate. I'm not confident he'll get the second before Weiser gets back, though.
Yep, it's got a way to thin out right here. Small gold clawed back by Furia to even up those dragons. A Chemtech Rift as well. Not the most impactful soul that anyone has ever seen, so Furia and Pain won't necessarily need to prioritize that too heavily going forward, but it might just be the excuse for them to come together and fight. As we've spoken about before, Curry now roaming into this mid lane, trying to hold down Dinkato, who doesn't really need his handheld, to be honest, in this game. Yeah. Doing just fine on his own.
Yeah, again, Dinkato is just soaking pressure. He's happy living moisturized in this lane, and he's just looking to skill up. And eventually, he'll become an absolute monster. Pressure's on Furia to make things happen. Jojo now starting to roam as well. And I kind of like this idea. I mean, the Lee Sin LeBlanc combo is already pretty deadly if you can get it rolling. They weren't. But Jojo being able to move around, I think, will help a lot. Being able to grab somebody, and even the burst damage that Blitzcrank just has in terms of his base numbers for his abilities, is pretty significant.
Now the Herald being started up by Pain Gaming right here. Furia, is this now a new chance for you to find something to do right here? Jojo spotted on the ward. Pain, plenty of time to get set up in the river right here, but Tut's on a flank right now. Can threaten onto Titan as the ults come through. The Equalizer burning through Wiz and Jojo. The Blitzcrank has to flash away. Wiz not going to find an angle. It's a backline. Titan escapes with his life as EZK soaking up damage on the front line. Stunned up, locked up again, and now the fire back from Pain, looking for that extra damage. Tuts comes in to break the two teams apart. No one dies. Even the Herald walks away alive.
Yeah, I actually was surprised to manage to leash the Herald all the way into that banana bush there. ZZK, though, does burn the TPs. Jojo not quite able to find the hook, and when all's said and done, sure, nobody dies. Sure, Herald gets reset, but Pain is the one in the better position. Fury has to recontest this, has to walk into the area once again.
Tuts and Wiz on the top side again. They're going to be able to get in there if they so choose. Unlikely that they'll be able to get back out as a Q is onto that front line. Herald being picked up by Pain. Jojo caught someone on the backside as Tuts and Wiz escaping in the top there. Karaoke still fairly tanky, and IU can't quite work his way through them, but Wiz finally in. Catches out Curry there, gets the first kill for Furia on the board. Traded for the Herald as Wiz was way too deep on number 2, and Dinkato throwing up the thumbs up. Not sure how much hope there was for that to succeed.
Okay, you know what though? That I appreciate what Wiz was trying to do. I actually thought, that was pretty much the ideal way that Fury wants to play these fights. We talked about the fact that their team fight is actually not that strong. LeBlanc and Lee Sin, they don't do great in clustered situations. They're really good at kind of punishing one target. Blitzcrank as a support is not like the other engaged supports either. He's about hooking somebody and isolating them. So in that fight, Fury actually managed to break Pain into two, and that's when they start winning in the skirmishes. Then going a little bit deep, I see it. It's Lee Syndrome. You got punished for it. ZZK, potentially going to get dove by 4. I think he'll be fine. He's really tanky at this point, and Pain haven't quite hit the power spikes. I feel like they need both Titan and Dinkido if they want a 4-man dive.
Possible 3v4 up top side with Titan roaming over. Has just got the curtain call out as well. Has an ult to offer from long range if needed, but Pain not going to be messing around with this. Tuts instead going to get some free damage on the bot side. LeBlanc with that first item done is going to be able to split push fairly effectively. Hasn't been able to get that burst down thus far. We'll take a look at that Herald fight once again.
And look at Wiz and Tuts, right? They are the skirmishing 2-man unit. So they actually pull up the majority of Pain there. And Carioca gets left to deal with Ayu, but without the damage, there's no kill threat onto the Ezreal. Then Pain gets pulled back because Carioca's dying. We got to go back. And that's when we find the 2v2 situation where the Lee Sin LeBlanc starts to show up. Unfortunately for Wiz, yeah, he just kind of went a little bit too deep.
Like, yes. Run it down, Wiz. Sprint it down right now to give our playoffs hopes alive.
Again, it's just super funny when Shinny's like the big Pain critic and he's just cheering away for Pain. At least he's got his priorities right, man. It's not just for content right now. It's actually for playoff spots.
Set their differences aside, Just vote for the team that you got to get that win, as that Herald's going to crack that mid tower with Titan's distance. Tuts now. Equalizer, Bard roaming through Karaoke as well. LeBlanc, slippery character, a flash away from Wiser, but Tuts doesn't have that extra W yet. And Wiser will be able to corral them in for a second kill to the Rumble.
Do
we have an angle? The rest of the team's coming
up.
Dodge? Curry's going to be able to try and catch him out. Holds the hook, finally gets him, but the Tempered Fate is perfectly timed. Dinkido in with a TP, and Furia, all of a sudden, it's Jojo left in the middle of nowhere. Ayu over the wall. Escape from that ult, but the bar tunnel keeps the chase going. You've already pressed E once. Out comes the cleanse. There's no shot. Ayu, hold the summoner, my guy. You ain't getting out of there.
I mean, he had flash. He could have created space. If anything, the cleanse wasn't picture perfect, and it was just enough for the rest of the team to be able to catch up. Pain starting to turn the screws right now, Trajan. They are popping off. We went from pretty much even lane states to, a small 2k gold lead, and now we are up 5k, full control of the map, multiple touches dropping, and every objective feels like it's Pain's objective.
And this Curry Bard, man, seems to be at the heart of it all, creating so many opportunities, defending where it's needed, and they're able to completely just shove Jojo out of this game, taking away all the classic Jojo picks, locking in this Bard, and leaving the Blitzcrank as this volatile option that just has not worked out. Pain have been able to manage the Blitzcrank very, very well. And this support diff, I think, is for me just the main driver of their success right now.
True. I mean, you look at the 80 carries. Ayu's still up CS right now on Titan, still making action happen. Kariko, it was bait.
Ooh,
it was beautiful.
Exactly there. Titan with a full shot ready to go in the chamber. Tuts dead for the third time this game, and the rest of Furia left in the mid lane without a tower to get to. The equalizer's down, but Pain do not need to force the issue too hard.
Now, they were thinking about it, though. The only objective coming up anytime soon is Baron in about 30 seconds. Now, Pain might actually be able to take it on 20. I don't think that's the call. And I think right now that's why they were willing to burn the ultimates. If we can find it, great. If we can't, let's just go for the last remaining outer. Keep getting this map pressure and really set up for the dragon stacking instead.
Pain rotating 5 members to pick up this top tower. Clean by the book stuff. 4.5k is the lead as we approach the 20-minute mark. It's about to become closer to 5. Pain Gaming with the dragon lead as well. Solid scaling in their mid lane from Dinkido. It's just no notes, to be honest. They're just dealing with it very, very well. They had a plan, clearly, going into the draft. The plan's working out very, very well. They've effectively neutralized some of Furia's biggest strengths, and looks like they're just cruising towards a 14th win.
Yeah, and this is the Pain that we expected to see from the middle of the split, where they just looked like the #1 team. This looks like that team. Now, they might, not be number one team in the standings, and that's fair. I think BTS has definitely leveled up and is still looking scary. So I want to see Pain be able to close this out clean, make sure there's no way for Furia to come back. And Furia did manage to secure another turret in the bot side, so that helps them out a little bit, but it hasn't turned the tides by any means.
Okay, checking this brush, has the tankiness to do so. Wiz going into poke, looking for a skirmish, but the entirety of Pain comes out of the woodwork. This ain't a skirmish, we're making it a team fight right now. Drops the bar out, catches out the Blitzcrank. Titan and Curry closing the trap on him, and out comes the Equalizer again. Cuts off the escape route. ZZK burning down Titan, firing shots across the bow, gets the double. As Wiser grabs a third. Furia just unable to mount any challenge in these fights, and the Baron is wide open.
And that's the second time now we've seen that Tempered Fate be such an effective counter in a way to the Blitzcrank into whatever Fury is looking for. You can't find picks if the Bard ults comes down and the pick just doesn't come through. And Pain, this is a masterclass in zoning, in control, in countering everything Fury wants to do right now.
Baron uncontested at 21.5 minutes. Pain can now start to push in earnest as Furia. They've got the tools to look for these flanks and picks. If they can catch Pain over-aggressing in the lane, getting a little lazy with their map movements, there's room to find some shutdowns. But they're going to have to get a lot of shutdowns in short order. Otherwise, it won't even matter. That gold will just spiral out of control. We just haven't really seen any single member be able to get something started.
No, and the biggest problem for Furia too is they want to get kills. Who can even get the kills right now? IU... Unfortunately for IU, he's got to get through the front line, right? And that is Karaoke, and Karaoke is accelerated. The ones who are finding backline are Wiz and Tuts, and if they get kills, it's not that important. Curry...
They've gone for Curry, kick back into Blitz Hook, into LeBlanc damages. Jojo still manages to find it, and now Pain looking to avenge their fallen support. Stepping up aggressively, Karaoke holding that front line. ZZK looking for a flank, goes into the mix here with the Kasans. He's going to find a stun. Dinkato not caught though. Equalizer stops the follow-up, Tuts over the wall. They've got the hook onto Dinkato, and they've got one more over the wall. Furia, they'll be able to turn it into 3 quick kills.
Massive. The entire bot side from Pain got obliterated, and Jojo, the person we were just questioning, especially after he took that first kill, is the one who made that happen. The hooks over the wall. He got 2 hooks in the extended fight, and Pain, I think, a little bit overconfident, understandably so when you've got such a massive lead. But critically, IU able to pick up a kill in the midst of that. And we were just saying, IU's the one who needs to be accelerated. He's the one who needs to get the kills. And somehow, through a miraculous play, Fury actually managed to funnel one of them towards him.
Completely neutralizes that Baron push as well into a negative Baron power play. It's going to be another 30 seconds or so before a real push can be mounted by Pain. Tuts clearing out those side waves. The Dragon up in 20 seconds. Not a Chemtech Soul for Pain, but we'll see if Furia wants to bother mounting a real challenge to it. They had to use some summoners to get that over the line, but they've got nice gold injections accelerating towards those 2 item spikes across the board. And Pain now have realized they cannot simply forget what they're doing. Don't just open your... I guess don't close your eyes as you're stepping into these brushes. The Blitzcrank still a threat, and the kickback from Wiz still deadly.
Yeah, you still need to set up properly. Curry can't just roam around on his own, just trying to ward things. He is an enchanter after all, when all... Actually, is he an enchanter? I mean, you built Warmogs on him.
He's just like a... He's not an engager, but he's just like a sort of disruptor, I guess. He has like a stun. He can like add people. He's just a generally utilitous guy, and he just builds tank and... Stuns some people, move speed boost some people, heal some people. It's just... He's just kind of there, you know? He's just like an influence on the game. He's like a sort of mercurial god that you don't really know what's going to happen when they start to do things.
Yeah, you can just build whatever you want. Now, Pain, they're just going to force their way on the bot side for now. That's the thing they want to do. Furia looking to collapse in. Keep in mind, Dinkato has teleport available. So even if Furia kick off 5v4, they've got to instantly burst somebody down or else it'll become a 5v5.
Oh, Tuts tried to just get some damage to Zakuri, but eats the Sejuani ultimate, the Rumble ult as well, and he's got no distortion left. Wiser burning him down. And Furia now running for the hills. Karaoke leading the charge onto Jojo, and Wiz going to find that to start this one up. Looking to dive forward once again, but won't get a chance. And Furia looks for a little bit of poke, but loses their mid laner in the process.
And you kind of need Tuts right now. Tuts is actually, as odd as it sounds, one of your few sources of wave clear for Furia. And more importantly, he's one of the sources of threat into the back line. Again, it's Wiz and Tuts who need to find these carries, get past Karaoke, and if one of them's missing, the other one can't actually find kills. All you'll find is a very quick way back to your fountain on a gray screen.
yeah, not going to have a high chance of success up there. As Furia instead move into this top side, getting some vision down, trying to control at least some of the map. 2 items completed, 4 tuts now, despite the 0-5 scoreline. A nightmare, unfortunately, for LeBlanc in this game, as ZZK, waking up to a nightmare of his own, gets the ult onto Weiser over the wall, but loses that tankiness for the process, and it's a 3 versus 1. We're just delaying the inevitable here. Curry supports once again, taking the credit for the plays that they start.
Yeah, and with the Bard portals, there's always backup. This game literally feels like the living embodiment of Call It Ambulance, but not for me. Because every time Furia thinks they found the angle, and frankly, it probably should be that angle, Pain's just waiting in the wings. Yeah, Curry's there, Karaoke's there. Like, there's always somebody more.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who's actually been most important. Like, I think that the Bard pick itself has been very, very important. But Karaoke as well in the Sejuani has just been a very, very solid Sejuani game. 007 right now. And just making, like, doing exactly what all Sejuani players need to be doing. So, and like Dinkado as well, absorbing all of that pressure in the mid lane, not giving an inch and still scaling up as they found a hook onto the Sejuani, which is, as we said, not exactly what you want. And they do no damage.
True. Well, to be fair, Pain also not able to find too much damage back. Curtain Call did get used to no real effect. Now, the problem is that's not a big combat ultimate. So even with that down, Pain are still fine to push up. That's not really a window for Fear to try and punish here.
Yeah, it's not doing so hot for them right now, but Karaoke, without the ult right now, it's still holding down that front line. Jojo, again, looking for an angle. Tempered Fate will not catch anybody. Tuts is on the flank as well. Dinkado, not in the area. Has just hit 16, but would have to TP in and doesn't have that spell, so cannot do so. But there's just no one opening the door for Jojo. Pain, clearly feeling no pressure to step up aggressively. They know the waves are in their control. They know they've got the Dragon lead. In 90 seconds, they can fight for a soul potentially. There's just no pressure on them to make a silly play, and they just have a ward right on Jojo's head right now.
Jojo doesn't know. Titan does have to be careful, though. It doesn't matter if you see them.
There we go.
Yeah, okay, there we go. That's fine. Dinkado pushing up top. I feel like right now Pain's just playing for the Baron. They're just trying to get priority and control.
Okay, we're just hooking Karaoke semi-intentionally at this point. They've got some damage from kickback. They're trading Jojo for it. If they can get Sejuani, it's not bad. No, but they don't have enough damage. They can't burn through him. ZZK flashes the ball. Titan's waiting for him as a full shot ready. Dinkado once more, but Titan flashes in for the Jin 4 shot. Ayu preemptively burns the cleanse. Didn't need it, but still loses it. And Furia, it seems that they just threw their hands up and went, fine, we'll just hook Karaoke, but they don't have the damage.
Yeah, and ZZ was not okay at the end of that. The sheer amount of damage that came through the 4th shot from Titan hurts. That's before an LDR is completed. And for Furia too, you should not be fighting in these choke points. I don't care if you land a critical hook. If Weiser can get equalizer on your entire team, that equalizer is worth so much more than a hook.
They're TPing back in. Wiz has an angle here. Dinkado blocks it into the pit. He goes, it's very close. It's not close enough. Wiz goes down. Pain gets the Baron, the Tempered Fate, used for good measure as well. So, could have been a chance, but Furia, again, they try something. It just doesn't work out. Pain now approaching the 10k gold lead. Jungler is dead, and 10 seconds before the soul.
Yeah, Furia at this point, they're just swinging for the fences as best they can. You're hoping for some sort of miracle to come through. The steal from Wiz, unfortunately, not quite able to secure anything. You're not going to... That's just a free soul that you're giving over, and with the Baron buff, that's going to be the big sticker. The last time Pain had Baron buff, it ended up being a negative Baron power play. Furia managed to find a pick, managed to find a punish. This time on this push with a bigger gold lead, a 10k gold lead for Pain. If Furia can do it, I would just be in absolute shock and shambles.
Yeah, we really just needed a better early game than this for Furia. We needed some gold injection to LeBlanc and Lee Sin, so they actually have some threat when they're diving into these backlines. They can't kill anybody, for goodness sake. There's just no weight behind their plays, behind their flanks. Pain know that it doesn't matter. They have Chemtech Soul as well now. They got bonus tenacity. They've got bonus damage reduction at low HP. There's really just nothing left for Furia to offer. Pain have to make a monumental misstep to toss this one.
And the 5-man push from Pain tells me they want to fight.
Oh, they've got the hook. It's on Karaoke again. Jojo's already burnt down. And again, there's just no damage. They have enough time in a tower to get the Sejuani off the board this time. But at what cost?
Then what?
Pain do not care at all. Weiser steps up to take his place in the front line and cooks ZZK. IU having to get away to safety. The Ezreal, having not really done anything particularly wrong this game, has no opportunity to do anything right either.
Yeah, and remember, IU was doing great in lane, was landing a ton of poke, but Curry just negates all of that with the heals, and now with the redemption as well. IU once again trying his damnedest. He's poking so hard.
He's done so much damage to Titan over the course of this, but it just doesn't matter, man. He can't do it all himself. Tuts on the flank barely tickles the Jhin as the Baron minions knock down the towers. Pain sweep Furia aside in a scoreline that ends up looking pretty damn similar to last time. They'll move to 14-4. Furia settle into 9-9, and the playoffs continues to sit wide open.
I mean, arguably better. Last time was 17-4. This time 19-5. Pain Gaming, I guess this is the ideal trajectory, Trajan. The fact that, okay, we experimented a little bit, we tried things out, we seem to have found some new tech with this Jhin Bard, and most importantly, we end the season strong on a win. We show incredible fundamentals, strong macro, and we've still got the hands to dominate the lanes against a good team. Furia is a very, very good team.
They are. They really are. I think as that they swung for a very specific win condition in this game, and they just didn't hit it in time. They didn't get the advantages when they needed them. And at that point, your comp really just has no recourse against what Pain has put together. They couldn't crack mid lane, is kind of the long and the short of it. So they didn't really have anything to offer as they got later into the game. And that's just how it goes, I suppose. You know, in the course of a series, that could be one game you try and get it over on your opponent, and it just doesn't work out. We know that Furia has more in the tank than this. This choice didn't work here today. This does mean that we still have questions to answer for the playoffs. Do I still think they're better than Fluxo and INTZ? Yes, absolutely. And we'll see if they have to prove that definitively later on.
So that's the thing, Trajan. We are currently on the Maximal Chaos timeline because Furia losing here doesn't lock them playoffs. They will have to prove it against Fluxo. Now, we had the opportunity at the start of the day to have the entire sort of top 6 teams locked in terms of who's going to make it to playoffs. There would be tiebreaks inside that, but we had the potential for that to happen. That is not happening as of right now. Kaboom, Furia, Fluxo, you know, they're all at the 9-8. Kaboom will play at the end of the day, but our next game, INTZ versus Cade Stars, could put INTZ into a 4-way tie. And I know it's up against Cade Stars. They're up against the strongest, the most consistent looking team in CBLOL right now. But Trajan, this is CBLOL. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. If there is ever a game for Cade Stars to kind of gift away, I'm just saying, Cade Stars, wouldn't this be funny?
They have the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now, and we'll see if they're willing to do it. We've already had our 4-time defending champions unseated in their game today, and VKS likely to end first in this regular season. They could just throw one away as well, but we'll have to wait and see if INTZ can keep the chaos at a maximal level. For now, we're going to go to a quick break before we'll be back with the third game of the day, Cade Stars versus INTZ. You don't want to miss it. And we are back for game number 3, where we see the Cade Stars about to take on INTZ to see if we can make this playoff question even more complicated. As we run out of games to play, we're somehow making it harder to decide who should be in the playoffs as we go through today. Quickly, I do just want to shout out Papa Smiley, Garen Senior One in the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing with Dirty for 7 months. That's crazy generous. We love you, and we love you being in chat here. And thank you for Hanker's Cooking, subscribing with Prime as well. Everyone, of course, please do so. If you got Primes, got them sitting out there, we'd love your support. We love doing this, but, you know, it's lovely to see how much you guys appreciate it as well. But there's one thing I do appreciate, RMC. It's Vivo Cade Stars. Because they have been playing very exciting games recently. They've not necessarily been the Cade Stars that we saw at the start of the split. It's a bit of a different beast, but they're still winning all their games. So at some point, I can't really question them, you know?
Yeah, and you could argue that they're winning it more dominantly than ever, Trajan. They're just smashing people left and right in lanes, and their bot lane, especially Smalley and Pro Delta, have fast become, you were talking about last game, the number 1 bot lane in the league. Like, they've overtaken Titan and Curry, it feels like, in terms of just straight lane pressure and dominance. And it's not just them. Gigo is popping up. The Samus is becoming one of the best junglers in the region. Laleko, who had sort of an amazing start to his season last split when he came in partway through, kind of fell off a little bit towards the end in the playoffs. But this split, he's starting to come back in his laning. He's looking like a fully experienced, you know, no longer a newbie CBLOL mid laner, and it's coming together at the right time. This Cade Stars project was meant to be a 2-3 year project, Trajan. It's online after just 1.
Yeah, they are poised to come first in the regular season twice in a row after putting this project together from the get-go, which is an excellent achievement. Of course, they finished 3rd last split, falling to Pain in the losers finals. Right now, they are playing for the chance to supersede them once again in the standings after Pain have started to look pretty hot again as of last game at the very least. So, for the Cade Stars, the thing that I really appreciate most about them is the first person you mentioned, which is the Samus, because this is a player that we had just watched be almost there for so many splits in a row. We could see the potential. Everyone could. They were signing him to teams and like picking this guy up actively, like back in the Liberty days. Like, there's something here with this guy, but we just couldn't quite draw it out until VKS. We're starting to really see this guy come into his own, and he's starting to show us that variation as well. It's not just Vice Edge every game. There's AP junglers in there as well. There's a lot of variety here. There's a lot of power from this player as we are into the draft. And we've got some specific VKS bans. The Orianna away from Laleko, very targeted. The Zyra and the Ashe removed as well. With VKS, Rumble, Sejuani, Leona are the takeaways. With a blind Renekton. We have seen that banned a couple times today, but Yups is going for it. And an instant Ezreal Maokai. The Ezreal is being just windmill slammed today, every single game.
Yeah, it's just so good, Trajan. And again, it's a flexible pick between AD carry and mid. Now, granted, Laleko, not really an Ezreal player that I'm aware of. I don't think he's played it before, but Smalley certainly has, and that Ezreal is also incredibly strong. INTZ, though, yeah, they're just going to say, you know what, we too are banking that it's a Smalley Ezreal. We're going to pick the Kai'Sa, and we're going to look to slam and shut down this incredibly dominant bot side.
Yeah, they are not really interested in 2024 meta, I'll be honest, by the looks of this one. We're going Kai'Sa Nautilus, we're going Renekton blind top, we're just going with what we know works, and that's, well, let's see if it does, I suppose. The Nautilus hooks lands, it's all good. We'll see what VKS has the answer up here for Gigo. Knowing the matchup is the Renekton, I feel like we don't see Gwen into Renekton almost ever. It's a very uncommon choice.
He's baiting. He's not baiting. It's locked in, Gigo. Okay. If Gigo... Okay, so the reason why we don't see Gwen into Renekton, Trajan, is because Renekton is considered a lane counter into the Gwen. Right? Like he will happily sit inside that fog, that mist, and just trade with you evenly. He out-sustains you. Now, Gwen will outstrip and outscale the Renekton, but that's an eventuality. And for top laners, a lot of time, it's all about that lane. It's all about that early pressure. And for God to slam this right now, this is a confidence pick from Cade Stars. They're saying, okay, we want to go into playoffs with confidence. We are warming up the God carry machine in the top side. We already have carries in the bot lane. We have carries in the jungle and the mid roll. And for INTZ, maybe this is an opportunity for them. Right? Like, yes, it's kind of scary, but you've got counter picks right now in 2 of your lanes.
Stranger things have happened, RMC, that's for sure. As we get into the second round of bans, the brand banned away from Yampy's been going back to that well a lot recently. The Brom removed away from Pro Delta, though we know, of course, trying to ban out Pro Delta is something of a futile endeavor. The Yone removed as well. Dioj has been happily blinding that one weeks before it started to become more popular. Dioj Yone has always been popular. and that, you know, with the Kai'Sa, with the Nautilus, would give them a very strong dive combination. The Corki is untouched so far, which is interesting. No mid lanes have been decisively locked in. The Ezreal an option, but certainly wide open right into the latter part of this draft.
Okay, but also for now, just going with the very, very safe Rel to come through, one of the few sort of engaged tank supports available left after everything kind of got banned out. And I do feel like INTZ was aware and intentionally left it up, right? They picked the Nautilus already. They knew it was Braum, Alistar, and Rel, and they decided Rel is the least of our troubles. Corki still up, as you mentioned, Trajan, and I was going to say INTZ probably want to slam it. Kate Stars, they didn't pick the Corki early because they didn't want to get counter-picked. You already have two technically losing lanes as far as things are concerned. If you go with 3, you just might have no pressure in any lane.
Yeah, so they're going to lock in this Corki right now for Dio. We'll see what the answer VKS will be, but now we've got their jungler to come in. I'm looking at what's open here. I mean, they could just slam a Sejuani. It's banned away, actually. They can't do Sejuani. They can't do Maokai.
Xin Zhao, of course.
It's the other one. It's the third bruiser, and it is going to be Xin Zhao for Yampi. So just rounding out this one with a very standard comp. Besides the Corki mid, and even Corki mid, if you assume it's just old Corki mid, this is still a very, like, last year's draft from INTZ. Yeah. And we'll see what the answer for VKS is going to be right now. So this is the mid lane that we're looking to get locked in, if it's Ezreal or potentially... Then swapping. I think with the Rel, we do tend to see the MF more popular here. And Vesmile is going to take that one up. So Leleko is going to give us a little taste of his Ezreal today.
And that's interesting because Leleko, I'm not aware of him being much of an Ezreal player. So we'll get to see his mechanics and whether or not he can match into Dios with this champion. Of course,
if you're an AD LeBlanc player, I feel like you're an Ezreal player. You know what I mean? I feel like you can play with the champs. Like, I feel like AD LeBlanc's harder to play than Ezreal mid is, to be honest. Like...
they're so different. Like LeBlanc's skill shot, her poke is not as skill shot based because your Q is a point and click. Ezreal literally spam Qs as a skill shot. So I don't know. Maybe.
In the way that you navigate fights, you don't split push as much with Ezreal, but like in the way that you're like poking from range and trying to play, trying to control when you're using your mobility, I guess, to get the maximum out of it. And the pressure in terms of just being able to like bully specific opponents with very little counterplay in many ways. Once you get an item, they feel like a similar kind of impact on the game. I guess the split pushing for me is definitely the biggest difference though, because AD LeBlanc can like go and sit in the side wave, and Ezreal is not going to do that. That's a waste.
Yeah, we saw House try to do it yesterday.
That's your House, I guess. But we didn't love that from him. So
nope, was it 2-6-7? I think was his final scoreline on that one.
From 2-0 or something to 2-6-7. It was a gross, unfortunate throwing of the lead in that one.
It is rough. Well, for K-Stars, though, I do really like the adaptations they made. The fact that they flex Ezreal mid. We've seen the Ezreal Corki matchup quite a few times now, and Ezreal can take control of that. So that is not a losing matchup. That is more of a skill matchup in the mid lane. And picking the MF into the Kai'Sa, I actually like it for the laning part of it. Kai'Sa is still scary later on. She will outrange with her poke what Misfortune can do, and she will still have kill threat onto Misfortune with dives. But at least in the early phases of the game, Misfortune can get pushed, can get quite effective poke and trades down as well. Yeah. So Kate Stars didn't pick all 3 losing lanes. I love the adaptation coming through. INTZ, on the other hand, the Xin Zhao is Yampi's bread and butter, man. It's his most played jungler split. It has a lot of utility into the Misfortune and potentially a little bit into the Gwen later with the needlework, though everything else, Gwen's in range. So INTZ, their draft is really solid. The question's what can they do with it? And that question is not just affecting INTZ. A couple of things about standings. If INTZ loses here, they are eliminated from the playoff race. So that is in their own hands. If they make it, we are still on track for a 4-way tie and maximal chaos in terms of tiebreakers. But it also affects Pain Gaming. If Kate Stars lose here, there's a tiebreaker for first between Pain and Kate Stars. If Kate Stars win, they get sole first place.
Yeah. Yep, it's going to walk into Pro Delta here, actually waiting in that top rush. Yampi and Damage here to back up the Renekton both times. Contesting that top rush. Yeah, I don't really feel like either of these teams has an obvious advantage, like at any stage of the game, really. None of them has like all winning lanes. None of them has a massive scaling advantage over the other side. I think that both of these teams have the potential to win at all stages of the game or lose at all stages of the game, which makes me a little worried for INTZ, because calling essentially a fair, balanced game of League of Legends versus VKS is a pretty bold maneuver. That said, Leleko has already lost his flash, so advantage INTZ for now.
Yeah, and again, it's the last day of CBLOL regular season ever, and we know CBLOL weird things have happened. Yesterday, weird things happened, right? Lots of weird throws, weird mechanical mistakes.
Every day the CBLOL weird things are happening. Let's be real.
Fair, but weirder than usual yesterday. So,
Yes.
and today we've already had a massive upset with Fluxu taking out Loud, and that brings us to the situation, right? That's why we're facing a potential four-way tie for the last two playoff spots.
Yeah, absolutely, and again, we see the supports here contesting over those brushes. Standard early fare as the top lane is going pretty darn low. Yups, hits level 2 first though. Can get that advance trade off the second dice onto Gigo. Holds his flash, knows that last auto would not be enough to do it. And just takes that lane advantage in hand and banks it as Leleko starting to lay the pressure on as the Ezreal early on.
And for Yips, that was less than half his health. He can happily do that once Gigo TP's back in anyway. So why bother burning the flash when we can force you out, burn the TP, and then look for the kill when you have no TP so that it hurts a lot more with the wave pushing. Down bot though, Smalley and Pro Delta still doing Smalley Pro Delta things. I almost call him Pro Smalley. Pro Smalley bot lane.
Pro Smiley bot lane. Yeah, I could take it. I could see it for sure, to be honest. Of course, Pro Delta on this rel. We haven't seen it as much. You know, so the rel fell down the priority list slightly among things like the Alistair, the Leona, but of course with the MF, people are taking it a lot. And the rel, something that we really kind of got to know Pro Delta on that first pain split was this champion. Absolutely exceptional in the engages for Pro Delta side on the rel. So expecting to see big things out of him, hopefully, as this game progresses.
And he can have so much impact this game with the Magnet Storm if he lines them up for the bullet time, for the needle work coming through from Gigo later on in team fights as well. He could be the most influential player just off that ultimate, and we'll have to see if he's able to actually do that. We've seen him do it in lane plenty of times, just dominate the lane alongside Smalley. That pressure is not just one player, right? It's this duo working together. But in team fights, that gets a bit more complicated when there are more bodies involved.
BKS looking to start up this scuttle, flashing with the
There we
stun
go.
from Pro Delta, gets a flash out of Yampi as well, respecting an M. In goes to Samus as Yampi walks right back into range, flashes away, but still gives up the first blood. Unfortunate. Now VKS with a 3 versus 2 in the river, looking for the chase down. Pro Delta to Samus, flashes in with another grasping roots as well, and David just caught up. Ninja Kiwi will get the double stuns back, flashes himself over the wall to walk away with the buffs. And it ends up being 2 for 1 for the Cade Stars.
And both those kills going over to Smalley as well. This bot lane is going to be so rough for Ninja Kiwi and Damage. I've just got a question of what Ninja Kiwi and Damage specifically was doing. Why are we running into that? Pro Delta gets his... Okay, I got too excited. I thought they were just going to all in that. That's like the 4th straight hard CC that Pro Delta has churned out in the last 30 seconds there. Like right from mid lane all the way down.
Just flash in on it, honestly. Maybe he did. If he had E up, I think you can flash E and just make it work. Because you both got red buffs at that point. So, yeah, maybe he didn't have it. Maybe he was using it on the wave. But Pro Delta did a great job. You know, we expected high things from the rel. And what do we get? Straight away, him and Desamis absolutely tearing up this river play.
And for Yampi, I just think the turnaround was a mistake. You saw Smalley at that point. Like, Damage had vision of that. You were just at a numbers advantage. You were 3v4. Why? Why? In what world do we think we're going to win that? Much less against a misfortune early. And Maokai's base damages aren't anything to slouch at either. Because Ninja Kiwi and Damage actually roamed up such a long way. And by the way, they had Flash available. I'm actually surprised Damage didn't try and get out of the fight earlier or over a wall or something. They just ran straight down the longest possible way against a horse with a stun.
Yeah.
That does not sound like a good idea to me.
No, yes. I wouldn't do that, you know, personally. I would probably choose not to do that, but that's just me, I suppose. The Samus was spotted on that topside ward, clears it out the brush. Yampi's on topside as well, will clear out this river vision too, so both these top laners will be safe from the ambushes for the time being. As we take stock of this game, really the big difference is in bot side, as we have Smiley 10 CS up, and he's clearing out a wave right now with 2 kills to his name. So the guy that has been set up as the most reliable, most effective win condition on this roster all split long has been massively accelerated out the lane.
Yeah, and the other person to look at is kind of Pro Delta. I know his lead's not as big, but when Smalley is ahead, it enables Pro Delta to roam. And if Smalley is the most consistent carry win condition, Pro Delta roaming is another very, very consistent win condition, partnered with Desamis as well. Damage now kind of wrapping around here, but keep in mind they don't have flashes from the last couple of fights, so Damage, it's just ringing around rosies right now.
Now, he's going an interesting way, RB is Smiley. He did not choose to go back to his side of the jungle, and Ninja Kiwi is just slightly catching him. The W comes through, an overdrive there, and Smiley, I feel like there was a way to avoid that, But the choices that were made did not lead to it. So Smiley does get overconfident there, over pushes, it gives away his life, does go back and buys a BF sword and a longsword in one go, so I don't think he's feeling too bad, as VKS are already making plays on top.
It's funny too because he had flash. If he didn't have flash, I think
feel like
that's the
there
right
must
call.
have been a way to outmaneuver this. I thought it was a good idea the way he started going up the inside track of the jungle, but yeah, I don't know. We just lost control of it there, I suppose.
You know what? There was a secret nerf on patch 14.14 that was never announced, and apparently you can't flash walls now.
Yeah, it's banned. It's actually cringe.
Yeah,
It's like
that's
a
why
house
we're
rule.
just running through jungles, running down rivers, anything
Yeah.
but actually flashing over a wall.
Yeah, AD carries shouldn't have safety abilities, RMC. They should be high damage, vulnerable. They shouldn't be allowed to flash walls, okay? That's how we get League back to the golden age of Season 1 or whatever people think the actual golden age of this game is.
Balancing out mobility creep by just removing mobility.
Exactly.
Ezreal and Corki would be so busted. Now, while we're joking about all that, INTC actually does make a good rotation. Void Grubs did largely go over to Kate Stars. INTC managed to get one. And INTC will also answer on the other side with the Dragon take as well. It's a Cloud Drake, not the best feeling one if you've only got a solo, but you take what you can get, and it's helping Yoj run Leleco down right now.
Luckily, Leleco managed to sidestep the big one there. That could have been tough for him, but still, both sides trading pretty aggressively right now. Both of these mid laners pretty fresh onto the scene, but aggressively trying to get their number. Neither will be able to get a solid footing right now. A couple of assists scattered across there as well from ensuing plays, as VKS maintain about 1,000 gold lead. INTZ with the Dragon, but you can see just across all of the lanes, generally a small advantage building for the Cade Stars, but INTZ certainly going to be happy enough going into those later fights. Yups, even going into the early Hex Drinker as well, just to make sure that he is comfortable against that double AP topside.
And even that huge bot lane gold lead for Smalley largely nullified. Yampi kind of in the area looking to maybe even swing that the way of Ninja Kiwi. Wards will spot him, but I don't know if he can brute force it with flush.
Both ults dropped in that top side, really just trading HP bars. Yampi's going to go aggressively onto Smiley. Maokai ult is there to get them through, gets the flash and the barrier out of the Misfortune.
Perfect
Turns
timing.
and burns with the bullet time. Ninja Kiwi damage though, they want a little bit more. Onto Desamis, trying to get that counter kill. A flash away from the Maokai with the Ignite burning, barely gets him to safety as the Leleco now under fire in mid lane. One more comes through and the flash has to be used. EKS, they do get one kill onto the jungler, but they limp away pretty low.
It's a 1-for-0. Smalley getting the kill is going to be nice. But I want to talk mid laners for a second, Trajan, because you mentioned Leleco and Dioj. They are newer to CBLOL. 1 year ago, these two mid laners faced off as well, but down in CBLOL Academy. And at that time, I mean, Dioj is known to be one of the best prospects coming up. Dioj was often considered the better mid laner between both of these players. Here we go, and you're seeing why. Dioj winning out the mid lane in a skill matchup between the Corki and Ezreal. Now, as the team fights break out, that might yet change. Leleco is surviving, and that's critical. He hasn't died, and he's still within spitting range in terms of CS. But it's such a close run thing, and I feel like I need to see the junglers in there a little bit more. Yampi, look for it. Yups actually even looked for something right now. But Desamis, mid lane gank is a potential thing for you to look at.
Yeah, absolutely a threat coming through right here. As VKS maintaining their gold lead, damage now roaming into this mid lane, has the level 6 as of just now, but will turn back towards that bot side. Dragon not up for 2.5 minutes. The Grub's up in 30, and both junglers on that top side. Gigo TPing in as well. Make sure he's in position. Has just gotten a buy off as well, being a strong side. Yups can look to do the same. So we'll see if we have a scuffle over this one, as they were split last time.
And if they do team fight, that will be really interesting. We're already seeing Smalley and Pro Delta rotated up. I do feel like the team fighting favors Cade Stars with the amount of AoE they have at this point in the game, but it does rely a lot on that Crescent Guard from Yampi. If he can nullify Smalley, INTC might be able to break this up into smaller skirmishes, and the Kaisa isn't quite at her power spikes yet, but she might still be able to make things happen in smaller fights.
UKS starting up the Grubs. INTC with Yups on the top side, the rest on bot. Pro Delta currently off vision, is going to look for that flank over the side. Flashes in with the triple Magnet Storm and the bullet time. Layers across it beautifully. Double kill for Smiley. And INTZ just had all of the wind taken out of their sails. One by one, VKS will pick off the remaining members. Yampi left to return to topside. And VKS locking a 5-1 Grub score with another great team fight in top river.
And being able to pick up the kill is really nice as well. I believe it was a 2-for-1 at the end of things. The misfortune from Smalley is probably... He's got some of the best position bullet times we've seen in the league so far. I do feel like Brazil is still struggling to get a full handle on how to play Misfortune, especially her ult. If he was like basic abilities-wise, Brazil is great at it. Positioning the bullet time, kind of sus. But that's the second time this game we've seen Smalley get a perfect position where nobody can really reach him. You got to burn flashes, you'll have to burn mobility spells, and he gets it on priority targets.
Oh man, Gigo is just really starting to roll up there, approaching 1,000 gold. Ahead with 20 CS, kills, plates, everything going his way. And now VKS trying to keep an eye on bot lane right now. Pro Delta scoping out that brush, will find damage waiting for him. Smiley doesn't have that first item done just yet. Had gone for the second, the fully completed boots and the cull as well, with a few more CS still to cap that one off. Whereas Ninja Kiwi does have that Kraken Slayer completed already. And now with the recall, I imagine we're going to see that Bloodthirster locked in for Misfortune.
And you want to rush it for this dragon fight that's coming up. 10 seconds. Smalley won't be there in time. And I'm actually curious to see if... Okay, I was curious to see if Kate starts to give this up, but that TP tells me no. They absolutely want to fight for this. And for INTZ, well, this is your opportunity, right? You're on a bit of a power spike. You can try and make some sort of pick happen. Yes, Ninja Kiwi's down a level from Leleco, down a level and a half. But Kaisa just plays naturally well into Ezreal.
Yeah, you can see INTZ, once they know that VKS are happy to commit numbers to this, do not seem interested in contesting it. Gigo is going to catch Dioj coming up that top side. Yups, finished the recall as well. The Needleworks come out. Dioj under threat with no flash. Gigo is just chopping him to pieces, man.
What? That was really unfortunate for Dioj. Yups was actually in the area, but was basing and didn't cancel the back. And now K-Stars, they get Dragon for free because INTZ walked away. They find a pick onto mid. And that might give Gigo the space he needs to potentially get first brick in the top lane.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive for VKS. Lovely swing for them. Yampi trying to get aggressive in that bot side. Prodelta into Samus. Not allowed to get away with this one. Yups has popped the Dominus as well. It's going to find that Maokai. Leleco's there for a bit of damage, but Ninja Kiwi flying in with that killer instinct, cleanses away from it. To Samus, though, it's enough to get him out. And look at top side. Gigo's just been working on the tower this whole time.
It's just not enough damage coming through from INTZ. Even with the Kraken Slayer for Ninja Kiwi, it just barely tickled Samus, and Samus is left with health to spare. Dioj now trying to answer Gigo, but keep in mind last time what happened the last time these two met up. There's no needlework just yet. Can Dioj actually run you down?
Dioj was spacing it out very well. There's no one else to help him, and Gigo will skip away to safety, but Dioj at least gets control of that top wave again, as Yups now under fire in the bot side. Pro Delta tanking. There's the Magnet Storm into the ultimate as well. Yups going ever lower. I feel like that Ezreal ult didn't do any damage, but it did kill him in the end. So I guess it's fine. Maybe they'll play a replay of it, but I feel like that just the True Shot Rush went over him and nothing happened to his HP bar. So who knows what's going on there. Didn't matter in the end.
I think the Call of Mika actually negated most of the damage to come through.
Oh, maybe it's just timed with the heal, yeah.
Yeah, but I agree with you. It felt like it was a lot tougher than it had to be. And Pro Delta, props on him, man. Like, they had 1 minion left, and that you could tell that was Pro Delta's call. He aggressively stepped up, and in fact, Leleco was like kind of turning away, and Pro Delta was like, "I'm going. You come with me right now, or I die."
I think Leleco might have taken aggro when he was poking him. He E'd forward, and we're like, "Oh shoot, hang on, this is not good. This is not how I'm supposed to do this. Hold up, let me give me a second."
You know what? It all worked out as planned. Pro Delta lives with a sliver of health. They get the kill. Nice and easy. The only downside was because they had to back off. They didn't get the turret. But hey, that's okay. And meanwhile, Smalley was just pushing mid lane, getting CS, getting some damage into that turret as well. He's the one who I'm still more focused on more than the damage for AD carries.
Flashing straight into Gigo, who just presses Hallowed Mist and walks away. Bit of a classic Gwen as immune moment. Has the needlework as well, shredding through INTZ. Pro Delta flashes him, but cannot catch Ninja Kiwi. Smiley knocked up by Yampi's. A TP from Yups as well. Everyone on INTZ joining the fray up here as the 4v5 continues. VKS, it looks a little shaky for them. They're about to start losing out. Smiley gets one, but Yups has gotten Gigo down, and Smiley now flashing to safety. Desamis, barely alive, escapes back to the jungle, as at least on bot lane, the Leleco is finally able to find the turret.
But keep in mind, that was a 4v5 for Cade Stars, and Smalley again finding perfect positioning to actually get bullet time across. Ninja Kiwi taking way too much damage. I don't think that's safe. You're gonna lose the outer turret for it when all's said and done.
Yeah, if there was an E up for Misfortune, that could have just been done and dusted, and there it is coming through, but Smiley is going to get that turret at least. So Desamis, again, sneaks away from a pretty hairy situation, and Gigo notably going down to Yups right there, who's completed the Eclipse now. So a lot of damage on this Renekton, and he is still a real backline threat.
But he's behind against a Gwen who will outscale him. The split push will not be in favor of INTC, and with 5 Void Grubs as well for Cade Stars, that is a huge win con that is already activated far earlier in the game than it should have. Now, for INTC, silver lining to the cloud, they did manage to get Eye of the Herald. They still have that to play with. I just don't know necessarily what you can get with it. I don't think you can actually break a turret just by itself. You need to find a kill, a pick first.
Ego dropped the needlework aggressively there, still diving forward onto Dioj, gets the flash after missing basically all of the ultimate. The Gwen, an absolute menace in the side wave.
Yeah, that split push is a massive issue. So now we know Yups can't handle it. Dioj can't handle it. I'm not going to put any money down on Ninja Kiwi to handle it. So who's going to stop Gigo on the sideline?
Yeah, I guess that's the age-old question right now, as the Herald comes out in the top side as well. INTZ, Yups climbing on board to get that charge, flanked by support and jungle. Will open up the first objective on this top side for INTZ besides that single grub from earlier. Dragon up in 30 seconds, both one apiece. Another Chemtech Rift, not the most impactful as we'd said, but Smiley looking to keep the pressure on Dioj, who is flashless, remember. Doesn't really have any safety to play with right now. Just has to cede control as Prodelta looks in for a collapse onto the Lekko. Gets an early Dominus out of there. The rest of INTZ have dipped as the Lekko chooses to E aggressively forward. Isn't quite landing the Mystic shots he needs to, but Prodelta can still look to close the trap. There's still no one coming, but VKS won't overextend here. They will pump the brakes. They'll step back.
Yeah, be on to Prodelta, but you can see his damage alone is not enough.
I guess he's maybe not fine. Ninja Kiwi wants to come in for this ultimate. Drops the Magnet Storm, and the Lekko fires the damage back, but ultimately the Rel is the one going down. After all of that faffing in the top side, the Dragon at least will be for the Cade Stars, but INTZ looks like they want to keep continuing this top lane push maybe.
Yeah, I think that would be the right call at this point. You know that multiple members on Cade Stars were bot side. They took an inner for the outer that INTC found with Shelly. INTC aren't going to push in. Okay. So they fall behind, I think, overall in terms of tempo play, in terms of what they get. They sacked an inner turret, or they traded an inner turret for an outer turret. They lost Dragon. Sure, you get a kill onto Prodelta, but that's a support when all is said and done. It's nice that I went on Ninja Kiwi, I guess. But Ninja Kiwi on his own, he needs some sort of dive threat with him to be able to enable himself in fights. He's finding picks, great, but in team fights, Ninja Kiwi can't find anything.
Yeah, he's got those 2 items done. He's going to start really being able to pump out the DPS as long as he has time to cook in them. Nasamis checking some brush vision. INTZ going to back away. Not feeling confident to contest it just yet. As Ninja Kiwi without that ultimate or the flash, he cannot rotate in quickly and safely. VKS just go back to the pushes. Gigo on the bot side. The rest of them controlling mid and top side river. Baron becoming an element in just under 30 seconds. Both teams would be able to melt through it pretty quickly. They can get that one big fight.
And for Cade Stars, this favors them. Having an objective on the other side of the map that is, on any side of the map really, that isn't easy to take, gives Gigo more time to just split push the entire way. And for INTC, we've seen their lack of damage. Yampi doesn't have enough damage. Yups doesn't have enough damage. Dioj, surprisingly right now, also doesn't have enough damage. And Ninja Kiwi is also a little bit behind. So even if Gigo is a little bit late to TP, even if it takes 4 seconds for him to reach the fight won't be over. And he can always play janitor and clean up.
It's been another strong game for the Cade Stars right now. Over 6,000 gold ahead of INTZ at the 20-minute mark. I'm wondering, RMC, what is your kind of gut feeling about this game for VKS? Because they have gotten a little sloppier, a little messier as Gigo looks to lock in another solo kill on the bot side. Will he find it before the TP is completed? I think he will. There's a counter TP from the Cade Stars as well, and Dioj wants to get the damage down. The Lekko is there to shift forward and take over this business of dealing with Dioj. Is he even going to win it? They're both pretty low, and now Yampi coming in to punish. But look in your picture-in-picture, the Baron started up. INTZ has to make this work to make this one at all worth it. They don't get one, and now he's just going to TP into the Baron. VKS have full control here.
Even worse, Yampi was the one to go back up Dioj, so there's no chance of a smite steal whatsoever from INTZ. They're just going to leave the Samus to finish this off while they look for kills inside.
And Damage isn't even going to make it out alive. Prodelta's going to make sure of that one. So my question was going to be, do you feel like this is a cleaner Cade Stars in this game as they have gotten a little looser as of late? And I mean, a play like that, when it's thrown into your lap, they couldn't really have done any more with it.
Yeah, you know what? I do think Cade Stars are clean. Now, the hard part is comparing their macro to last split, because last split, they weren't as mechanically strong. So the macro was the highlight. When they make good moves, it's really, really obvious. When you're this strong, the best way to play the game isn't always the cleanest way to play the game. You're willing to sack a little bit of flesh in order, a little bit of your flesh in order to cut their bone. And that's what Cade Stars are doing. So they're giving up a turret here or there, but they're getting so much more off the back end of it. And that is really, really good. That is how you play when you're the stronger team. Yups with the flank and Dominus.
He's got it going. He's trying not to Smiley. The ult not really doing anything, and Dominus is right on top of the Misfortune Aleko, and with the flank right there, Yups gets a big Q off, but there's just nothing left to offer. There's no backup. The rest of INTZ floundering in the top side, and the Cade Stars running over them. Double in for the Ezreal, more for Gigo as well. And Yups called for the crazy flank and got the perfect positioning onto the Misfortune, but it just didn't matter.
No, and I appreciate what you've said at the end of the day. That is, when you're behind, you went for the Mondo flank. You are just so far behind that the Mondo flank ultimately didn't matter. Ninja Kiwi as well, not quite able to pump out the damage. Like we were talking about, even if you have the items, you don't have the front line, and now you don't have the health.
Yeah, Ninja Kiwi and Stasis in front of the fountain. Sliced up by Gigo, and this just turned into a sub 23-minute win for the Cade Stars out of nowhere. They have been pulling some rapid victories over the last couple of weeks, man. They're setting records week after week. I don't know where this one ranks. It's definitely high up in the order of fastest wins achieved this split. VKS and Furia really locking out those top few spots.
Yeah, they literally broke the record after record after record. They set the first one against Furia. They broke it last week against Loud, and they break it again today. Last week was 23-41 against Loud, so they're 23-0 something this game.
Wow.
Cade Stars, they're just absolutely on a tear right now.
Yeah, and that they just like are answering everything that was thrown at them. Another very, very strong performance. Again, this man on your screen, Smiley, leading the charge on the Misfortune, dominating the lane, crushing the team fights with the bullet times, hyping up the crowd. This guy can do it all, and he's the tallest guy on the stage, man.
Big man on the Rift and CBLOL Tradition. It's what's scary to me. This game wasn't just Smiley. Like Smiley and Pro Delta. Pro Smiley popping off, we expected that, right? He's making the MF look really, really good. The one MF ult where it felt like he did nothing, well, INTZ did nothing as well. So, kind of balances out. What worries or, I guess, excites me more when I watch VKS play is the fact that Gigo got his Gwen, and he absolutely dominated on the Gwen in a rough matchup. He picked it into the Renekton and went, you know what? I know the early is rough. I don't care. I won the early game against Renekton, and there is no late game for Renekton against the Gwen. Laleko as well on the Ezreal. Went toe-to-toe with Dioj. And we said before, in Academy, Dioj more often than not would win that matchup. This time, not so. Laleko went even, and later on in the team fights, he got a triple to end the day. Cade Stars just firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, they're crushing it. They're looking rough and ready to get stuck into playoffs right now, and they will be doing so in first place. They are 15-3, first place in the regular split, 2 years in a row with a freshly built squad. That is an achievement nonetheless. They should be very, very proud of what they achieved right here. This does sadly also mean that INTZ are dropped out of playoffs contention. They sit at 8-10, a massive step forward from last split, just objectively in basically every way, but it's not enough to contest with what's become a vicious pack of mid-level teams that the CBLOL is now filled out with.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it looks like, oh, okay, INTZ was 10th, and now they're 8th. They only moved up 2 spots. Let's refresh the record. Last split, INTZ ended 3-15. They found three wins all split long. This split, they are 8-10. They were contesting all the way. And the players they have with it too, Yups and Dioj, this is their first split in CBLOL, and they had, frankly, a great split. The growth for these players was massive. Dioj came in as the worst laning mid in the entire league. And since then, you know, he's improved a lot. He went toe-to-toe with Laleko. He laned very well. He's gone toe-to-toe with quite a few of the other mid laners in the league now, and he's no longer just losing his lane. Yups was a little bit quiet to start because Yampi was perma-ganking Dioj and never went top lane. But now Yups is an actual win condition for this team. This game, the Renekton didn't work out. But we've seen his Aatrox games, we've seen him other champions, his Rumble, and he's an absolute monster. So this INTZ roster, I think they just need a bit more time. These rookies are growing. Nick Split. Like I could see them having similar performances to like what we saw from Pro Delta, from from Fu, from Chiari, players like this.
Yeah, bright futures ahead of them, I don't doubt. So you have to stick around to next split to see where they land. But for now, it's time for something vastly more important, RMC. We are going to go to a break. And before, when we come back, it's time for all of you LEC refugees who have now come over here after another incredibly dull season final to see the real quality gameplay, okay? This is going to make you guys feel right at home. We've got Los Grandes versus Liberty. They are both 2-15, fighting for the right to be 9th instead of 10th. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back after just a few minutes. I've been Trajan. RMC and I are going to step away, and I think Hawk and Soph are stepping in, I believe.
4x4?
Hawk and 4x4. Are coming in to take you guys through that. Hawk is really he's getting all the bangers this weekend, let me tell you. So stick around for that. Enjoy the last 2 games. We've had a blast, and we show you guys will with the last 2 on. So we will see you around, and we'll see you back on the stream in just a few minutes.
Let's go, BRTT!
Welcome, everyone. Believe it or not, we are right into picks and bans because if there's one thing that the CBLOL has taught us, it's that inconsistency is king. Los versus Liberty, the toilet bowl. Nothing matters about this game except for, literally, I think, just, are you going to be the worst team ever in franchising? There may be one team that was worse in the franchising era. So it's just, you're fighting not to do that. And I said, Hawk, on Gringos Liberados, I was like, look, if we get to this game and we're playing stock standard, with BRTT, like with a signature Draven as a possibility, and you are like, what are we doing here? It's the last game. Nothing matters. Why are we playing standard?
Hey, they won on the Ash yesterday. 4-4, I highly disagree with you. Everything matters because this is bragging rights personified. It's the toilet bowl. You don't want to be the team in last place. I mean, not to bring the mood down a little bit, but this might be the last game that we ever see these teams play here in the CBLOL, and I think these players really want to play with nothing held back. I don't know about the stats for the CBLOL for franchising, but at least in the LCS, they were flying some graphics yesterday for the worst splits in LCS history, and they were all 3-15. So one of these teams will have the privilege of going 3-15. The other one will unfortunately be down there at 2-16. Not sure if that's ever happened before here, but regardless, it's looking like, as you say, fairly standard. We're not going to have too much craziness. A lot of team fighting on both sides.
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd get that Seraphine lock-in. That's been popping up every now and again, right, as a bottom lane option, but Vi with Azir will be the mid-jungle combo there. Looks like BRTT is going to be on the Ashe in what could be his final game in the CBLOL. Again, both these teams, right, like you said, Hawk, this is more than likely the end of the line for them, right? There are certain teams that you know, nothing's been decided yet, but just on brand, on viewership, on fandom, they're going to be the ones that'll probably get those last slots. But Los Grandes and Liberty, especially with their performances this split, you know, it's what have you done for me lately, right? In the past, it doesn't really matter that Liberty was this fun young team last year. They've made 2 lineup changes and somehow gotten worse. C's will be on the Lilia though, so that's kind of fun.
That is fun. C's had a great game yesterday on the Shyvana, really elevating the team to a win. I mean, hey, Los Grandes, they're the ones that are coming in hot. They got the momentum after the big win yesterday over Kaboom. It was a really weird game, but they won it. And hey, second one of the split. Now they've got a real shot. It is funny how Liberty, had their 2 wins faster than Los Grandes, but Los Grandes has beaten one playoff team and one potential playoff team. Have yet to beat Liberty actually this split.
Yeah, which is just silly. Yeah, that Los Grandes they've gotten their weird wins over Red and company, but no, Liberty, Liberty, I think right now, if I was to weigh up the two, I would actually favor Los Grandes. And I think, I mean, this draft is certainly high risk, high reward, right? Like you said, it's a lot of team fighting. You kind of understand what both teams want to do. Liberty, a little more stock standard. We're getting Ezreal on the bottom lane. That's the kind of world we live in, where that threw me for a loop a little bit. But you've got, you've got a powerful, honestly, the top side is going to go crazy for both these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I think both these teams have a lot of pick potential, a lot of team fight potential. The one thing that separates these two for me is the scaling differential in the top side of the map that favors Los Grandes. You have this Gwen that is going to be unanswerable in a side lane in the late stages, as well as C's on this Lilia, again, coming off a great carry performance yesterday. I will say, though, I do think this is a difficult game to play Lilia in against things like the Vi, the Ezreal. You can really easily get kited, knocked up, taken down, and it can be challenging to find the big sleeps onto multiple members. On the other side, Liberty, a little bit more of a dive composition for them. They want to go on top of individual members, lock them down, kill them off, and they have the speed and mobility to be able to do so. What they lack a little bit in comparison to Los Grandes is that scaling and some of the range as well. Azir, Ezreal obviously have plenty of it, but the rest of the team kind of needs to get in and scrap a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm just glad we drafted a little bit of primary engage for the Rakan, right? If you've got Rakan as your primary source of engage, things are not going to go too well for you. It's just so hard, right? He's a slippery bugger. He wants to get in on certain flank angles, but Levyzine on this Vi should be able to start playmaking really, really easily for his squad. And again, I'm looking at that top lane. Super Clever and Makes. These were the two guys that came 1-2 in our personal Rookie of the Split voting last split. They were taking over the league, and now, I mean, oh, how the turntables. They look like shells of themselves, especially, I hate to say it, Makes, because he brought us some of the best moments from last split, but Super Clever's been pretty consistent on this team, all things considered. And Super Clever taking no prisoners with this Ignite Hawk.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Again, you just want to try to scale into the lane. RMC talked about it in the Gwen versus Renekton matchup just last game, but the Gwen, not actually the best in the lane itself against the Renekton, but you are really able to beat it later on. The Renekton really wants to have more of a strong mid game, a little bit more lane priority, and play towards things like the Void Grubs in the early stages before the Gwen can really scrap. The Ignite can turn the tables in that 1v1 very effectively, however. So I like this option a lot. I do like how you bring up as well. It's unfortunate that these top laners have had their sophomore slumps, but I will say they have still had their moments at times, and definitely hoping for some more of that against each other today.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're on two champions that can make an immense impact. Potentially carry out the game. Like you said, Makes, he's got a little more onus on him in the early game. He is just more powerful, right? He's got to be able to shut down Super Clever in a way that it makes it a little bit tougher, because this Gwen is a little bit inevitable, right? The true damage. So a little bit of self-peel, right, with the W and whatnot. But he's going to scale really, really well into the late game, and it's going to be tougher to match him unless Makes does his job. Got a little cheeky there up on the top side. Sees clearing out some lean protein. But some deep vision was secured there. I don't even know how. Actually, kind of on the blue buff and the red buff, kind of on opposite sides. Both junglers able to get in there and anticipate each other's pathing.
Yeah, they both have information about how each other are going to clear, but it doesn't really matter too much. Vi's pre-6 playmaking ability is not exactly the best, and then similarly for the Lilia, who really just wants to power clear and deny the camps. I like C's taking advantage, though, of the weak Vi in the early levels. Before you get that Q, she is very vulnerable to attack.
On Cabby going right in, but missed the Zenith Blade. Doesn't seem to matter. Well, you blew Levyzine's flash, but you were hoping for a little bit more. You hate to see that.
Yeah, C's will at least be able to take away more camps. Does lose his flash for it in the end. Cabby, that Zenith Blade, ooh, that was not the best. It went wide. Unfortunately, results in not getting the kill, but still a nice play from Los Grandes, really going straight at Levyzine.
Yeah, like you said, just taking advantage of the little kind of, holes that you have to be able to accelerate yourself as this Lilia, which can be an absolute monster into the late game. Once you get that Leandries and that burn going, nothing survives it. But like you said, into this composition, it'll be tough. And Sees, he's been on the up and up, right? Last split, he was good, as was everybody on this Los Grandes roster. And then this split with the arrival of BRT, unfortunately, things have taken a turn for the worse. I heard that, the MVP photos that they have, right? They kind of in the, everyone's got the unique photo. Should they get an MVP on the Portuguese broadcast?
Yeah.
BRTT apparently has a really, really, really cool one. But we haven't seen it.
We have not seen it.
Yeah. And so I'm hoping, for his sake, just that we get to see that picture. But I would hate to be underwhelmed. But look, BRTT deserves kind of that hero send-off.
It would be great. I mean, I do think BRTT had a pretty good game on the Ashe yesterday. I know it's not the Draven fireworks that maybe you were hoping for 4i4, but you had some pretty good Ashe arrows later on into the game that contributed to some great setups. It ultimately was not BRTT's game to carry necessarily, but still do feel that he played well in the pick. Maybe can have that MVP performance, although so far it is just C's being an absolute goblin in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, that word was used very, very well. He's an absolute just a little demon. So annoying. Wherever Levyzine tries to go, C's is there and really making the most of everything in his kit. I mean, look at it, just taking the camps right in his face, getting level advantage after level advantage. Hawk, he's got 27 CS to Levyzine's 12.
Yeah, and it's interesting because C's is leaving a lot of jungle camps up in his jungle, which... Ooh, Cabby.
Oh, able to flash forward and get the last auto. Leandrin with the solo bolo taking advantage of Cabby's positioning. Envy might be in some trouble here. Cavallo not able to get the grand entrance. The ignite will not be enough to take down the Los Grandes mid laner.
Yeah, and so Leandrin ultimately gave up his life to find that kill onto Cabby. So it's first blood of the Ezreal traded in kind, but BRTT did miss a lot of minions coming off the reset. Didn't really see how he took such a bad base in the first place. So a lot of chaos on the bottom side. Ultimately, a 1-for-1, not really favoring either side too overwhelmingly. Again, to go back to the jungle, it's C's that has been pathing so aggressively. Now, leaving all the camps up in his jungle does mean they are going to be a lower level for much longer. So it's kind of high risk, medium reward, but at the very least, keeping this vibe very far down as it's just Cabby going for the recall interrupt onto this press the attack Ezreal. Hey, he does a lot of damage.
He pressed the crap out of that attack. I mean, my goodness. BRTT, like you said, kind of walked into a pretty easy kill here, all things considered, just autoing him down. But Leandrin even made that a little bit tougher than it had to be. And now he's got that Sheen. That is a massive, massive spike for him. Obviously, BRTT with a little bit of an awkward base, kind of won, the first and second ones, but has both his Summoners and the Berserker's Greaves, which never hurt nobody, but sees again. That's the big advantage that we're looking at right now, is that he's got himself those Faded Ashes, going to speed up his clear. Like you said, the lower level camps, but the level advantage is still one. He's still essentially doubled up on Levyzine. But now, Hawk, the obvious question is, okay, what do you do with that, right? In these first couple objectives, can you be the first one there? Can you be the one to land that big old sleep, take advantage of the fact that Levyzine will not have his level 6, but instead he's forcing the issue a little bit with the help of Makes is going to start off his Void Grubs.
Yeah, Make's doing very well in the top side here. We didn't really see the Renekton lane counter last game, I feel like, 4i4. This game Make's showing us how this is supposed to go. Maybe even a little bit too good, as Super Kleber down 20 CS. I mean, this is a pretty devastating deficit. The Gwen, the further behind she falls, the longer it takes to actually be able to fight back. And remember, Super Kleber took the lane-focused summoner spell of the Ignite to boot. So this is really, quite surprising that he's down this much.
Yeah, I was not expecting this. Did not have this on my bingo card. Pilot taking a beating here, not able to get the shove off onto Envy. I mean, I thought for sure he would have seen that and gone for the full 100-0, but I think he smelled the blood in the water, smelled, you know what, something isn't quite right here, and sure enough, C's was ready to back him up.
Yeah, didn't want to go for the play with the Lilia in the area. C's can stack up that passive and run down the Azir very easily. But see, here's what I'm talking about. C's is up a few camps, but if you look at the experience and everything, he's not that far ahead.
No,
Both junglers are level 5. Levyzine was able to take the first neutral objective uncontested, and right now, Liberty's game state is completely fine. And I really think C's maybe path a little too over-aggressively. Denying a couple of camps is good, but at some point, you just have to full clear your jungle to maintain the advantage.
And credit to Levyzine, he was actually the first one to hit level 6. Again, not that it really means much now that both champs are level 6, but if you're keeping track of this little race like we are, right, and you're seeing, okay, just how advantageous was the fact that C's was doing what he was doing in the early game. Alamist goes up here, Super Kleber. Not really going for the all-in, but again, with that Ignite, he's down a bevy of CS here early.
It's a good word, a bevy. I've not heard that one in a while. I like it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
been a slow one so far, you know?
Yeah, it really has been. But a bevy of vision secured. That's not quite as good.
Yeah.
But a lot of vision secured there by Liberty on the bottom side. And yeah, I mean, look, it's one thing. The advantage you get is one thing. What you do with it is another. Super Clever and C's going for the pincer here. Makes does have the dominus. He does have a little bit more combat strength. Immediately gets the lilting lullaby down. Goes to sleep, but the dominus is going to give him a lot of passive healing. Getting that off beforehand was huge. The ignite is going to negate a lot of that, though, and Super Clever will walk into his first kill thanks to a great play setup by C's.
Yeah, really nicely done, Super Kleber, faking the base and sneaking into the bush. Makes completely caught unawares, and Los Grandes needs to get this top side going. We said that's where their scaling advantage and a lot of their team fight power will come from later on. Sees Super Kleber linking up to make things happen. Not without a cost, though, as the Dragon was taken in trade. But I still think I favor that play for Los Grandes.
Especially if nothing else to just kind of equalize the lane, right? Take the pressure off a little bit, because Makes was dumpstering that in terms of CS, right? And again, kind of looking down on the other side, thanks to him and thanks to Leandrin and Cavallo in the bottom lane, the advantage that Levyzine was able to get with the priority that he had from his side lanes, the objectives were taken completely uncontested. 3 grubs plus the dragon has made it so that even though they're down 2 kills to 1, they've got themselves that, 1 ocean point here with the Hextech or Chemtech. Nope, Hextech, I was right the first time. Drake coming up next, but still about 100 gold here. So credit to the laners of Liberty.
Yeah, I think Liberty is still very comfortable with their state in this game, right? They took both of the neutral objective spawns. As you said, the laners have done very well. But Los Grandes has found some creative angles to try to attack. Ultimately, though, very even game state. I think both these teams are going to be happy to just try to take some of these mid-game team fights. 10 minutes in, things looking very well contested with really only those neutral objectives being the advantage. Is Liberty setting up for a bit of a play on the top side, maybe wanting to get Makes, I don't want to say back in the game because he's still up 20 CS, but get him rolling once again, perhaps.
Yeah, because it's kind of like you said, right? The 2 champions in the top lane have inevitabilities about them. Gwen eventually will become an unstoppable demon. Renekton eventually will become a traffic cone. Right? So it's how quickly do you get Clever to that super demon god tier raid boss status, and how much value can you get out of Makes before he eventually falls off at kind of the 30-minute mark. That's the race now being had in the top lane.
And Liberty also knows that Makes is still incredibly strong right now. Like, this Renekton is going to crush any sort of fight for still the next 10, 20 minutes, as we say. So, again, yeah, it's about how long does the inevitability take, but Liberty has plenty of time to try to force plays, and I would really like to see them fight for these Void Grubs as a result.
Every single ultimate available
Pilot's
for
back in.
everybody. Pilot, yeah, not opting to take this fight. Could go with a cross-map arrow here. Cabby going on everything onto the back line there, and the sleeve coming down. The CC chain is really nice. Here comes Pilot, finally joining the fight, but it might be too little too late. He's got a Shurima Shuffle in him if he wants it, but Cavallo's really low. The re-engage is not going to be there. The Shuffle gets nobody. The Arcane Barrage gets nobody. Levyzine going in. Going right back out, BRTT and Leandrin. Meanwhile, Solo Bolo in the bottom lane for BRTT, but it's traded right back.
And they equalize on both sides of the map, as I believe is a 1-for-1 in both top and bottom. 80 carries trading bullets, and on the top side, Pilot teleports late into the fight after his strong Renekton is already gone, and then completely biffed the Shurima Shuffle. I don't know, man. I associate Azir with Pilot, but I have seen a few bad shuffles from this player so far this split. It has been a little tough to watch, and ultimately it means even fight for the side that wanted to take the top side skirmish. Liberty, at the very least, did secure 2 of the 3 Void Grubs off the back, though.
Yep, so you got that 5-1 advantage. Again, 4 is that new break point, but hey, it's more grubs never hurt nobody. Dragon spawning not for a little bit here, but let's get another look at this. Like you said, Pilot almost inexplicably backing here, but it's one thing to back, and actually I got nothing, dude.
It's just enough time for them to one-shot Makes, right? In the 3v3, Los is pretty comfortable to take this as long as the Renekton is not able to slice and dice his way through the fight. And then here, Pilot still has the chance to really make it a winning fight for them, but he just completely whiffed the Emperor's Divide and ends up just being the 1-for-1.
In the bottom lane, it was almost good enough there. Yeah, but like you said, I have seen Pilot be better on this Azir, and I actually would say that Pilot is around a top half mid laner. I think he's been really, really good despite his roster being an absolute shambles around him. But that one was not it. It was too little too late. The decision there to back,
play
just
on
like
top,
you said,
though,
gave Los Grandes that opening to try and start that fight. Hallowed Mist goes out. CC Chain trying to come in here. Pilot already has the Shurima Shuffle back up off cooldown. Somehow he's going to take a couple tower shots. Going to flash away. The Needlework not going to find him, and Makes back in the game.
Looked a little touch and go there, but a good dive from Liberty anyway. Shutting down Super Claver. They want to keep Makes in the game.
Ooh, Cabby with the Solar Flare right there onto Leandrin, bailing out. Envy's going to dodge over the True Shot Barrage, and there goes the Transversal Arrow out of nowhere. BRTT sets up the kill for his mid laner. Envy gets 2, thanks to the father of CBLOL.
Yeah, how about that for MVP kind of plays right there? 4-on-4 cross-map arrow somehow weaved its way into Leandrin, and Cavallo ends up dying for it too. Double kill onto this Corki is going to feel amazing. Again, scaling advantage in towards Los Grandes on the top side, and even though Makes is absolutely destroying Super Claver in the 1v1, taking the top lane tower first, the mid jungle for Los Grandes is absolutely online.
No, they're feeling really, really good. Onto a full item and then some, and with that advantage, or despite that advantage, I should say, Levizine and Pyle are going to be the ones to start up that Herald, but they've got their eyes set on the Dragon. Getting that started here. But again, good initiative being shown by Liberty despite that. We're going to get another look at this Enchanted Crystal Arrow here. You saw the On My Way pings coming down. I'm not sure who they were from, but this was pinpoint.
I mean, yeah, it's just barely, and Cavallo tried to block it too with the Battle Dance and just doesn't quite end up getting it. I mean, honestly, like, I'll say unlucky for Liberty, but that was awesome from BRTT.
Yep. We are not going to begrudge the GOAT any sort of moments in what might be his last game in the CBLOL. He reduced down to 6 teams, plus a guest slot, and then our LLA representatives. Wow, look at all this vision. My goodness, I was going to make a joke, but then I looked at, my goodness, just how deep this vision from Liberty is going in Los Grandes. Perfectly happy to take something on the opposite side here, equalizing on the tower front.
Yeah, and Los Grandes has done a really good job of finding the kill advantage. They've equalized now, or started to equalize in the objective trades, right? They took a Void Grub, they took this most recent Dragon, they've equalized the towers, but Liberty has done a pretty good job of staying one step ahead in map control, and a lot of that, again, has come from the pressure of Makes. It's allowed them to take 5 of the 6 Void Grubs. It got them the first Dragon as well, with Pilot laning well in the mid lane, and even taking the Rift Herald, they have a surplus of map control, and it does mean that they are in the driver's seat, despite Gold being very close.
Let's see how they can accelerate that. Yeah, that Gold really, coming together pretty quick here. No objectives up here, so nothing really to fight for. But again, the pick potential that you have on really both sides. Just try to take advantage of that. Los Grandes got something on the Cabby here immediately.
How about that pick potential?
Every single form of CC going down, and the big sleep taking everybody else out of the fight. Leandrin could do nothing.
Yeah, 4-4. It's almost like you're a pretty good caster. Talking about pick potential, and boom, Los Grandes immediately making it happen. Now trying to TP onto Makes, forcing the flash.
Needlework 1 misses. He's got a couple more charges of it. Makes, doesn't have the flash, held onto it. Goes over with a slice. Gets the Dominus. There goes the Call the Meat, getting a little bit more healing as well. Super clever. Burn the Ignite early. And Makes held onto that ultimate, getting the most value he could possible out of it. Well, I thought Enchanted Crystal Arrow was going out the way the camera just like zipped down and zipped back up. Cavallo looking for something here. He could EW in. Not going to try it though.
And ultimately, ooh, BRTT.
Leandrin, there goes the True Shot Barrage. BRTT read him like a book, not going to get caught by that.
Oh, it's fighting across the map.
But the ultimate is buffered by Levizine. The cease and desist goes out as jungler on jungler crime, but here comes Super Clever trying to save his jungler, and it's going to work out. He got nothing out of that. C's able to escape, but the rest of the gang able to take down the turret with the roam from Pilot, excuse me.
It's a fist fight across the map. Neither of these teams wants to be the one to go 2-16 as they are brawling each other. Ultimately, in the extended cross maps, I think Liberty maybe comes out ahead. They were the ones that got a tower in trade for like a kill around the Dragon area a while ago. That's about it. BRTT getting his back stopped by Cavallo. I mean, these teams are bloodthirsty.
Yeah, trying to just, again, accelerate any little advantage that they have. And I want to make a slight addendum to something I said. There were 2 teams in franchising that have gone 1-17. One was Rensga, I think 2021 split 2, and one was Kaboom, just from last year. It was the Redbird Crasteel Kaboom,
right.
1-17.
Yeah.
That was abysmal.
Wow.
I thought
1-17 is tough.
That's really, really brutal. So neither one of these teams will hop in that part of the record books, but the loser of this will have the 3rd worst split in the franchising era. But I think 2017 T-Show still takes the cake. I think they went winless, but chat, let me know if I am wrong.
That is That is tough. Not even the White Sox are that bad. You don't want to be
No.
worse than the White Sox.
No, they are. No, I literally, as a Tigers fan, they had the record. We still do for the worst regular season ever. I think
Do you
in
really?
162. Yep, 2003. We lost. Ready? For those who don't know, 162 games in a Major League Baseball season. We lost 119 out of 162
That's
games.
tough. I did not
It's
know that.
Awful. It's really bad. And on winning percentage, the White Sox are barely on pace to break that record. So taking that one off of us, which
Rooting for you.
thank you. The best man at my wedding and a good friend is a White Sox fan. Actually working with your friend Grapes at the Olympics. I've told them to keep an eye out for each other.
That's
which would
funny.
be wild, but yeah.
Did you see the video of LeBron James looking like Washington crossing the Delaware?
Oh, elite. Yeah, no,
It
like
was incredible. Yeah.
The World Cup and the Olympics, that's what I feel like my problem. I'm like I get more like patriotic, and I feel like those right wing adjacent feelings start to crop up, and I gotta check myself sometimes, man. I get hella patriotic at these events.
Dude, yeah. Say what you want about America, but you can't help but get romantic about about LeBron James
No.
holding the flag like that.
Oh, it's impossible. It was
Anyway, who's the CBLOL's LeBron James needs to keep stepping up in this game. He's 2-1-3 right now. BRTT on this Ash. He's looking pretty strong. Both the 80 carries of Los Grandes are fairly well online. Envy even has 2 items for this dragon fight. Basically, all the cooldowns you could ask for available on both sides. Bit of a flash deficit for Los Grandes, but hang on, 4-4. They're starting a Baron. They do have an Azir to shred this.
Yeah, the Hawk shot did go out, so they see that the vision was caught on as soon as that Hawk shot
All
went
right.
out. Liberty pulled the plug on their mission. Envy, meanwhile, gonna grab the first of what he hopes are a few Infernal Drakes here. Infernal Soul gonna be the prize in at minimum 10 minutes. While makes things happen. Haha. In the bottom lane. Could get a fight out of this, because like you said, Hawk, every single object or every single
Try
weapon is up.
again.
They've restarted it. Surely they don't go back in, do they? And surely
This
the
is
Hawk
cheese.
shot goes out again. But this time, they're going to fight over it. Double TP comes in. There's a chance the Crystal Arrow lands on Leandro, and he insta-cleanses it.
Do they have it?
We're able to get one charge of the needlework on it. Makes trying to play bodyguard, and indeed, Levyzine able to grab it. Makes might be the sacrificial
No
lamb here. He's able
way.
to dice his way over the wall. Sees, has the lilting lullaby. If he can land on a couple, maybe
They're
Los Grandes can turn
turning.
this around, but they will not. Super Clever gets one. Leandrin ease into the Raptor pit, or into the Krug pit, excuse me. Cabby does have the Solar Flare, excuse me. EQ in. Solar Flare on a pilot, but he flashes out of it and gets just the edge of it. Double kill for Los Grandes, but Liberty did walk away with the Baron.
Not a bad play at all. It's cheese, but hey, that's some smoke Gouda, some bougie stuff right there. For Liberty, oh no, this TP might be the worst thing I've ever seen.
Pilot, not making any.
Oh,
Yeah. He does get 2 there, but gets delete. Actually got Envy somehow and got a shutdown out of it, no less. So, but again, you lose a member that had that Baron on it. The Baron at this point is just, I feel like, just ceremonial. Opa, we're not done
Okay.
just yet. There goes the cease and desist. Super Clever going down, but took a bunch of true damage right onto Levyzine. BRTT trying to kite Levyzine away. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have
What is
anything. Trying to get
happening?
closer. We'll get closer with the Vault Breaker. And there goes a lilting lullaby. Seas didn't blow it on the first fight. He's got it up for this one. Spacing incredibly well on this Lilia. Get a little bit of help there from Cavallo as Levyzine, but it will not be enough. Punches thrown back and forth. Shutdowns being traded back and forth. Like you said,
my
these teams are out
goodness.
for blood.
They are most certainly out for blood as Liberty just pissed away their entire Baron. Like, what just happened? Violet TP'd in 1v5. You got to kill for it. Trying to defend a top lane tier 1. Just give the tower. This was fantastic from Liberty, honestly. They had the exact timer down to a T, barely able to limp away. Makes feels like he has to turn without the slice and dice, which I think is correct, but kind of baits his team, specifically Leandrin, into sticking around. So they end up getting the kill on the Ezreal, as well as the flash off the Azir that Liberty maybe should not have given up. And then in the extension, I mean, I have no idea what that was from Liberty. Now they're true shot barraging backwards. What's happening?
Liberty are pissing away more than the Baron here, Hawk. They are hemorrhaging gold, blood, etc. Still up 1,000 gold, but that feels, again, just statistically significant, and that's about it. Los Grandes really coming alive here, and Hawk, we get back to what we said earlier, Super Clever, right? All through that mess, he got himself a couple of kills. I think one of them was a shutdown, too. He's going to grab himself some solo turret gold here. He is a monster right now.
To continue our references to American basketball legends, this feels like Liberty getting the Baron was the Steph Curry gif where he like shoots the three and throws up like the signs before it actually goes into the hoop and he misses. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? Like,
Yeah.
That was an incredible bag fumble. The game is once again back to completely even. That gold graph is heinous.
Yeah, and you see the little like, oh, Liberty's got advantage. Psych. Liberty's got a slightly bigger advantage. Dumb call. Liberty sneaks the Baron. Unbelievable play at 20 minutes. Psych.
Yeah. Hey, this is where peak League of Legends come from. You cannot tell me this is not the best region in the world. We are having a ton of fun here with Los Grandes Liberty, battling it out to not be last place. You might say nothing's on the line, but I say everything is on the line for these players. Bragging rights and pride abound.
After this one, we do have Kaboom versus Red Canids. We will have tiebreakers tomorrow. Whether we are covering them is a discussion that I have not had with the powers that be, so we'll do that. Areas, Nick Young, Swaggy P, with the, that was Liberty, except, you threw up a 6 shot.
I could have sworn it was Steph. Okay. Well, Steph doesn't miss 3-pointers, actually.
Yeah,
so
exactly. He'll throw up the threes, right? He'll just like, he'll put up the shot. The whole bench puts up the threes. He turns around and gets back on defense as the ball sails through the hoop. It's glorious. Also, Steph Curry's first ever Olympics. Fun fact. He's either been injured or too tired from winning championships with the Warriors, which is crazy. But anywho, took down Serbia this morning. Brazil, actually, in the Olympics on the men's basketball side of things, had a good start to the game against Rudy Gobert and the French national team. The French are nasty at basketball. They
got Webby, right?
And they got Wemby, exactly. The freak, the alien. Brazil had a really good first quarter, kind of like fell off towards the, into halftime, and the second half wasn't really a contest. But Brazil, someone on Brazil posterized Rudy Gobert in the first quarter, which was so
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Very cool.
All right.
Brutal draw for them in those groups. But anyway, Liberty.
Dragon spawning. And
Dragon is spawning.
They're postering Super Kleber.
Yeah, they're trying to put him on a poster. Get Pilot. God bless him, but he has hit one. Like, I think if you're to take the batting average, if you will, of like all of as Los Grandes do take the Dragon, so they're on sole point. If you take the batting average of amount of targets hit by Pilot's stream of shuffles here compared to the amount of time
I don't want to talk about it. I honestly don't want to think about it.
It would be well below the Mendoza line. And if you get that baseball reference, we can be best friends. Pilot gonna take but
I guess we're not best friends.
The Mendoza line. Here's your fun fact. It was named after a player whose last name was Mendoza. He had a career batting average of around 200. So if you're batting below 200, which is terrible, you're below the Mendoza line.
Yeah. Was he a pitcher or like a position player?
No, he was a position player. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, tough looks for him. Liberty now looking for the pick here. They pissed away their lead, but now they've got themselves into a decent position here with the Baron spawning in 18 seconds.
Liberty just took 3 towers and an inhibitor and killed the enemy jungler for a dragon in their bottom lane tier 2. Like, I don't know. All logic has been defied this game as Los Grandes completely sacked their mid wave to try and make plays. That is sin number 1 in competitive League of Legends. And now jungler list, they find themselves having the Baron started against them.
Here comes the TP from Makes. That's a big croc, and it's going to be a 5v4 here. Sure, they want to get in, but a lot of damage coming in from Los Grandes. Giving themselves actually a pretty decent advantage here. They might win this 4v5. With Super Kleber being as strong as he is, Liberty going to back off here. Not going to take any chances. Looking for some sort of vault breaker in. Not going to use it on Cabby. Maybe there's some sort of cheese here. Cabby almost gets his Zenith Blade down, but Cavallo able to dodge it at the last second. Able to battle dance in. Cavallo looking for everything here. Doesn't have the range. Goes back in. He could have flashed there, but Liberty's got more than enough to take care of him. Able to use the quickness to great effect. Numbers advantage in the favor of the Libertines here, but Baron not on the menu for either team just yet.
Yeah, Los Grandes back up, still with everything available, only support down. I don't think you can start this one up if you are Liberty. Cabby should not have flashed as he was dying. It's completely fine for Los Grandes to give over their support's life there, but losing a major cooldown in the back end. Envy also losing his flash. You could see how strong that Corki was in that fight. At the time, was the only member, I believe, on Summoner's Rift with 3 items. Maybe Makes had his as well, actually. But did so much damage that deterred Liberty from starting the Baron. Without that flash cooldown, going to be much more difficult to stay alive.
Yeah, I was kind of weighing up who would win in that uneven numbers fight. And as soon as that big one went out and took like a third of the health bar of 3 very squishy members, I was like, never mind, you don't want this fight. That was incredible. But again, you see just like this, once he's got the Muramana Triforce with the BT, which is becoming increasingly common third item. I mean, you saw the MF build it a little bit earlier today. Actually, all 3 champions that can build it basically have that Bloodthirster. Even though it's not the Bloodthirster of old, the shield still does scale as the game goes on.
And turns out getting plus, like, I think it's like 70 AD again. It's just a lot of AD. It makes you do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the raw AD that it gives, right, is still absurd, right? People talk, I mean, Static Shiv, right? I think that's part of the reason it has kind of crept back into the meta is like, okay, the wave clear is still kind of whatever, but you still get 55 AD. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah. There's a reason that like Lucians and stuff build Static Shiv or like Jins, because it gives more AD than Kraken Slayer a lot of the time. I don't know if that's still true. It was true back before they changed what Static Shiv did. Yeah, Bloodthirster is 80 base AD. That is crazy.
Lord. Yeah, that's so much.
It's probably the most of any item, item other than Infinity Edge.
Yeah, no, I think it very well might be. Spotted out here, but Liberty's still going to go for the Baron. Cavallo.
It's a bold move.
Playing bodyguard. Cavallo able to battle dance his way back in here. The damage is coming in hot. Pilot over the wall. They're looking to turn here. Leandrin able to cleanse out of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow for about the 1,000th time. Able to get the CC down before the sleep goes off. Pilot able to get the Enchanted, or excuse me, the Shurima Shuffle off. My goodness, I'm stumbling over my words today. Makes not able to get the damage that he wanted here. Dodges 2 Needleworks though from Super Clever. Charging up the Vault Breaker is Levi seeing if he wants to go back in. Los Grandes, now they've got purchase on the Baron. The turntables have flipped. Pilot looking for a big play, but doesn't have flash. He doesn't have ult. He's just there to do damage at this point. Levi looking for a way in. Gets a shield from the stairs, but with the Hallowed Mist, Super Clever able to go forward, and Envy be able to pick up the kill. BRTT takes a ton of damage, but he takes Leandrin out of the fight. Makes not ultless. Remember, he's out of the fight as well. Sees, buys himself some time with the stopwatch, but Leandrin and the rest of Liberty somehow clean up a sloppy fight. And they're actually looking to end here, Hawk. I think they can.
Can they? I mean, they don't have the Baron. Super Cleaver's still alive, able to get back to base. I don't think they can end. Surely, Baron to help defend for Los Grandes. If Super Cleaver can get this wave with the Hallowed Mist, they should be able to hold here, but Liberty's still bearing down. That is the level 16 Gwen. Did just use the ult, though.
Oh, Makes wants everything here. Popping the dominance, give himself the sustain he needs. And with 5 grubs, like you were saying, Hawk, they're going to back off as the inhibitor respawns. Tough moment for that to come back. I think they had that. I think they had that. It would have been really, really tough and really gutsy, and probably not the
still here
play to make. But yeah, exactly.
10 seconds on BRTT.
Yeah, that's the big one, right? If you can get that Enchanted Crystal Arrow down, big old TP coming in here from Envy.
What?
Trying to get the flank out, but it doesn't land.
Envy?
Are you kidding me?
What?
They got it. Liberty. They pull victory from the jaws of defeat. And they are the ones that have the pleasure of sending the GOAT of Brazilian League of Legends with 2 mid-season academy subs, taking that roster and stuffing them into last place. Just the 3rd team ever since franchising began to get 2 or fewer wins in a split. That ignominious honor. That word I did not get right. That honor goes to Los Grandes.
Ignanimous?
Ignanimous, maybe? Yeah, sure. We'll go with that.
Is that a real word? I'll go with it. Yeah, 4-4, that was one of the games of all time. A hell of a lot of fun as Liberty win it in the end. Apparently, Envy saw Pilot's 1v5 TP with the Baron and thought, I could do you one better. Let me TP away from the defense of my Nexus and then lose the game. Honestly, an incredible decision from Envy right there as Liberty manages to win. 3-15, bragging rights go their way as it was a bloodbath of a game from start to finish.
Yeah, the big boys are they're doing their thing in the top of the standings, but the kids are still having fun at the bottom there. They obviously them eliminated along with INTZ, so we've got tiebreakers to play for as the day rolls on. Yeah. Look, it was a forgettable split for both of them. And again, Envy, just some late game decision making that cost his team. RMC and I were casting a game yesterday, I think. It was it was against, it might have been against Loud. I don't actually remember exactly, but Envy made another similar decision in his own base with an advantage and had a Yone ult, and just like he was clearing one wave, the rest of his team was clearing the top wave.
Yeah.
He just
I'm
that way into
convinced Los Grandes would have defended their base. if he just walked out with home guards. Because you saw before the Nexus died how much damage he did.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, no, he turned that fight around Baron, right? He just launches one big one in.
Yeah.
Like, you've got Baroned up minions, right? Like, you've still got a shot there. Puzzling decision, but again, inconsequential, as has everything about Los Grandes and Liberty split in, except for the bragging rights, like you said, up until very recently. When we come back, we will break down the tiebreaker scenarios for you as Red versus Kaboom. Kaboom fighting for their lives here. They're guaranteed at least a three-way tiebreaker. But Red looking to hop up and force a tiebreaker of their own for potential third seed, looking for their 8th straight win. We'll get into that and more when we come back.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A soul right of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for being here. The last game of the regular season of the CBLOL is upon us. If you don't count the tiebreakers, there will be some tomorrow. But for dramatic effect, let's say that that's what's going on here. We appreciate you being on this journey with us. I think we're already into picks and bans. So let's get those on the screen. But Hawk, we know these two teams. We know the stakes for them. Kaboom, Red have locked playoffs. Kaboom, they have not. With a win here, they would lock playoffs. If they lose to Red here, again, Red have nothing to play for except for seeding. Kaboom, if they were to win, they lock themselves into playoffs and they're just fighting for seeding. If they lose, they go into a three-way tiebreaker with Kaboom and Furia for the last two playoff spots.
Yeah, and that is the main story. To lock their ticket right now, they have to beat a team that is on a 7-game win streak. Red, for them, seeding may only be on the line, but I will say fairly important. They would be 3rd seed, so they'd basically be the best of the rest, you know, the best ones that have to play in the first round of the playoffs, which is pretty impactful for them. And they have been on a tear recently. I honestly think that the Red Canids have looked like maybe the 2nd best team in the CBLOL over the course of the last few weeks. That is how good they have been in the back half of the split. And going with a surprisingly standard composition to start things off against Kaboom here today. I feel like we've been seeing a bit of cooking from them. Things like Scion, the Lilia, etc. But putting Aegis back on Maokai duty, FNB on his signature Renekton, and then, of course, Frosty on the Rel that he has had a tremendous amount of success with so far this split.
No, he really has. On Engaged Champions, he's been really, really good. The Rel and the Rakan are really what kind of I associate him with. And Hawk, a fun fact, aside from yesterday, right? So yesterday was their 7th win in a row. Red had been on the 6-game win streak. In 5 of those 6 wins, the 5 consecutive wins in that they had racked up to that point, the mid-jungle had either been Lilia Scion or Maokai Talia. That had been it. When Aegis is on Maokai, Reptar's looking for that Talia. Yesterday, they broke that. It was Azir, Lilia, and they beat Fluxu, but it wasn't exactly a convincing victory. But to your point, Hawk, that yesterday was the sloppiest they've looked since, since the 2 Super Weeks, right? Since the Super Week patch of before and after the midseason break, they have been unbelievable. Like you said, aside from kind of Pain Cade, firmly the best of the rest, especially with Loud floundering. Again, we know they can turn it on in playoffs, but that's the difference. In seasons past, they turn it on right about now, and they look bad. They just look straight up lost, discoordinated, but we'll get to that when we get there. Red going to lock in what I imagine will be their mid laner here, as, again, Sales going to lock in Rakan. Nope, just kidding. It'll be Leona. I talked about Hovers again. Yeah.
The Leona makes a lot more sense. It's just better. It's just the better champion. It is so disgustingly tanky. It's honestly surprising to me that Red went for Rel over the Leona, but like I said, Frosty has been really good on the Rel specifically, and in general has had a tremendous glow up on the Engaged champions. I know Trajan and I had a conversation about this yesterday. We feel like Frosty has been one of the biggest drivers of this team getting better. Of course, things like Aegis looking like the best jungler in the league again is a big part of it. FNB is actually playing well after a horrible start to the split, but Frosty on Engaged champions looking better than he ever has in his career. This young player really starting to turn on the Jets. 4-4, you called it though. Talia being the lock-in, and Kaisa to pair alongside. So again, a much more standard style of composition here for Red. Much more mid-game focused, I feel like, than they've been going for as well. A lot less scaling, going for the dive. They want to get on top of Kaboom and kill them.
And they've got a ton of tools to do so. And again, like you said, Rel kind of a less, shall we say, reliable Leona, because I think to your point, that's kind of what Leona does, right? You've got point and click CC, your tankiness, especially at the early levels, when you pop that W with the Aftershock, you are nigh unkillable, as the Lucian is locked in here. So we'll see who goes into the bottom lane. It could be either one. I think it'll be Lucian mid.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah. Do you think that matchup kind of has any bearing on, I don't know, how it goes into the Talia?
I mean, it's a good matchup if you're able to not get poked out, because Lucian just completely wins the trades, and it's really hard for the Talia to play. I'm absolutely expecting this to be House on the Lucian here. I do want to talk a little bit about this bottom lane matchup, because presuming that it's Ezreal Leona in the bottom lane against the Rel Kaisa, I do favor this lane a little bit for the Kaisa side of things, and I think Kaisa's a really good pick here into the Kaboom composition. Yes, it's tough when you're against things like Vi, of course, but I really like Kaisa against Rumble comps. This is actually something I've been excited to see anytime it does come out, because I feel like Kaisa has the mobility and the DPS to maneuver through that style of composition, as long as, of course, you're not just getting Vi rumbled on top of your head. So I think this is a good pick for Brunsey. I think Red has themselves a pretty strong composition, but Kaboom has damage in spades come the mid game with the triple threat, double ADCs, as well as the red carpet getting laid down.
Yeah, out the wazoo. Like you said, you've got 3 immense sources of damage, whereas Red kind of have, I mean, they have 2.5 immense sources of damage, right? It'll depend on how Grefthar and FNB go. But like you said, both these compositions, in theory, could spike really, really hard into the mid game. The team fights are going to be really something to watch here. We talked about kind of the difference between the Rel and the Leona, and I want to kind of just chime in on that. I've been a Leona enjoyer as long as this champion's been around. You don't need to tell me how strong this and free this champion is for someone like me. With the Maokai plus the Rel, right? It's so just 1-2, right? You throw out that ultimate, that twisted advance, and then it's just curtains, right? The Rel ultimate gets so much easier to land, especially if you can find creative angles, which isn't as necessary on something like a Rel as opposed to a Rakan. The Red Canids, with a little bit of seeding at stake here, going stock standard, Kaboom, putting House on a playmaker, putting House on something that has a little bit of mobility and can really dominate in this lane against a guy like Grefthar, who is one of, I'd say over the last few years, oh, hang on a second here. Red, did I mention that they're playing for nothing but seeding? They're certainly not trading like at level 1. They burn the Ignite on Lonely.
Definitely making it look like topside is going to be the area of attack already. You've got the Renekton Maokai. You've got the Talia Maokai. And even though pretty decent volatility in the bottom lane with the Kaisa double tank matchup, but I think Aegis maybe laying down the law as far as where he wants to go, even going to be able to spot Scary out in the early part of the clear. And I do think, even though the Lucian matchup into the Talia is quite good, and we know how strong of a laner House can be, in keeping the Talia jailed in the mid lane matchup, you have to be careful because the Maokai does provide that point and click setup for the seismic shove. House needs to be on his game to make sure he does not become a gank target.
And like you said, like, again, just, I feel like what you said just marries what I've been trying to say in less eloquent terms. Maokai makes your life so much easier, especially if you're someone like Grefthar, right? And there's a reason whenever Aegis has picked the Maokai, Grefthar, he's always been great on champions that kind of shove, roam, make plays elsewhere, right? He's not your primary carry threat. He's never been at his best when he's been like that. When Red Canids won their first title in franchising, they went in as the 6th seed. Grefthar came in as a sub, busted out Kled mid as a counter into Silas, and rode that kind of shenanigans all the way into playoffs. They've played 2 games of Scion mid during this 7-game win streak that they've been on. Aegis, like you said, Hawk, start to look like old Aegis again. This team is as volatile and as weird and as, dare I say, Brazilian as they come. They are emotional gamers going off the power of friendship, vibes, and shenanigans. And right now, it's working really, really well for them. But Kaboom fighting for their lives here. If Kaboom win, they lock playoffs. And it'll be a 2-way tiebreaker between Fluxu and Furia that'll decide the last playoff spot. If they lose, they will go into a 3-way tiebreaker with Fluxu and Furia, with 2 of those 3 teams taking the last 2 playoff spots. Kaboom and Red, these 2 teams in the second half of the split, have been the 2 hottest teams in Brazil.
Kaboom, I feel like, has been a little bit more up and down. They've definitely been hotter than their start. They both struggled early on and bounced back. Red has certainly bounced back harder. I do love what you say about their identity as a team. Does feel like a very Brazilian team, as you so beautifully put it, where they've been playing well on an individual level. Their macro plays have been very clean. Red has not gotten pulled into some of the fiestas that I feel like I've associated this team with for the first 3 splits that I covered this league 4x4. It's really a completely different team. And I love how you point that out. For Kaboom, 2, I think similarly, bringing in Scary has just made this team look so much more coordinated a lot of the time. Natuno and Seos in particular have looked much better given where they started this split, despite their high expectations. I think Seos has been incredibly good at playing around jungle and mid compared to where they were at the start of the split. And definitely has been some of the contributing factors for why they are still in the playoff conversation today.
And you bring up Seos and Natuno, and I think for fans of Kaboom and fans of these 2 players, when Kaboom just said, F it, we don't like losing anymore, we're going to throw a boatload of money at this roster. They brought in Malrang, right? I mean, that was a huge signing. And for the first few games of last split, it looked like a genius signing. Well worth splashing the cash. If there's one thing Kaboom doesn't lack, it is money. As Lonely thought about it there, but Scary backing off at the last second. Natuno and Seos, in the last 2 or kind of 4 or 5 splits, both these guys have won MVPs. right, they have been kind of, maybe not the best all the time, but firmly top 3, top 4 in their position over the last few years. And their split this year before bringing in Scary was putrid, especially by their standards. It was really, really rough, and it was shocking, again, because guys like Lonely, he's had his ups and downs. How's a very polarizing player as the sun lands onto an already buffered arcane shift there from Natuno. But Natuno and Seos had been the model of consistency, and them getting back to form has made this team look completely different.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think so much of that, again, has come from Seos, just has been able to get out on the map. Not so much this game, of course, as I think Brunty and Frosty have really played out this 2v2 well. Keeping the Kai'Sa even in early CS against the Ezreal, despite the range disadvantage, is quite good, especially because Leona can be so powerful in the early levels. And the Kai'Sa scales into this matchup quite well. She should be able to win the duels on even footing, particularly once these AD carries hit level 6 and the supports start moving towards neutrals. Speaking of, you've got Scary already on towards that dragon.
Scary making his way downtown, into the bottom river. Brunty and Frosty waiting around on the Triburst. They've got that vision there. Gonna get batted away. We'll see who's able to get some shove, get some priority in the bottom lane, or whether
Aegis wants to come over.
I was gonna say Aegis is hovering over there, and I think Kaboom, Scary and Seos realizing that look, Natuno's not gonna get here in time, and even if he shows up, who's to say we could win this fight? Actually, he's got the Sheen. I think they would have won that fight, but Aegis, he's got the Faded Ashes as well, so he's going a little bit more damage oriented.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kaboom is just going to go right back towards this dragon now, because what Aegis needs to do is cover his bottom lane on the shove out. Ooh, instead, he's moving towards the opposite side. There's maybe a play to be made here for Kaboom, but they're just going to let this timer go. I feel like with Natuno coming off the base, there is a strong argument to either get back on the dragon or even go for a bot gank with Aegis showing top. Instead, they do neither, and they want to move towards these Void Grubs, but I think Aegis is going to be fast enough to take care of this. You do have House coming.
You got House coming, you got Scary showing up. There goes the equalizer from Lonely. The whole gang is here, Hog. FNB gonna pop the Dominus, get onto Lonely, land a little bit of CC onto him. The Call of the Week is gonna get some, but House dumps the entirety of the culling into the back of FNB. Just 2 grubs secured, 1 on each side. So that went disastrously wrong, really, as Frosty and Seos, the 2 supports, show up. Scary, he's got the smite, able to get that last grub down in 3, 2, 1. There it goes, 2 for 1 for Kaboom, but no blood spilled otherwise.
Yeah, so ultimately, Kaboom does use their faster reset to be able to get a couple of the grubs. No kills, though, and it is turret plates. I think that's the biggest thing that Kaboom is getting off of this, with Brunty seemingly taking a bad base from bottom as supports get called up. But still, I think I actually would have preferred that Kaboom prioritize the dragon there. I think dragon stacking in this game with 2 pretty mid-game oriented compositions would have been very important if you're able to force the other mid-game oriented composition to fight into you, but instead ends up being topside priority, and we're just gonna kind of chill out with Kaboom nursing a 1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, like until the rest of the ultimates come up, right? The culling, Scary just hitting 6, and Aegis about to hit 6. Those are your next 2 ultimates that you're looking for. Here's Natuno going for the all-in here onto Brunty. A couple more autos and 1 more Q might do it, but you'll take a flash.
Hey, you absolutely will. Brunty should be able to win the duels, except for when you're not level 6, respecting the threat of Natuno. No true shot barrage, though, does mean that Brunty is at least safe enough to farm up this wave.
Yep, could have been worse. The CS advantage firmly in Natuno's favor here. Doing a very good job. Like you said, the 2v2 had been going the way of Brunty and Frosty. They've been playing it out pretty darn well. But now Scary, with the advantage that Natuno created, going to be onto this dragon. The rest of the gang going to show up real quick here. Aegis, again, on the Faded Ashes. He's combat power-wise ahead of Scary. Both of them with very high impact ultimates. We will see none of them used as the first dragon of the game goes over to Kaboom. And they nurse that 1,000 gold lead, Hawk. Pretty good early game for them.
Yeah, I mean, Kaboom is in a great spot. They use that bottom lane priority to take another dragon, so they are just feeling very comfortable. Red has not really been able to find purchase into this game. You know, we talked about Aegis maybe going to prioritize topside playmaking with the flash getting blown off of Lonely. They weren't able to punish that, and they have not seen really any advantage since then. No. So I like the way Kaboom playing out very calmly, very slowly, just winning out in each of their lanes, and Red has not really been able to find a way in, just waiting for the map to really open up to, I think, start getting some of the fireworks that we're expecting.
Yeah, and I keep kind of thinking of that decision that you mentioned, right, when they had that advantage, when Red had that advantage for Aegis not to kind of double back and secure the dragon initially there, right, with the disadvantage with the Natuno on the awkward base timing, to prioritize that and instead going for a bit of a late call there on the grubs up top. Kaboom, it'll take advantage and take 2 of those void grubs. And now puts red in a position where if they want to equalize those grubs, they've got to take all 3 of them, right? I mean, equalize, not really, but like they've got to take all 3 of them if they want that void grub buff, which is kind of on the line for both of these teams. Meanwhile, FNB and Lonely, it's a very it's a low scale fisticuffs here. It's kind of in the back half of the lane.
Kaboom knows that Aegis must be topside. FNB doesn't play like that if he doesn't have his jungler, so what is the equal and opposite reaction? Does Scary choose to go for a dive? It seems like the answer is no, as the wave was not stacked up large enough. Lonely did something really smart there, though, where the wave prior to that grub scuffle, we saw him drop the equalizer on the wave, knowing his jungler wasn't on that side. Grevthar was fogging. So Kaboom, without even a ward to actually spot Aegis, just understood the map state very well, played very defensively, didn't give anything up, and even though they didn't really find an advantage of their own, it was intelligent positioning from them across the board to not let something like this Renekton start snowballing.
Oh, well said. And then, like you said, Red, they do take that additional advantage, right? Kaboom didn't give them much to get out of it, so the only thing they've sacrificed really is vision in the top river. But, again, will that be enough? And every ultimate has been held on to. Lonely. What's that?
Void Grub's spawning in 10 seconds. With Red controlling the river like this, like I think Red is also very okay with how that went, because they didn't feel the need to force anything. Hey, if we can find one on Lonely, great, but we really want to fight for these grubs. We're even calling our Kaisa up to the side. Natuno is here. House does have the teleport.
Lonely's got to be careful here. FNB going for the all in here with the Hex Drink. What the hell is the
Kaisa!
killer instinct
There
from
it is!
Brunsey? That means first blood over to Red Canids, and you get the Void Grubs as a treat. Congratulations.
That's reason number 2 why I like the Kaisa into the Rumble. Not only do you have the maneuverability to dodge out on the equalizers, but you can gap close onto it. That was a beautiful collapse from Red as they find the first blood and all 3 Void Grubs.
Frosty's got the ultimate. Should Red want to take more here? There goes the Twisted Advance, or Nature's Grasp, excuse me. Weaver's Wall going to cut off and isolate and send Seos to a watery grave.
Yeah, and...
No.
No.
All right, as you were.
Yeah, we're everyone just still scuffling, but I don't blame you for holding your breath right there, because so often in League of Legends, it's not the first mistake that kills you 4x4, but the second one, as I honestly think, arguably not even a mistake from Kaboom. Hold this.
FNB, House playing on the edge of the tower range. Lonely gets the damage down for the rest of his team. Picks up another kill there, or his first of the team, or first of the game, I should say, for Kaboom.
Yeah, and they want to get this bottom lane tier 1, but TP from Grevthar should be able to hold it. So it just ends up being a trade of kills. Well played from Kaboom, but a great play from Red on the top side of the map. That collapse onto Lonely was beautiful. And then Kaboom just sticking around when they had no business. You have Lonely pushing in bottom after the teleport down there. So, or rather it was House. He never TP'd up. So either way, just give the grubs. They end up giving an extra kill, I feel like, somewhat needlessly. And even with the kill in bottom, it means that Red still trades up.
Grevthar able to kite backwards. Not in any huge trouble here. Playing pretty safely, pretty intelligently here in this side wave. He's got a 500 gold lead. And Hawk, we're getting into that mid game where, like you said, both these compositions are going to start spiking. And I'm looking down at the items, right, to see, okay, who has hit which item spike first? Because the difference between half an item and a full item at this stage in the game is the difference between a won and a lost fight.
Yeah, and now Aegis with the Leandries is a really big spike, but I'm going to be honest, Kaboom's wide item spikes are going to be much better. Lonely almost to the Leandry, Scary working towards that Divine Sunderer, and the Static Shift Kaisa does not exactly inspire death for.
No, it is not. It is not raid boss Kaisa, right? You're not just going to 100 to 0 you. There is still that utility in there. It is more AD than Kraken Slayer. We did confirm by 55 to 50. But it gives you more. It gives you mobility, right? It gives you mobility. It gives you wave clear, the 7% movement speed as well, the attack speed to boot. See which direction of build she wants to take it in. But I think it'll be just AD. The AP Kaisa, you've seen it pop up kind of here and there, but with the amount of magic damage you've got coming through, there's really no need for that. House able to flash away to safety.
It's a big flash burn, though. Kaboom, again, just sort of falling asleep on the map a little bit, getting out-rotated by Red. Sure, they give up this bottom lane tier 1, but Red is more than content to get the first setup already onto this Herald, seemingly one step ahead of the plays. They took Dragon before Kaboom was really able to get to those item spikes, and that meant that the Red squad was not feeling confident enough to go for a fight. And now, 4-4, they have those first item spikes. But again, Red prioritizing the setup on the objective so beautifully means it doesn't even matter.
No, they've made Aegis's life really, really easy. And the threat of
This is
Greg Tharp
aggressive.
able to come in here with the 4-man dive. FNB might pay for it with his life. There goes a true shot barrage over the top. Frosty might go down as well. He's able to flash away, but now caught in between Sales and Natuno is Aegis as the kills get traded back and forth. A 2-4-2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, way too aggressive, though. It's not going to be a 2 for 2 when it's all said and done.
No, kaboom. And again, Hawk, you called out.
Oh, Seos!
Red, in the past few weeks, have not taken silly mid-game fights. This has been the exception rather than the rule for them lately, but this is not something foreign to this team, unfortunately.
For you did say off air before we started that Red is probably going to lose this game because they've locked playoffs now. They pressure's off. Time for a happy game. Yeah, just way too over-aggressive. The wave was gone by the time they went for that dive, and they were diving 2 members. You have to respect the Vi and, what was it, the Lucian, I think, that were under that tower? I don't even remember who was there. Regardless, Red tanking up the tower for way too long and getting caught completely up the creek without a paddle, now finding themselves down 2,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was like FNB was so low, right? With no Dominus either, right? Everything was gone from his kit. No flash either, right? So you can't get in there, lock someone up, pop the Dominus, and then get back out. The wall was fine to kind of isolate a target there, but it's still way too much. And it felt kind of needless, right? It was like
exactly.
You said, it's not the first mistake that kills you. It was like, okay, you got the Herald, you got what you wanted out of that. Why? You could just turn around and run.
And, you know, League of Legends is a game that works on turns. Red took their first turn to set up for Herald. They lose their bot lane tier 1 for it,
no.
but...
Frosty's sticking around just a little bit too long to clear that ward. He'll pay for it with his life. Just kidding. Able to mount up and get over the wall. True shot barrage not going to find its mark.
Nice escape. But Red still not respecting the turns. Kaboom, coming off reset second, Red gets first access into the river, but you have to respect Kaboom's counterpunch, right? Similarly, after taking the Herald, they tried to take a second turn in a row with the top dive, and it didn't work. Now, Kaboom may be overextending, though.
They might be. FNB able to pop the Dominus. Grevthar looking for the flank. Frosty gets the crash down. Very, very nicely done. Nature's Grass takes everybody out of the fight and into the river. Brunson going in. A lot of damage up front. Burling it. The rest of it into Natuno. Forced a flash out of him. Brunson changes it with a flash of his own. And Grevthar with the Weaver's Wall helps him lock it up. A shutdown for the Red Cadets AD carry. But House making light work in the mid lane tier 1 in the meanwhile.
Brunsey may not have the most damage, doesn't have the items to be the Bullet Angel of Death quite yet, but still finding a nice play on the Natuno to pick up another one in trade. Just as I'm talking about not respecting turns, Kaboom, they take control of the river, they overstay on a wave, and a great teleport and collapse from Red means that they finally get what they wanted on the top side, 2 kills in a tower. They do trade it for the most important one on the map, but with Herald still in Aegis's pocket, they should be able to take it very soon.
That is next on the menu in a minute and change is the Dragon. But on the other side, mid-tier 1, right? That Herald's still very much not dropped. So Aegis probably going to look to crack open things in the mid lane. Both side lanes opened up just kidding, no, just the top lane. Bottom lane tier 1 still standing. Runseed not left alone in the mid lane. Frosty and Grevthar ready to make a play at all times. We talk about jungle support synergy, right? How important that is, and Aegis really has been sharp with Frosty, but Grevthar, with the role that he has played on Red Canid's best teams, he's kind of the third leg of that tripod, roaming around, making plays all over the map.
Yeah, but this game, though, is going to be about Brunsey on this Kaisa 4-1-1, and he really is a scaling damage. Talia, Malachi, Renekton, they'll do damage later on, sure, but this Kaisa is where so much of it is going to come from for Red, and we highlighted the importance of this pick in the draft. Good to see that Red Canids have been able to enable their most powerful member to become what he needs to be.
Herald dropped in the mid lane. No one going to hop in and go for a drive. TP coming in here from House. Big damage, but doesn't guarantee the knockdown. Trading over to Dragon. Or I should say shading. Excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. I burped. Over to Dragon. Scary. Looking for a way into this one. He's going to walk over ward. He's got to be careful here. The Observer's very much highlighting the potential danger that he's in. House is in danger. FNB pops out with the Dominus. House says, no, thank you. I want no part of that, but holds on to his flash. True shot barrage goes out from Natuno. Big ultimate wasted that really didn't get much done. FNB, speaking of ultimates that are wasted, he's going to get nothing out of this Dominus. Kaboom, waiting this one out. There goes the Nature's Grasp, getting everybody away from the Dragon Pit. Knocked up and deleted is Seos. He goes down now, Red. They've got what they came for. They're looking to get away with their prize. Abscond into the night unless Grevthar's got everything else on his mind. The seismic shove not going to land, and that'll be it for the fight.
House House did his best impression of a wildebeest at a watering hole as a crocodile popped out of the bush, but even that was still not enough for Kaboom to win the fight. The setup was just too good from Red. They know that you just can't walk into Maokai Talia, and they were able to transition that into the Dragon Take.
No, it's way too easy. Like you said, Lonely didn't get the ride he wanted. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, the setup was gorgeous, right? You get that priority in the mid lane, and yes, you didn't knock down the tower. I was a little worried, again, FNB kind of draining the Dominus kind of for 0, but it did buy time, right? You're not going to try to just walk up to a Renekton. Yeah.
It's so beautifully done. The minefield getting thrown out. Frosty body blocking. Again, I love the way Frosty has played this rel so far this split, understanding how much space he can create as Aegis is up there.
Cease and desist going down on to Brunsey. Can't cleanse a knockup, but you can just out-damage him. Brunsey said, nah, I'd win. Try that again in my hood, little homie. See how it goes. 2 more kills for Red. They're happy gaming, but now because they're doing anything dumb, because they're walking into kills left and right. 6 kills now for Brunsey.
And with the stylish seismic shove from Grefthor, that's going to be Red Canids right onto the Baron. And I don't think Kaboom is going to have a damn thing to say about it, as Brunsey is way too strong for Scary to take down 1v1. The Vi needs friends, but Caitlyn's not in this game.
Not a hope, not a prayer. Brunsey going in with the killer instinct. That's just too much. FNB is monstrous. He gets on the board, sharing the love left and right. Anthony the Primos between the cousins. The boys are cooking Hawk on their way to their 8th straight win.
And yet again, the early game from Red, not particularly impressive, but they're so good at selecting their fights. Even here, Aegis knows that he can contest this mid wave, for as scuffed as this may look, because Brunsey is just too strong. Kaboom does not have the pile-in to be able to take down an individual member. They don't have the gold, they don't have the damage. And then this flick from Grefthar. I mean, get out of here, predicting the arcane shift, and that is the kill that secured them the Baron.
No, that was clean. No, I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah, that went down right as Natuno eat away. No flash for him, no cleanse either. Grefthar on this Talia, man, he's been good on it. Again, during this win streak, undefeated on the pick. Red Canids really hitting their highest highs right now against a Kaboom team that, again, at certain points of the split looked like the team that maybe of the best of the rest, right? That looked like they could challenge Pain, Cade, and, you know, obligatorily, we have to say loud until they are out of playoffs. They are always a threat as far as I'm concerned. Red really did a good job of opening the map up here.
Kaboom is one of the last teams that beat Red. It was 2 losses ago for Red at the very end of the first round robin. Red then lost the first game of the first round robin, and now they've won 8 straight. It was a completely different story 4 or 5 weeks ago between these two teams, and this just speaks to how much Red has leveled up.
Weaver's Wall goes out. FNB is going to just walk menacingly towards Lucian, but How's able to relentless pursuit his way out of there, and we've got a pause.
All right. I hope it has nothing to do with the fact that House looked like he didn't want to jump over that Weaver's Wall for a while. I think that was more so just bait. We'll hopefully figure out what the pause is and get back into game fairly quickly, but a tense moment in a tense game where Red definitively in the lead at this point, though. They have the Baron. They should be able to keep opening up the map and really start to take control. And again, everyone playing well on Red. You know, Rose in our CBLOL production Discord sent an image of LeBron James holding the flag, saying Grefthar leading Red to victory. I gotta say, though, Brunsey, again, he's got 10 of 11 KP, highest on his team as this Kaisa. He has been in every fight, aggressive killer instincts, picking up additional kills left and right in some of these plays, particularly around the top side of the map. It has been such a treat to watch.
No, he's been awesome. I mean, Grefthar's been setting him up, but Brunsey has been knocking him down like nobody's business, right? When Scary just point blank ulted him, Brunsey didn't panic even for a second, right? He didn't flash. He didn't try to, you know, I mean, he wouldn't have, even if he tried to panic cleanse, it wouldn't have gone through, obviously. It's a knockup. But just kind of cut it backward, dumped a Q and a couple autos into him and said, absolutely not. Don't you dare try that again. He is really, really strong right now. He is going to be that win condition, Hawk. You called it out early on, and rightfully so. But the rest of the team around him has been playing really, really solidly, right? The kills being spread around very nicely. Red, aside from that one questionable dive they took, this is the best version of Red because they team fight. When they do team fight well, when they select the right fights, my goodness, they're a well-oiled machine. They're up there with Pain and Cade.
Yeah, they really are. Again, I think Red, my hot take is that they have been better than Pain in the back half of the split. Pain has been solid, but Red has just been completely lights out from very even game states. It's weird. Like, their wins don't look convincing because I feel like a lot of the time they don't just get super far ahead and win the game, but they're so consistently able to just take over games even when it doesn't look like they should be able to. Their understanding of setups is just above so much of the league.
It is. And what's crazy is that they've looked like their best selves after they got rid of Nelson, Singaporean Nelson, who had been a bit of a journeyman coach, had been Red Canids coach last year. They fired him twice in 2 years, which you can't make it up again. So the pause is resolved. Once we get some downtime, my next thing I wanted to do was bring up those tiebreaker scenarios. And I think if we get enough of a recall here, if no one tries anything dumb, that's what we're going to go over again. If you're just joining us here, we are guaranteed at least a couple of tiebreakers, but none of them will be played today. Again, whether we cover them on this channel, different story. We'll get that out to you on our Twitter, etc. Worst case, we'll probably just do like a watch party or something. But we try to put on a good show for you guys, and that involves good production, and casters, and etc. But the tiebreakers will be played tomorrow. They will be of varying degrees of interest. Why don't we get that tiebreaker up for you? Red Canids, if they win, they will move it to 11-7. And that means that they will force Kaboom into a 3-way tiebreaker between them, Fluxu, and Furia, the top 2 of which, right, 4-2 spots. Bingo. Thank you, Rose. Red would lock in the 3rd seed. Also, not for nothing. So they would play the 6th seed in the first round of the playoffs. That's how that works. First 2 get a bye. And the 1 seed, Cade, they get to choose what side of the bracket they start on. If Kaboom win, then things get a little less interesting. They do lock playoffs. There will be a 3-way tiebreaker for a 3rd seed between Kaboom, Red, and Loud because they will all be tied on 10 wins. But more interestingly, Furia and Fluxu, then they just play themselves. It's just a 2-way tiebreaker for 6th place. So a lot on the line for Kaboom here. If they win, the stress is over. If they lose, they go into a gauntlet 3-way tiebreaker of which they got to win at least 1 game to guarantee themselves a spot in the playoffs. And I would say, Hawk, a very well-deserved spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I would agree, but unfortunately for Kaboom, fortunately for us, though, because it means more fun tiebreakers, I think that's the scenario that we're going to see is the 3-way tiebreaker for 2 spots between Furia and Fluxu, 2 teams that you do not want to sleep on, even though I would argue that Kaboom has looked stronger in recent weeks, as Red, only 4,000 gold in the lead at this point, but they want more.
Oh, very nicely done. Flash crash down from Frosty, and Brunsey, stop if you've heard this one before, takes care of the rest. Gets 2 more kills. He's on 3 items, and he's making it Kaboom's problem.
Yeah, I mean, Brunsey is just playing so well. Literally, the killer instinct on the side of Red has been gorgeous. As Frosty this time with the setup, Grevthar over the top, and then they easily dunk that one down. That's like watching the 1992 Dream Team alley-oop it to each other on the court.
The 1992 Dream Team, they only lost 1 game, and that was a scrimmage after they went out in Barcelona the night before and were not of sound mind or sound body the next day. So, yeah, they are looking that kind of dominant. Grevthar kind of playing with his food here as Aegis body blocks for him.
Are you saying Red was just partying too hard at the beginning of the split?
Maybe. I don't know, man.
Or they fired Urban Meyer and they're finally here. I don't know.
Another great American sports reference. Yeah, who knows? I mean, look, again, correlation and causation are a funny thing. But ever since Nelson was removed as head coach of Red Canids, they've won 8 straight games.
It is quite funny because normally you think firing your coach mid-split is bad. And Red was bad at the beginning of the split, but they have just looked unleashed and they have had much more swagger ever since they lost their coach. So I really don't know, what the role of Nelson was in the team and what things are like internally for Red, but it is fascinating to me how this team has just looked like they're playing unchained, if you will, ever since then. It is incredible.
Oh, Kaboom might have found a pick here onto Aegis. Solar Flare goes down to the culling into his back. Frosty taking up a bunch of it, though. Very nicely played by the young Red Canids support in his 2nd full year in the CBLOL. And Hawk, when you talk about Red Unchained, right? Like you said, it looks like, oh, this is their best form. You still have that nagging thought in the back of your mind because Red are a chaos engine. You go, well, do I want them unleashed? Right? Unleashed Red giveth and taketh away.
They've been doing a hell of a lot of giving, though. Yeah, I mean, they can be a chaos engine, but I really think this back half of the split, Red, has been quite clean in a lot of their wins. It's like I said, they're not playing these crazy explosive early games. Sure, they might have a moment like diving top lane tier 1 and giving up 4 kills, but who in the CBLOL doesn't do that from time to time, right?
Come on, we're only human.
Exactly. But I think by and large, Red Canids have just been a very measured, very calculating team that does not skip too many steps. And it has just been, again, I would expect them to be more chaotic after losing their coach. They've seemingly been less.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, from what I've heard behind the scenes, Aegis kind of is he's almost like a player coach at this point, as far as like the in-game decision
Doesn't
making.
surprise me at all.
Yeah, exactly. And with his best friend, Grevthar, at his side, look, this mid jungle, when it works, it's the best in the country. And it's, it's a little bit close, but not too close. Frost trying to buy some time with the crash down here. He's taking pretty low. Here comes the TP from Lonely, trying to get in on the fight, but the Nature's Wrath goes out, and Sales gets turned on and burned. Grevthar in with the Weaver's Wall. Brunsey locked out of the fight, but when he's there, man, you better watch out. He's got 3.5 items.
FNB!
Mituno goes down so low. FNB going in. Brunsey held out of the killer instinct. He wanted to assassinate his opposite number. He's got a kill. Aegis gets one more. Red Canids wipe Kaboom off the map. They want that 3 seed, Hawk.
Yeah, they do. Red Canids ascending to the mantle of top 3 that they so deserve. 8 straight in the back half of the split as Kaboom now faces down the gauntlet. Furia and Fluxu awaiting them in their future as Red is going to win the final game of the 2024 regular split of the CBLOL.
Their 11th win of the season. Again, this is win number 8 in a row. They started the split off 3-7, and now they are the 3rd seed. They finish a game above the defending champions Loud, despite being 0-2 against them. Wait, no, just kidding. 1-1. That was a different one. Either way, what a game by Red. What a game by Brunsey. He has been, I mean, for a guy whose career started off as hot as it did, thrust onto the world stage, Mr. Bot Gap in Mexico City, getting the MF Amumu double kills onto Fnatic's bottom lane, and then just kind of being on some good teams, not really being the superstar, though. He is back in front, and he is back on the Brazilian stage. He is, again, the way he plays, the way this team plays when they are locked in, it is an absolute joy to watch. But now, Hawk, tomorrow, we've got 2 tiebreaker games. It's that 3-way gauntlet tie. Kaboom, Fluxu, and Furia, they're all 1-1 against each other. So based on average game time, one of them will be kind of the first seed, if you will, and they will have to play just one game. That's the winner of the quote-unquote 2-3. That's sorted by either total or average win time. Getting the standings up for you. Perfect. These are your final CBLOL Split 2 2024 standings. The last regular season CBLOL standings of all time. 07 in the chats, everybody. Furia, Kaboom, and Fluxu. 2 of those teams will get to fight for playoffs. One of them is going home.
And what a treat it is going to be to watch those matches tomorrow. I'm sure, like you said, 4-4, we'll try to get something together for the people as they so deserve, because, I mean, shoot, we can't stop the coverage now with playoffs on the horizon. A lot of good games to be played. Red looking like this, I think they have some serious potential to play spoilers 4x4, as this team has been a treat to watch. You talk about Brunsey. He's been firing on all cylinders. He was definitely my MVP for that game. I also really want to give a lot of credit to Frosty for that game. I'm obsessed with the way he was playing that rel, consistently just making himself a target, if you will, but never died until the very end of the game, actually, when he got vi-ulted and killed. But was so often just saying, hey, Kaboom, hit me. And
I dare you.
The Canids hit back harder.
Exactly, right? No, but it's like you said, that's so hard to do. And I think that's why a champion like Rel suits him a little bit better. Rel like Leona as opposed to Rakan, who like, okay, you can go in there, but getting back out is a bit of a different task, right? He drew attention away from the valuable members of Red Canids so well. Played that line you've got to play as an engaged support. Get in, do your job, and get the hell out of dodge. Maybe for a cheeky re-engage on the back end. Bought so much time for his team to play. Like you said, not the easiest composition to play a Kai'Sa into. But he made it really easy. Again, credit to Brunsey, but credit to Frosty, Grevthar and Aegis as well. FNB buying space on the Renekton. Everyone just having, at worst, a 6 out of 10 game. Really,
Exactly.
This is the best version of Red, right?
And that is what has made Red so good. It's like we said, they've been clean. We talked a lot about their decision making, but also they have just been playing well individually. Nobody's been having stinkers. That team, when no one's having stinkers, is really scary, because that is 5 superstars, 4 of whom have won titles, and one of them really wants to. Like, I'm really afraid of Red Canids if I'm any team in the CBLOL moving into the playoffs. And, I mean, despite being 3rd place, again, with how their split started, this has been an unprecedented turnaround.
Yeah, and like you said, they have secured the 6th seed. They're going to be a pain in the ass for anybody to play. But here's the thing, right? If you're the 5th or the 6th seed, you say, crap, I'm the 6th seed. I got to go up against Red when they are feeling themselves.
Yeah.
If you're the 5th seed, if you win that 3-way gauntlet, guess who your first round opponent is? Loud, who are playing terribly, but at any moment could wake up and be the
But you got to play
best
Loud
team
in
Brazil.
playoffs, so it's pretty cooked, I think. You know,
No, exactly. No, if you're 5-6 right now, Kaboom, Fluxu, Furia, even if you come out of that gauntlet, congratulations, you've got a date with either death or just calamity. Like, it's either
which one's death and which one's calamity?
I'll leave that for you to decide. Exactly. With that, I think that's enough for us. Again, we'll get information on our Twitters and in the Discord about what we're going to do for the tiebreakers tomorrow. It will be Kaboom, Fluxu, and Furia. The seeding has to be determined still, but that'll be a 3-way tiebreaker, 2 best of 1s to determine who moves on to get the 5-6 seeds and who is eliminated from playoffs. Y'all, thank you so much. Last few years, this year, this split, this week, today, however long you've been joining us for, we really appreciate you guys being here, making this little community something that we're proud to be a part of, proud to bring to you guys, whether you're Brazilian, Polish, American, Canadian, Chinese, South African, who cares? We really appreciate that you are enjoying what is the most entertaining league in the world, in my opinion, with us. For everyone I've mentioned, for our Rose, our producer today, for Hawk and Trajan, or excuse me, RMC and Trajan for casting earlier today, Hawk for casting with me. Pleasure as always, my brother. We will see you back here for playoffs, if not a little bit earlier. Adios.